Hey, what's going on guys? Welcome back to another video. So this is a full-length 6 hours Node.js and Express course for beginners. And this course is divided into 14 different chapters. We're going to cover the basics of Node.js, NPM, async programming, CRUD APIs, Express middleware, user authentication, and MongoDB. We are also going to build 2 projects as we progress along the course. You will find all the details of the course content along with the timestamp in the description of the video so that you can jump to any topic directly. So if this sounds interesting, then stick around. Also, don't forget to subscribe the channel and press the bell icon so that you don't miss the videos like this one. So let's get started. Alright guys, so before we go into the hands-on with the Node.js, we need to first go through some of the slides and understand what actually Node.js is, why this language is so popular, which apps actually we can build with Node.js, and what is the difference between a Node.js and the browser. So we will start with introduction to Node.js. So Node.js is an open source cross-platform JavaScript runtime environment. Node.js runs on JavaScript V8 engine. This is the core of the Google Chrome and allows us to run JavaScript outside the browser and also makes Node.js much performant. Node.js app runs in a single process without creating a new thread for every request. When Node.js performs any input-output operation like reading from a network, accessing a database or a file system, instead of blocking the thread and wasting the CPU cycles, Node.js will use a callback function. Node.js uses event-driven non-blocking input-output model to handle concurrent requests with a single thread. Now let's see why Node.js is so popular. It uses JavaScript as its main language to build web application. With just JavaScript, we can build front-end as well as back-end applications, which means Node.js is everywhere on the client and on the server. Node.js is primarily a JavaScript runtime environment, runs on V8 engine, and V8 engine has an ability to compile and execute JavaScript at a lightning fast speed, and that makes Node.js application very fast and performant. Node.js uses basic event-driven architecture and it handles multiple requests with a single asynchronous thread. This reduces the workload on the CPU as well as the memory. This makes our application lightweight. Node.js has more than 700,000 modules in their NPM registry, and using the ready-made modules instead of coding, which reduces the development time and results a faster time to the market. Now, microservices API designed with Node.js is getting extremely popular. It can handle many simultaneous requests and create the apps without decreasing speed or performance. And Node.js is enabled to build flexible apps that can run smoothly on cross platforms by creating APIs, and whether it's a Linux machine or Windows or Mac OS. NPM and its simple structure help to build the ecosystem of Node.js, and NPM has more than 1 million open source packages which we can use freely. Now, the last thing is that Node.js has evolved a lot in the recent years, and it has made it available for many hosting services. Like we can deploy the Node.js application or we can host them anywhere in Heroku, Netlify, cloud. Now let's understand what applications we can build with the help of Node.js. So with the help of Node.js, we can build a streaming web application like Netflix, Amazon. We can build real-time web applications like chat, instant messaging. We can build microservices, which is popular modern architecture API design, and IoT applications. We can build any MERN stack application like e-commerce. We can also build social media and networking applications like LinkedIn, Medium. And last, creating RESTful APIs which can be consumed by any front-end or mobile applications. Now let's understand what is the difference between a Node.js and a browser. So both the browser and the Node.js, they uses JavaScript as their programming language. Building apps that run in the browser is a very different thing than building a Node.js application. And despite the fact that JavaScript is all over the place, there are some key differences that makes the experience radically different. With browser, we can have access to the DOM elements, web API, whereas with Node.js, we have modules to access file systems and OS. Node.js supports both CommonJS require and ES module system, where we use the import to import any package. While in the browser, we are now seeing that ES modules are being implemented. So before you jump into the Node.js, there are some JavaScript concepts that you should know. You should know about classes, arrays and objects, functions, scope, loops, variables, expressions, async and await, closure, async program and callbacks, event loop and types. So few of the topics like event loops, types, we are going to cover again in the Node.js course. But for all the other topics, I already have video on the JavaScript topics. I'm going to add the links in the description so that you can check it out later on. Now let's go and install the Node.js. So if you want to install the Node.js, you can simply go to the documentation of the Node.js, and then based on your operating system, you can just install the latest version or the recommended for most users. So let's go to the browser. So I'm going to minimize this and I will go to browser and I will have Node.js. And the first link is the Node.js. I will just zoom in the screen and you will see that now I'm using a Mac machine. So that's why I have a Mac OS, and you can download it either this one or this one. You just need to click on it. You will have an installation file, and then let's do that. So I'm going to click on it and now you will see that my installation file is open. Now if I click on it, then it is going to open a wizard. So let me open a wizard, and then you just need to click continue, or on Windows next, and then you just need to install it. So now once you install it, now what we are going to do is how we can verify that the Node.js is installed on the machine or not. So what I will do is let's open our Visual Studio Code. Alright, so now I have my Visual Studio Code, and now what I'm going to do is I will go to the terminal, and in the terminal what I will do is I'm going to zoom a little bit, and here I'm going to type node-v, and this is going to give me the version of the Node.js that is installed on my machine. So I'm going to click enter, and you can see that this is the version I have installed. And with the Node.js, you also get a npm, which is a node package manager, which will help you to install the dependencies and manage dependencies. So what I will do is I'm going to have npm-v, and this is going to give me the version of the npm that I have on my machine. Alright, so what we have to do is first let's create a folder for our project. So I will go to cd documents. So let me go to the documents folder. I will have a codes. Alright, and here I'm going to create make directory of Node.js tutorial. Then I will go to my directory. So I will have the Node.js tutorial. Now I am in that directory, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to open that directory. So let me open the directory. So I'm going to go to the documents. I will go to the codes. I will go to Node.js tutorial, and I'm going to click on the open. So now I have it open, and now let's go to the terminal. And what I will do is I need to init my package.json file. So I will have the npm init, and this is going to give me the package.json file. So it's asking me for the package name. So I will have the Node.js tutorial. The version is 1.0.0. The description is this is Node.js tutorial for beginners. And then we have the entry point, which is the index.js. I don't have any test commands, no git repository right now, no keywords, no author. I will give the author name as the page Malvia, no license. Okay, so I'm going to have the yes. Now you can see that I have a package.json file. Now inside this package.json file, what I will do is I'm going to create a script, which will be a start script. So let me have a start script, and in this start script, what I will do is whenever I do an npm start, I need to have my Node.js, and it should use index.js. Whenever I type npm start, it's going to automatically fire the node index.js. So now we have it, and now what we have to do is let's create the index.js file first. So I'm going to go here. I will have index.js. All right, so this is my index.js file. And the first thing I will do is let's write simple console.log, and I'm going to write this is Node.js tutorial for beginners, and let's change this to capital N. And now this is a simple index.js file. We have a simple console log in it, and now I want to run this file. So what I will do is let me clear the console, and here I'm going to type node. So whenever you want to run the Node.js scripts with the command line, what we will do is we are going to have the node, and we are going to specify the name of the file. So for us, it's the index.js. And when I hit enter, you will see that whatever we have in the console.log, that is what is printed here. Now, the other way of running the node script is we can also use directly the npm start. So let me have the npm start, and I will hit enter, and this is also going to execute same node index.js, and we can see the output. So this is the other way of running it. Now let me change something. So what I will do is I'm going to add one more console log. So I will have the console.log, and I will say that this is the first tutorial on Node.js. So now I made a change in the index.js file. So in order to see the output, I again have to run it. So let's run npm start, and now you will see that we have it. But what I want is whenever I make a change, it should automatically detect and it should execute it. So for that, we have a package called nodemon. So let's install the nodemon. So what I will do, I'm going to clear the console, and then I can install npm install -g nodemon. So either you can install it globally so that it will have on all the projects, or you can just install it for this project as a dev dependency. So for now, I will just install it as a dev dependency. So I'm going to have these --save and -dev, and then I will hit enter. So this is going to install the nodemon. Now let's go to the package.json, and you will see that for the dev dependency, we have the nodemon. And now what I will make a change here is that I'm going to run my application with the help of a nodemon. So let's have a nodemon here. I will save it. All right, now let's have npm start, and you will see that now the nodemon has started, and it is now watching all the files with this kind of an extension with the JS, MJS, or JSON file. So if we go to the index.js, and if I add a new console, I will make this we will cover nodejs with command line. All right, and I will save it. And you will see that when I save it, my script is automatically executed, and then we will cover node.js in the line. So this is how the nodemon is a very useful package while we work on the node.js application. The next thing what I want to show you is that how we can exit from a node.js program. So now this is a node.js program, it is running, and if you want to exit from the node.js, then you can use Ctrl+C. So that is going to give me my terminal back. And this is one of the way where you can use the Ctrl+C. But if you want to exit from the Node.js script programmatically, then we will see how we can do it. So Node.js has a process as a core module provided. So that process core, it allows us to programmatically exit from a Node.js program. So now let's see how we can use it. So we have a process as a core module provided by the Node.js, and we can simply use process.exit. So this process has a lot of methods on it, like env to fetch the environment variables, to exit, but we are going to come to that later on. So I will use the exit, and I'm going to pass the code. By default, the exit code is 0, which means a successful exit, but we can also give the code as 1. So let's have a 0, and I will save it. And now let's start. So I'm going to use the npm start. So let me clear the console first. So I will clear the console. All right, so now what we will do is, now let's start the application. So we will have the npm start, and this is going to start our application. But now you will see that I want to do a programmatic exit, and that's where I will going to change the 0 to 1, which means that the application will crash. So if I save it, then you will see that the app crash, waiting for the file changes before starting. And there is a different way of writing the same thing. We can actually use the process. So let me have the process dot exit, and we can give it as 1. So they both are same, but it's a different way of writing. So I will save it, and we will see that we still have the, so I'm going to change this to 0 now, and we will see that now we don't have the exit. And if I change it to 1, then we still see that we don't see anything, or we are not getting exited. So this should be code. So I will save it. And when we have the exit code, then it exit our application programmatically. So the next thing we want to see is how we can read the environment variables in Node.js. So what I will do is let's remove, or let's comment this out, and I'm going to create a new file which will be env.js. This is simply an JS file for environments which I have created. Now in this file, what I'm going to do is that whenever I want to have some environment variables, so let's first exit this application. And now what I will do is I want to pass some environment variables to my application. So let's clear the terminal, and I want to pass environment variable as name. So I will give the value as Dipesh. Then I also want to pass the profession. So let me have my profession as developer. All right. And I want to pass these two values, or these two environment variables, to my application. So my application, I'm going to start with env.js. and I will hit enter. But you won't see anything because we pass the values, we pass the environment values, but we don't know how to read those environment values. So here again, we can make use of the process core module. So what I will do is I'm going to have the console.log, and in the console.log I will have the process.env, and then I want to have my name of the environment variable. So the name was name and the other one was the profession. So let me have the other one as well. So I will have the profession, and now in this case I'm going to run it again. So I will pass it again and I will enter, and then you will see that we have the page. We are able to fetch the value from the environment variables using the process.env, but we have an undefined for the profession, and that is because the spelling is incorrect. So this will be profession. I will save it and then I will run it again. All right, so now I see that I have the page and developer, but this is one of the way you can do it. The other thing what you can do is, since you are not going to pass the environment variables from the command line, we are going to create a .env file. So let me create a .env file for the environment. So I will have the .env. So this is a one environment variable files, and I'm going to add all my environment variables here. So I will create the name, and I will give the name as the page. I will also create the profession, and I will give this as developer, and I will have a course. So let me have the course, and this will be Node.js. Now we have this environment variable file, and now we want to fetch the values from this environment variable file. So for that, what we can do is we can make use of a package called .env. So let's install that. So what I will do is I'm going to have the npm install .env. All right, and I will hit enter, and this will help me to fetch the values, the configuration values from the env file. So if we go to the package.json, and if we go down and we see, then we have a dependency installed. And now if I want to use it, how I can do that? What I will do is I'm going to go here. I will use the require, and we have to require the .env .config. So we will fire a config function. I will save it, and now let's go and start. So what I will do is I'm going to clear my console, and I will have the node, and I will run the env.js file. Now this time you will notice that I am not passing the environment variables in the command line. So I'm going to hit enter, and you will see that we fetch the values. Along this, I also want to fetch the course. So I will have this, and what I'm going to do is I am starting a new series on. So I will have this, and then what I will do is I'm going to save it, and now let's give a try. So now you will see that what we have is I am going to start a new series on developer, which is wrong. So this should be, oops. So this should be course. So let me have the course. I will save it, and now we can see that we have the page developer, and I'm starting a new series on Node.js. So this is how, with the help of .env, you can do it. There is another way that if you don't want to use the require to import the .env, what we can do is I will save it, and then now I will run the Node.js. Then you will see that I have all the values as undefined, because now Node.js doesn't know from where to get the values of the environment variables. All right, so what we will do is I will go here, and here what I will do, I'm going to write node-r. I want to use the .env/config, and I have to apply this config to my env.js, and I will hit enter. And now we see that we have a problem because we have made a spelling mistake. So let's do clear, and then I'm going to use the .env, and I will hit enter. And you see that we still get the values, the page developer. I am starting a new series. Next thing we are going to cover is the REPL, which is a read, evaluate, print, and loop. So this is a node command line. So what I will do is I'm going to create a new file. So let me create a new file. Oops, not here. I want to create a new file in my project, and I will name it as repl.js. So whenever we want to execute any node script, what we do usually is we do node and we give the file name. So let's have the index.js. But now what I want to do is I want to use the node command line. So let's go to the node command line. So if you just type node and if you hit enter, then you will go to the node command line. So here you can see that this is the node command line, and here we can do some evaluations and we can do some calculations. So let me start with a console.log, and I will say the page. All right. and then I'm going to hit enter. So you will see that I have the page printed. So what is this REPL? So let me type REPL. So this is read, evaluate, this will be print, and then loop. All right, so this stands for REPL. So what this means is that it's going to read the line of code which you have in the node console, and then it's going to evaluate it, and then it will print the value, and then it's going to repeat the same thing for the next statement. So this is what REPL, and what we can do is, I mean, it helps us to simply do the calculations on the fly. So we can also do 5. If this is triple equals to 5, then you will see that I don't even hit enter, but it gives me the result. So if I hit enter, then it's going to give me the same thing. So that we can do. Now it also helps us sometime to write some functions. So it automatically knows that we have to write a function. So if I type something function, and let's have a function as the generate random number, and then what I will do is, now when I hit enter, then it automatically knows that it's a function and I have to write something more. So what I will do is, I'm going to have a return here, and what I will return, I will just simply return math.random. So let me have the math.random. All right, and then I will just finish this function. Okay, so now I have finished the function, and now let's try and use it. So I'm going to run the function, and I will call this function, and let's see. So we see that whenever we call a function, we every time get a random number. So this is how you can use this node console. But it also gives one more thing. I mean, whenever you type something, it automatically gives you an auto-generated stuff. So when I simply type generate, then you will see that if I hit tab, then it's automatically give me the autocomplete stuff. And if you want to explore some JavaScript objects, then we can also check here. So what I will do is that I can type the number, I will add dot, and then I will add the tab. So it will give me all the properties that what I can use on the numbers. So if you want to see the global objects, then you can do that as well. So let me come out from it, and now if I want to use the global, then I can use simply the global. This should be global dot tab, and then you will see that it has all the global objects like error, child process, clear timeout, constant, and many things. Now other thing on the REPL which I want to show you, that this be used in the console, but if I want to use it programmatically, then how I can do that? So what I will do is I will go here, I will just remove this, and here what I will do is I will have constant REPL, and there is a module which is REPL. So I will use the require, and then I will have the REPL. And now what I will do is I'm going to create another constant with the local, and I want to start my node console. So I will have the start command. All right, I will save it. Now let's go and run this application. So what I will do is I will see Control C, that will help me to exit. So let me have the Control C. I will clear the console, and then I will type node repl.js, and you will see that when I click on it, I automatically go to the node console. Now one thing you can do is that whenever you want to start your node console, you can use this repl start, but you can also pass something here. So the node console started. All right, I will save it, and then let's give a try. So first let's close this, and now I will again run it, and here you will see that the node console started, and now you can try to do the same thing. So what I will try to do is, if I want to write a console.log the page, then you will see that we have the console.log the page, but sorry, there was a syntax error. So I will have this, and I will hit enter. And if I want that it should look like a Unix machine, then I can have a dollar here. All right, I will save it, and let's give a try. So I'm going to have close, I will start it again. Then in this case, you will see that we have $8. So we can do this. And what I will do is that whenever I exit this node command line, then in that case, I want to print some message. So let's do, I have a local dot on, and whenever I have an exit, I want to run a callback function. All right, and on that I want to have a console.log, and I will say that exiting repl. All right, and then I can have the process.exit, so that will exit my command line. So I will have the process.exit. All right, I will save it, and now let's give a try. I want to exit, so I will click on Control C, then I will run it. So let me clear the console first. So I will clear the console, and I will run my repl.js. All right, I have this, and here I want to exit it. So in order to exit, I will again type Control C, and when I type Control C, you will see that we print this exit repl, and then we are exiting from the node command line. All right, the next thing I want to show you is that whenever you run your node application, and if you want to pass some arguments, how you can do that. So let's go to the arguments. So what I will do here is that I will just create a new file. So let me create a new file. I will have the argument.js, and then how I can pass the arguments. Okay, so we run the application with the help of node argument.js. All right, nothing is going to print because we don't have anything here, and I want to pass the arguments. So what I can do is I can have the node argument, and now I can pass the arguments which I want. So I want to pass Joe, or let me pass Dipesh. I will hit enter. Nothing is going to happen. We can also pass the argument like this, name is equals to Dipesh. Nothing is going to happen. Now what I want is that how we can read this argument in our JS file. So we can use the same thing. We can again use the process, which is a very powerful module we have in the Node.js. So here I will use the process dot argument. So if you see, we have the arg. So let's use this arg. So in this process dot argument, what we have is the first line. We actually have the path of our node where we have installed the Node.js. The second argument is actually the file name which we want to execute, and the third one is the argument that we want. So if we go and if we do a console.log, so let me have a console.log of process.arg, then let's see what we can see here. So what I will do is I'm going to go here, I will hit enter, and we see that okay, I have misspelled the console. All right, let me clear it and let me run it again. Then we see that it's a array, and the first index contains the value as the path of my node, the second contains the path of the file which I want to execute, and the third one is the argument. So what we can do is we can actually use the slice. So let me have the slice, and I will slice it as 2, and then I will have it 0, and I will save it. And now let's do it. And now we can see that we have the page, which is name is equal to the page. What I will do is I want to print all the three stuff. So what I will do, I will have the process dot argument, and on that I can use the for each. So let me have the for each, and for each of the argument I'm going to have the value and the index of it. I will have the arrow function, and then I will have simply a console log, and let's have the backticks. I will first print the index, so let's have the dollar index, and the second I want to print the value, whatever the value is available. So I will have the value. All right, I will save it. Okay, I will just comment this out, we don't want that. And now let's run it. So I will run it, and you will see that at 0 index we have the path of the node, first index we have the path of the file which we want to execute, and on the second index we have this. All right, but what we want is we don't want this name equal to the page. We only want that if we have an argument dot name, then we should be able to get the value as the page. So there is a package which we can use, and that is called the minimist. So let's install that. So I'm going to install the minimist. All right, I will hit enter. The package is installed. We can verify in the package JSON. And with the minimist, what we can do is let's go to our argument file. And what I can do here is that comment this as well. And what I will do is I'm going to have a constant argument new, and I will use the same. I will do the slice, and I need the index of 0. So this is going to give me if we go and console it first, so it's going to give me name equal to the page. So let me have a console. I will have arg new. All right, I will save it, and then I will just run the nodemon. So nodemon on the arguments. All right, and we see that the command not found. All right, so that is because we have to copy this, and let's go to the package JSON, and I will change this. All right, and now if I do npm start, then okay, we see that we have the nodemon, and we see that the value is undefined. And that was because we did not pass any of the arguments. So what I will do is I will just close this. We don't actually need the nodemon. What we will do is I will simply go to the node, or let's go and this. Okay, I have this node argument.js, and then name is equal to the page. And if I hit enter, then you will see that this argument is the, so I need something that if I use the argument new dot name, I should get the page as the output. And for that we can use the minimist. So what I will do is we already have the minimist, and I will pass this information in the minimist. All right, and I will do this. Okay, I will save it, and now let's go and check. So if I do this, then we see that minimist is not defined. So let's add it. So I'm going to use constant minimist is equals to require minimist, and now we can give a try. So let me clear it. So I will clear it, and then let's use it. So now you see that we still have the undefined, so that means we are doing something wrong. Okay, so we don't need to pass this now, so I will just remove it, and now if I save it, then we will be able to get the page. All right, so there is a catch that whenever you use a minimist, what we have to do is we have to give our key with hyphen hyphen, so that where it will be able to know that this is the key. So I'm going to hit enter. Now you will see that we have the page here. So with the help of minimist, we can actually retrieve or read the values or the argument values which we pass in the command line. The next thing we are going to see is how we can do the output to the command line using Node.js. So let's go and let's create a new file for the output. So I will do output.js. I will just correct the spelling. So we have the output.js, and in this let's have simple, start with a very simple. So I'm going to have x as 1, all right, and I will have a y as 2, all right. And the easiest thing we know that how we can put the values in the console is simply use the console log. So let's have a console log, and I want to print x and y, all right. I will save it, and when I run the output.js, it's going to give me 1 and 2. Now we can also use the format specifier and the format phrases. So if we want to format a variable as a string, then we can use the %s, and this will actually format variable to string. And similarly, if we want to do it for a number, we can use %d. If we want to do it for a integer part, then we can use %i, and if we want to do it for an object, then we can use the %o. Let's take an example of it. So let me have a console.log, and here I'm going to write I am, so I'm going to give a name here. I am the page, which is a string, and my age is let's have d, all right. And now I want to pass the values. So the first value is my name, the page, and the second is my age. So let me pass the age as 25. I will save it, and now let's give a try. So if I go and use it, then you will see that I am in the page and my age is 25. So this way you can actually use the format specifier and you can format the variables. The next is, if you want to clear your console, you can also use the console.clear, and this way you can clear your console. So if I go and run it, then you will see that my console will be cleared, because first it will do console log, then it will do this console log, and then the console.clear. Another interesting thing is you also have a console.count. So if your string, or if you print anything multiple times, is going to keep a count. So let's take an example. So I have a console.count, and I will write it here, I am the page, all right. And now what I will do is I'm going to copy this twice. So let me copy, I will copy again, and this time I'm going to console something else. So console.count, and I will write I am Nikesh, all right. I will save it, and I will going to run it. So let's run it. So it's going to clear the console first, and then we will have this information. So it's going to print the count as well. So I will hit enter, and now you see that I am the page, the count is 1, I am the page, the count is 2, because it's printed second time, and then I have I am Nikesh with the count 1. I can also reset my count. So if I want to reset my count, what I will do is I will have console log dot reset, count reset, and I will reset my count for I am the page. So I have I am, the page, and once I do it, then I will add the console log again here. And now in this case, you will see that we will have the I am the page 1, I am the page 2, then I am Nikesh 1, then it will reset my counter, and then it will again have 1 instead of 3. So let's go and check, and you will see that I have these two, 1 2 1, and then I have reset the counter, and then I have again 1. So this way you can reset the count. Now there are some cases where whenever you're working on a project and you want to print the stack of your code, so what we can do is let's comment this out. So let's create a function. I will create a function, all right, and this will be an arrow function, and what this will return is I will have a console dot trace. So it's going to return the trace. So I want to give a function name. So let's have this function name 1, and then I will create another function, which is a function 2, all right, and this function is going to call my function 1. So let me have the function 1, and then let's call the function 2. So I will call the function 2. All right, I will save it. And now let's give a try. So if I run node.js, then you will see that the trace is printed. So it is printing the function2. Function2 is being called. Then it will call the function1. So you have this function2 here and you have the function1. So this way you can print the stack trace and it will help you in the debugging as well. The next thing you can also do in the output console is you can calculate the time spent by your function. So what I'm going to do is let's create two functions. So I'm going to comment this out. And then what I will do is I'm going to create two functions. So let me have a function sum, and this is going to print the sum. So for this, I will have the console.log, and I will have the backtick. I will have the sum of 2 and 3 is, I will have the dollar, and I will have 2 plus 3 here. Oops, this will have a backtick here. So I'm going to cut it and I'm going to add my backtick here. And a similar, I will have another function which will be a multiply. So let me have the multiply, and this is going to give me the multiplication of 2 and 3. So I'm going to change this to asterisk. So now I have two functions and I want to see how much time is actually spent to execute those two functions. So let me create, and let's have a constant. I will have a measure time function, and this measure time function will actually going to calculate the time spent for each of the functions. So how I can do is I want to first calculate the time for this sum execution. So I will have a console.time and for sum, and now I want to call my function sum. So let me call the function sum, and then once it is executed, I want to stop my time. So time end. All right, and this time end for sum. Now we can do the similar thing for the multiply as well. So let me add it here. I'm going to change this to, I'm going to change this to multiply. All right, and now let's call this function measure time. So I'm going to call the measure time. All right, I will save it, and now let's execute it. So I'm going to use node output.js, and now you will see that the sum of 2 and 3 is 5, which is correct. And this is the time taken to execute the function. Similarly, for the multiplication, it's 6, and this is the time taken for the multiplication. All right, so this way you can also, in the console log, you can add the execution time of a function as well. Now, one interesting thing I want to show you is that you must have seen in a lot of, whenever you install the package, you see there is a download tick bar. So how they can create it? So let's create that progress bar. So for that, we have to install a package which is a progress bar. So let's install it. So what I will do is I will go here and I will have the npm install progress. All right, so this will be progress. I will hit enter. Okay, we have the progress. If we go to the package.json, we have the progress. Now, how we can use this? So what I will do is I will first comment this out. We don't want this anymore. All right, I will save it. And now what we can do is we can actually write the code for the progress bar. So what I will do is first we need to use the progress bar. So I will have the progress bar, and this will be require, and let's add the progress. All right, we have the progress, and now we can make use of, we need a constant. So let me have a bar. This will have a new progress bar, and in this what I want is I want that whenever we are downloading something, I want to use the bar. So this will be bar, and I also want to use the speed or the rating which it will get downloaded. So it will be bps, and I will have the %, and I will also use the expected time. And then what we will do is it also has another argument which is the time, how much you need the total progress bars. So I will have a total of 20 bars maybe. So let's have a 20 here. All right, we have it. And now I'm going to create a set interval function. So let me have a constant timer is equals to set interval. All right, and in the set interval we are going to have a function, and we want it or every 100 milliseconds. All right, and I will use the bar dot tick. So it has some functions inbuilt. So I will have the bar dot tick, and whenever my bar is completed, so I will have the complete. Then in that case I want to just clear the interval. So let me clear the interval, and I will have the timer. All right, I will save it. Now let's try it. So what I will do is I'm going to clear the console. I will use the output, and I will hit enter, and we see that we have an error. So the error is the new progress bar. Let's go and let's check. So yeah, so the problem is this is capital. So let's change this. I will save it, and now let's clear and run it again. And now you see that we have this progress bar. So this is how you can actually use the outputs on your console. So it's a very powerful, and whenever we install any package also, you see that we have something like similar to it on whenever we install any packages. So this can be done with the help of the progress bar. Now one thing you can also do is, if you want to change the color, then what we can do is we can install a package called chalk. So I will install a package npm install chalk, and I will hit enter, and this is going to give us some beautiful colors if we want to add it in our console log. So how I can use that? So let me go and use it. So I'm going to go here and I will have a console.log, and inside the console.log I can use whatever color I want. So I will use the chalk.green, and this is Node.js tutorial. And now I will run it, and we see that we have a color or not. So let me run it, and we see that we get an error because we did not use the chalk require. So let's go and import it. So I will go here, I will have a constant chalk that will be equals to the require, and I will add the chalk. All right, let's give a try. So if I clear the console and I run the file, we still have chalk has already been declared. So where it is declared, we have to find it out. So it already imported by default, so I will just remove that. All right, I will save it, and now let's give a try. All right, so if I run it, then we see that we have an error because chalk 5. So if we go to the package.json, then we see that the chalk 5 is actually uses ES module. So what we will do is we can install the chalk 4. So I will go and change this. So let's go and install the chalk 4. I will hit enter, and this is going to change the version to 4. Now let's give a try. So in the chalk 4, we can use it with the help of common JS modules. So I'm going to run the output, and you will see that we have this in the green color now. So we can also make this in the blue. So let me change this to blue, and it's very simple. So now run it, and you will see that we have a different color in our console output. So this is how we can use the output to the command line using Node.js. Now let's take an example for the input as well, how we can accept the input from the user in our command line. All right, so I'm going to create a new file. I will have the input.js. All right, and in the input.js, what we can do is we can actually make use of a read line. So this read line package is going to help us to read a line in the console from the user. So what I will do is I'm going to have a constant read line. All right, and that is equals to the require, and I will have the read line. Now with the read line, we need to create an interface for the input and output. So what I will do is let's have a constant. I will have a read line. All right, and then we have a create interface, and with this create interface, it's going to have the input and it will have the output. So for the input, we can use the process.standard input. So this is the standard input. For output, we can use the standard output. So let me have the process.standard output. We have the interface, and now what we can do is we can have this rl.question. So here we can have the question, whatever question we want to use. So what I will do is I'm going to have a backtick, and I will have what is your name. I will have the question mark, and when you have this rl.question, you will ask a question, what is your name, and then you will wait for the user to add the input. Once the user adds the input and it hits enter, then a callback function will be called. So let's have this callback function. So sorry, I will have the name, and this is the callback function, and then we can have the console log here. So I will have the console log, and we are going to have a greeting. So here I will have the hi. I will have the name. Oops, this will be $. All right, I will save it. And then what we will do is once we have the user input, I want to close this. So let me have the read line dot close. All right, I will save it. And now let's give a try. So what I will do is I will clear it, and then I'm going to use the node input.js. So let me have the input.js, and I will enter, and you will see that it's now asking for a name, and it's the execution is now halted. So what I will do is whenever I have my name and I hit enter, a callback function, which is this callback function, will be called, and my name will be printed with hi the page, and then this read line will be closed. So let's have it. I will have the page, and I will hit enter, and you see that we have hi the page. So this way we can use the input we can take the input from the user from the command line There is one more package called prompt sync, where if you want to get rid of this callback function, you can use the prompt sync. Let's take a look on it. So I'm going to have the npm install prompt sync. All right, and it's going to get installed. Oops, I have a problem. Okay, so I actually misspelled it, so it will be prompt sync, and this is going to get installed. If we go here, we can verify it. Now, how we can use the prompt sync, what I will do is I'm going to have a constant. I will have the prompt, this will be require, and here I can use the prompt sync. And since prompt syncs actually gives it's a function, so we need to execute this function to use it. So I will have an empty brackets to execute the function. And now how can I use it? So for now, I will just comment this out. We don't want it. We can now have let's have a simple constant name. Then the name will be, I want to prompt what is your name, and then simply have a console log. So I will have the console.log, and then I will have the name here. All right, or we can simply use this again. So here we don't need to add any callback function. All right, now let's give it a try. So if I run the node input.js, then it will ask for the name. I will type the name, then you will see that it has hide the page. But here there's a problem that now you need to exit from the command line, then you have to use the Control-C. So we have covered a lot of basics about the Node.js. I know that this is nothing related to any project or any real world examples, but it's important to go through first the basics and then go for the building real world applications. Alright guys, so in the previous video we saw that we have installed the Node.js on our machine, and we know that when we install the Node.js we also get npm. So here also if you see, then we have the Node.js version, and when you download the Node.js and install on your machine, you also get the npm. So let's go and check in our code base the version of the npm and the version of the Node.js that we installed in our previous video. So I will go back here and I will go and I will type node-v, and this is going to give me the version of the Node.js which is installed on the machine. Now for the npm, we can do npm-v, and we have the npm version as 8.1.0. So now let's go through some slides about the npm, understand what it is and how this npm is so important while building the Node applications, and why we need to learn about the npm package manager. Alright, so now let's start with that npm. It stands for the Node Package Manager, and it's a standard package manager for Node.js application. npm as of September 2022, it has around 2.1 million packages listed in the npm registry, which makes it a largest open source repository, and we can find any package on this npm registry. npm, it's a way to download and manage dependencies for both front-end and back-end applications using JavaScript. So you must have seen that when we build the React application, we use the npm to download the dependencies like Axios, React Router DOM. So it's a kind of a tool which can be used for front-end as well as back-end applications. And there are two more alternatives to this npm, which is a yarn package manager and pnpm, which are the alternatives to the npm CLI. This is how the npm website looks like, and let's go on the npm official documentation and let's explore some packages. Alright, so now we are on the official documentation of the npm, and we can start searching the packages from here. So while building Node.js application, if I want to use a nodemon, then I can type nodemon and I will be able to get the nodemon package. So here you will see the nodemon. If we want the Axios for calling APIs, then we can use the Axios. So it has millions of packages which we can make use of in our application. Now if I go to the documentation, then we will see that we have the npm CLI, and this npm CLI has some commands, and most of the commands we are familiar with it when we actually build the applications, like npm init. So I have a list of commands which we frequently use and which we are going to use in the future while building the React application. So let's go through the slide and the commands which we are going to use frequently. So the first command is the npm init. So whenever we want to bootstrap the package.json file, we use npm init, and then based on the options, we provide the values. So we have already done this in the previous video. So if you have missed that video, please go and check it out. The next one is the npm install. So when we have the package.json file which contains all the dependencies, then we just use the npm install to install all the dependencies dependencies in the project. If we want to install a single package, then we just use the npm install and we give the package name. Now this comes with different flavors. So if we use -g, then it will install the package globally. And if we use --save -dev, then it is going to install the package under the dev dependencies. So we are also going to see some practical stuff, how we are going to use those flags. Next is the npm install package name, and we give an symbol and provide the version. So that is going to install a specific version of a package in our application. Next is the npm update. So whenever we use the npm update, it is going to update all the dependencies that are listed in the package.json file, and it will update to whatever the constants we have provided. So we are also going to see what are the semantic versioning constants at a later point. Next is the npm update package name, and this is going to update just a single package which we want. Next is the npm run task name. So we usually do npm start, which actually behind the scene run our application, and it will help us to run all those scripts that are available in the package.json. Then we have the npm list, and this npm list is going to list down all the dependencies that we have installed for our project. Next is the npm view package name version. So suppose if you want to view a version of a specific package, in that case you can actually use the npm view package underscore name. You can provide the package name and then you will provide the version. So it is going to give us the version. Then you have the npm uninstall, which is going to uninstall the package from our application. And last is the npm help, which is going to list down all the npm commands that we can take a look and use it. You will also find all this on the official documentation. So there are a lot of commands, but I have listed down some of the important commands which we are going to use. So now let's jump into the Visual Studio Code and let's give a try on this npm commands. Alright, so now I am on my code base. So this is the same code base which we used in our previous video. So let's start with an npm init. So I'm going to write npm and I will have init. And when I try to do this, you will see that it gives us some information. It will ask us the package name which we want to give. And I have given the package name as Node.js tutorial. So I'm not going to give anything here. Then it is going to ask us the version, which is the 1.0.0. Then it's going to ask us a Git repository. If we have a Git repository, then we can provide the Git repository here. Similarly, it's going to add some more information. And when we provide all the informations and then enter, it's going to create a package.json file, which is going to look something similar to this. So I'm not going to do it because we already have it. I just wanted to show you how you can do it. So now you see that npm init is cancelled. I will clear the console. Now, in most of the cases, you must have used the npm install command. So what it actually do is when I write the npm install, it will first take a look on the package.json file, and in the package.json file, it has all the dependencies. So when you hit enter, it is going to install all the dependencies with the latest version that is available on the npm registry, and it will create your node modules folder and add all the dependencies to this node module. So you will see that this is the node module and it will have all the dependencies here. So this command is very useful whenever you want to push your code to the GitHub repository. So usually you have a git ignore file, and in the git ignore file, we ignore the node module package because it's heavy in size and we don't want to upload all the dependencies on the GitHub repository. And whenever you want to set up a local project, you will clone the repository and then you will run the npm install. So that is going to create a node module folder and install all the dependencies in the node module. So that's where the npm install is very useful. The next npm command is the npm install package name. So let's install the nodemon. So you will see that I already have a nodemon here, but I can try to install it again. So it is not going to create any problem. So I will have the npm install and I will have the nodemon. I can give a flag of --save -dev. And this is going to install the nodemon into my dev dependencies. So if we already have a nodemon, let me change and add Axios. So let's use the Axios as --save-dev. And if I hit enter, then you will see that we have the Axios package, which is installed in the dev dependency. So now there is another flag, which is the --save optional. So in that case, what it will happen is, let's install colors. So it's a package that will allow us to have colors in our Node.js console. So for that, I need --save as optional. So I can make use of an optional flag here. So I will have the optional. All right. And now if I hit enter, then you will see that now we are going to have a new object which will be an optional dependencies, and that is going to contain all the optional dependencies. Similarly, you can have no option and no save. All right, so the next I want to show you is that how to use the npm update. So now you will see that we have the different packages installed with different kind of version, and we are going to see later what are these version, what is the meaning of this symbol, and how to upgrade it. So if I want to update all my dependencies to the latest version available in the npm registry based on this constraint, then I can use the npm update. So what I will do is I will simply use the npm update, and then I will hit enter. And let's see what versions get changed. So I see that all the packages version I have are already updated. And if you want to update any specific package, then we can simply use the npm update, and let's update the chalk. So I will do npm update chalk, and I will hit enter. And this is going to update my chalk package. Now, if you want to install a package to a specific version, then I can use npm install. I will have the installed chalk and I can give the version. So let's suppose you're working on a React project and you want a specific version of a React, like the React 17 or React 16, then you can use and you can add the version which you want to use. So this is just an example. Then another thing which I want to show you is the task runner. So what is a task runner is whenever you have this script object, and in this script object, you define your test, you define your start. So if you see here, if I write npm start, then in the background, it's going to fire the node argument.js. And that actually helps us the task runner. So you can run different tasks with the help of npm, and you can define more tasks here. Like if you want to have a watch script, or if you want to have a script that should run on dev environment or on the production environment. Now, the other thing which I want to show you that where does this npm install all the packages? So npm install the packages at two different levels, and it depends on how we install the packages. So let me show you. If I cancel this, and if I type npm install -g, and then I type any package name, so I will have the package name, then in that case with this -g, it's going to install globally. But if we are not using this -g and we just use the npm install, I'm going to install the Lodash. So it's a utility library. So if we have installed the Lodash, then you will see that I have the Lodash here, and it's going to install it locally to the project. So this is the node module, and when we install it without the -g flag, then it's going to install locally to the project. So if we go and scroll, then we see that we have the Lodash here. And if we want to see that what all packages we have installed globally, then we can do that. I will clear the console, and we can write npm root -g, and this is going to give me the path where you installed your packages globally. So it's the user local library node modules. So the next I want to show you with the node package manager that we have installed the Lodash. Now I want to show you that how we can use this package. So what I will do is let's close this and let's go to the index.js. All right, I will just comment this out. We don't want it. And then what I'm going to do here is that if we want to use the package which we have installed locally, I'm going to have the constant underscore, and this will be equals to the require. So you need to use require as we are using the common JS. So here we can use the Lodash. All right, now we have the Lodash, and with this Lodash, I mean, if you don't know about the Lodash, you can go and check the utility library. So it gives us a lot of functions which will help us to perform operations on the arrays and make it easy. So what I'm going to do is I'm have a simple array, and I'm going to have the values as 1, 4, 6, 8. And then what I want is I'm going to have a console log. So let me have the console.log, and I want to divide my complete array into small arrays with a small chunk. So what I will do is I'm going to have underscore, and I will have the dot chunk, and then in the chunk I'm going to pass the array. All right, I will save it, and now let's go and run it. So I will have the node index.js, and I will hit enter, and you will see that we have now arrays with a chunk. All right, if I want a last value, then we can have the last, and it's going to provide us the last value of the array. So this is 8. Now let's understand a case that if you are installing a package and it has an executables. So for that, what we will do is let's install the npm install cow say. So this is a new package which I am installing, and it's npm install cow say. I will hit enter, and this is going to give us some executables in our node modules. So in the node modules, it will have a bin, and all the bin will contain the executables. So if you remember that when you create the React application, you use something like this: create React app, and you give the name of your app. So this npx is actually a node package runner, and it will run the executables. So what I will do is we have the cow say. So here what I can give is I can give npx cow say, and I am learning node.js. And when I hit enter, what this actually package is doing is it will create a cow, and in the cow it will say whatever we are typing. So I would enter, then you will see that we have a cow and I am learning node.js. So this is one way if you want to run your executables which are in the bin folder. Now you can also do the other way, which is that we are going to have a constant. I will have the cow say, and then I will have the require, and in the require I will have the cow say. All right, and then I can make a console log. So let me have a console log, and in the console log what I will have the cow, and what the cow say is I will have the cow say, and then I need to provide some values. I need the text, and text is I am learning npm module, and then we need to provide the eyes and the tongue. So for the eyes I'm going to have 00. All right, and for the tongue I'm going to have u. So let me have the u, and then now let's run it. So if I run this, okay, let me go here and let me have the npm node index.js. I have to save the file, so I will save it, and let's clear the console first and then run it. So you will see that we have the I'm learning npm modules. So this is the other way of using the package. The next thing I want to show you is about the package JSON file. So with the npm, the node package manager, you always have to deal with the package JSON file, and the package JSON file is basically the manifest file which contains all the information related to your project, like what is the name of your project, the version of the project, all the dependencies, whether it's a dev dependency or optional dependency, all production dependencies, about the author, license. So all the information related to your project will be in the package JSON file. So it's basically a manifest file. Along with the package JSON, you also have the package JSON log file. So this package JSON log file is actually a very similar version of a package JSON file, but it contains the dependency versions. So if I go here, if I go to the package JSON file, all right, I will close this, and I will also open the package log. All right, in the package JSON file, if you will see, then we have dependency with a versions. So I have a dependency of .env, and the version I'm using is 1602, and I have a symbol of this caret. So this is the version we are using. Now in the package JSON, it is actually going to have the exact version. So if I go here and if we see, then we have a .env, and I will make a search of this .env, and here you can show that I'm using the latest version, which is the 16.0.2. So package log JSON file will maintain all the dependency and their versions. The next is that if I want to see all the packages that are installed on my project. So I have this project and I want to see all the packages. So I can use the npm list, and this is going to give me all the packages that are installed on my project. So if I want to see all the packages which are installed globally, then I can pass the -g flag, and you will see that on global level I have only 2 packages installed, which is a core pack and the npm itself. Now if I want to see a specific version of any package, then I can use npm view cow say, and I want to have the version of the cow say. Then we will see that we have the version as 1.5.0. So this is how we can get the version of any specific package in the project. If we want to install any older version of the package, then we can make use of a npm install, then we can have a package name, and then we can provide the old version. So this way we can install any older version of the package. And one more thing is if you want to see that what all are versions that are available for a package in the npm registry. So I want to see that what React versions are available. So for that, what I will do is I can use npm view React, and I will have versions. So this is going to give me all the versions for the React that are available. So you will see that these all versions of the React that are available. All right, now let's understand about this semantic versioning. So let me show you some slides to understand the semantic versioning better. All right, so with the semantic versioning, what we do is whenever we install a package, so let's say we are using the Express and I want to install the Express. So I will use npm install Express. When I install it, I will see an entry in my package.json file as a dependencies. And inside the dependencies, I will have the express. And with express, I will also have a caret symbol and I will have a version of it. Now let's understand what this version means. So with the semantic versioning, you have an express installed with 4.18.1. So the first digit, which is 4, it is defined as a major version of the express. The second digit, which is the 18, is defined as a minor version of the express. And the last digit 1, which defines that it's a patch version. So if we have a caret symbol on top of that, then it means that the minor version or the patch version can be changed. So that means if I do an npm update, it will either update it to a minor version, the newer minor version, or a patch version, but it will never update it to the major version, which will become the 5.0.0. And sometimes you will also notice that we have this tilde symbol. Then it means that when you fire the npm update, it will only update if the patch version is available. So these you will see frequently. There are a couple of things like greater than or less than or a range. So in that case, when you update your dependencies, it will update based on the constraint that is added. All right, now let's see if we want to uninstall any dependencies, we can make use of an npm uninstall. So what I will do is I'm going to clear the console and then I will uninstall the Axios. So I will do npm uninstall and I want to uninstall Axios. So this is going to remove the Axios from my package.json file. So we don't have the Axios here. All right. So the next thing I want to show you that now we know that if we install any package like Lodash or Cowsay, and if we want to use it, we can use it with the help of this require. Now let's see what if we want to export a functionality from a Node.js file. So what I will do is I'm going to create a file. So let's go here and I'm going to name the file as car.js. And in the car.js, what I will do first is let's create a constant. I will have the Ford. All right. And here I'm going to give a brand and let's have the brand as Ford. And I'm also going to give a model. So let's have a model as Fiesta. All right. Now I have created this Ford object. And now what I want is I want to export this. So the one way of exporting this is to use the module.exports. And then I'm going to give the car. And now I want to use it in my some file. So let's say I want to use it in my index.js. So I will go to the index.js. I will comment this out. We don't want this now. And here what I will do is I'm going to have a constant. I will create car and this will be coming from require. And let's have the car. I will do a console.log of car. And now let's see what we see. So I'm going to have the node index.js and you see that we get an error, which is the export modules equals to car and car is not defined. All right, so we see that the car is not defined. So let's go in our car.js and we defined car, but we don't know what car is. So let me change this to Ford. All right, I will save it. And now let's go back in our index.js. I have the car and I will try to run it. All right. And now you will see that we have the object, which is a branch as Ford and model as Fiesta. So I'm going to clear this out. All right. And now here you can give any variable which you want. So if I give a variable of Ford, then I can print the Ford. All right. And I will save it. Now, if I run it, then I'm going to get the object. Now, this is one of the way. Now, the other way is to add the exported object as a property of the export. So I will go here and I will just comment this out. All right, let me comment this out. And what I will do is I will have the export dot and I'm going to provide a property here. So let's have a property as data. And to this data, I want to export Ford. This will become exports. I will save it. And now in this case, what we will do is we will have a very similar car and Ford. But here in this case, the Ford will be a object. So if I run it, then you will see that we have an object data and that will contain the object of the Ford. So this is the data and this contains the object of the Ford. So what I will do is I'm going to destructure this. And now if I'm going to run it, then I will see that undefined. And that is because the property name which we added is the data. So we have to destructure the data actually. All right, I will destructure the data. I will add the data here. And now let's give a try. And now you see that we have the branch and the Ford. Now, if we have more than one objects, so let's have another object. I will have the constant Tesla and this will be let's copy this. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to add it here, the branch will be Tesla and the model will be Model 3. And now we can actually export the Ford. We can also export the Tesla. So let me have the Tesla as well. I will save it. And now let's go to the index.js. I have the data. And here I will have the, let's console this data first. So I will clear the, and let's have the Node.js. So now I have a complete object which contains Ford and Tesla. So what we can do here is that I can go back here, and instead of this, what I can do, I can have exports dot Tesla, and I can also make this as exports dot Ford. All right. And then now I don't need this. Now we can make use here. So here I can have the Tesla and I can also have the Ford. All right. And now let's copy this. I will add it here and I will also add it here. So I will have the copy and I will add it here. And I'm going to run this. Then you will see that we have both the objects. There are a couple of ways you can use this. You can export the modules. You can use the exported object as a export property, which is the export dot. You can give the property name. Now, the next thing I want to show you is that how you do a console log of the objects. So if you want to do a console log of the objects, how we can do that? I will go here. And what I will do is I will add the JSON.stringify. And in the JSON.stringify, what I will do is I'm going to first add the object that I want to console log. Then the second value I will give it as null, or you can give the undefined. So you will see that when you hover it on the stringify, you will see what values you can give. You can give null, and the third value you will provide the space which you want. So I'm going to add the space as 2. I will also add it for here. So this is going to beautify the object. So I will have the Ford. I will give undefined this time, and then I will have 2. I will save it. Now let's give a try. So I'm going to run it, and you will see that we have the beautify objects. So this way the JSON.stringify can actually help to console log the objects and add the beautification on that. All right. So we can also change this to 3. Let me change this and let's run it again. Then you will see that we have a little bit different indentation. So it provides the space to the objects. So that's all I have in this video. So in this video, we covered the very important NPM, which is the Node Package Manager tool, how we can use it in building the React application and manage all the dependencies. The second thing is that how we expose functionality in the Node.js files, either by using the module export or adding the object to the exports property. And the last one was how to console log the objects. Alright guys, so we will start with how to handle the errors in Node.js, and usually errors in Node.js are handled through exceptions. So we throw an exceptions with the keyword throw. So there are 4 different ways you can handle the error, and let's see each of them one by one. So I will start with first creating a file. So I will create a file and I will name it as error.js. And the first way to create is using the error object. So let's see how we can have the exceptions using the error object. So what I will do is I will simply have an error. All right. And this error you can create with a error object. So I will have the new error, and inside this I can write whatever I want. So I will write something went wrong. I will save it, and now let's run this. So I will do node error.js and I will hit enter. All right. And when I hit enter, we don't see anything. And that is because we created an error object, but we did not throw that error object. Or otherwise, what we can do is we can also check with the help of console.log. And in the console.log, I can use this error.stack. All right. And I can also use the error.message. So first, let's try and check the error.stack. So when I throw it, you will see that we have the error stack, we have the error object, and we have something went wrong. And this is the complete stack of our code. We can also use, if you only want to see the message, we can use the error.message. And this is only going to show the error message, which is something went wrong. So if I run it, then you will see that we have this something went wrong. For that, let's comment this out and let's run it again. So I will clear the console and then I will run. You will see that we have something went wrong. We can also use with the help of throw. So if we want to have an exception, then we need to throw that exception, and to use that we use a throw keyword. So what I will do is I'm going to comment this out, and instead of this I can use throw. So let's have a new one. So what I will do, I will have throw, and then I will throw the new error object, and inside that I will write something I am error object. All right, I will save it. And now if we run it, then we see that we have a error, which is IAM error object and the stack. And we found that this error occurred at line number 5. So this is one way you can throw the error, or you can handle the error using the exception and use the error object. But what if you want a custom error object? So for that, what we can do is we can actually extend the error object. And what I will do is I'm going to create a custom error.js. And in the custom error.js, what I will do is I will have a class. I will write custom error, and this class will extend the error class. So we have it, and now we can simply have a constructor. I will type the message. So whatever message we are going to pass it, we are going to get that message. I will have the super, and I will add the message. Now we can export it. So we have already seen in the previous video how we can use the module export. So what I will do is I'm going to use the module.exports, and this I want to export the custom error. Now instead of the error object, what we can do is we can import the custom error. So I will write the constant custom error, and this will be equals to require, and then I will have the / custom error. Now we have this custom error reference, and now we can make use of it. So what I will do is I will simply have throw custom error. So we have to create a new instance. So I will have the new keyword, and then we can have that this is a custom error object. I will save it, and let's comment this out. Otherwise, we're going to see two different errors. So now I will run it, and here you will see that we have the custom error. Now this custom error can be a bad request validation, or authorization failure, or forbidden. So you can have any of that. So this is one way. The next thing which I want to show you, the other way which we will use, is the try and catch. So we will handle the exception using try and catch. All right, try and catch. And now with this, what I'm going to do is let's write some code. So I will have try, and I will call some function. So let's have a do something function here. Right now we don't have the definition of this function. So let's have a catch, and inside the catch you will have the error object. And then I will write here console.log. I will type error occurred, and let's see what we have in the error as well. So I'm going to type E as well. Let's save and let's try. So I will have a clear, and now when I try to run it, you will see that we get an error, which is the error occurred. And the error occurred has a reference error, which is that do something is not defined, which is obvious. We did not define the do something. Now let's define this do something function. So what I will do is I will have a function do something, and this will be having a constant. I will have the data, which is equals to the fetch, or we don't do anything like that. First, what we will do is we are simply going to have a console log. So let's have a console.log, and I am from do function. All right, I will save it. And now if we try to run it, then we are not going to see the exception. So if I run it, then we see that I am from the do function, or maybe do something function. So I will change this to do something function. But now in case you have the do something, but still that do something, when you call the do something, you get an exception. And if we want to generate a exception, what I can do is I can create a constant data, and I can use the fetch API. And inside the fetch API, I will simply have the localhost 3000/API. And in some cases, it may happen that when you make an API call and there is a network failure, or you did not get the data properly, in that case, what you can do is you need to throw an exception to the users. And that's where you will be able to use this try and catch. So here what I will do is I have something issue with my URL, which I'm trying to call in the fetch. And now if I try it, then you will see that we have an error occurred, and that is that fetch is not defined. Now the next way is that sometimes you are not able to handle all the exceptions, and you have some uncaught exceptions which you are not able to caught it. So for that, what we can do is let's comment this out. And the third one which I want to show you is the uncaught exceptions. So let's have the uncaught exception. So for this uncaught exception, we can make use of a process, which is a core Node.js module. So what I will do, I will write the process.on, and here we can have the uncaught exception. So I will write the uncaught exception, and we will have the error. All right, this will be an arrow function, and we can write here the console.log. There was an uncaught exception, and we can add the error here, and we can also use that once we get the uncaught exception, we want to exit the flow of the code. So for that, we can do the process dot exit. All right, and we can have the exit one. I will save it, and now let's run it. So I will clear the console first, and let's run it. So if I run it, you won't see anything, and that is because we are not doing here anything. We have the do something function, but we are not calling it. So what I will do is I will call the do something function here. I will save it, and now let's give a try. And here you will see that we have an uncaught exception. So this time we did not caught the exception with the help of try and catch. So that's where we have added an uncaught exception. If you don't catch any of the exception in your code, then it will fall by default to the uncaught exception. The next we can do is we can use the exception with promises. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to comment this out, and I'm going to have here exceptions with promises. So we can use the promise here. So let's create a promise. I will have a promise, and this will be equals to the new promise. So let's create a new promise, and this is going to have two methods, which is resolve and reject. All right, this is going to be an arrow function, and here I can type that if let's minimize this, and here I will have that if it's false, then in that case I want to reject it. So let's have a resolve, and I'm going to call do something here, and if it's not resolved, then it will be rejected. Since we have if as false, then in that case also I will have do something here. All right, I will save it. I will have an else here, and I will put this part in the else. All right, I will save it. And now if we want to run the promise, what we can do is we can use the promise dot then. All right, and inside the then we will have the value, and here we can type the console.log, and we can have the value here. This will become console.log, and we print the value. So if you don't know about promises, well, then I have a complete tutorial on it. You can click on the card above and jump to it directly. And in this case, if we want to catch the error, we can also have a catch. So let me have a catch here, and this will have an error. We have the arrow function, and we will do the console.log, and we can have the error occurred, and we can also log the console error object. So let's have the error. All right, let's save it and let's give a try. So what I will do is I'm going to remove this. We don't want it here. I will save it, and I will run the application. So I have the node error.js, and this is false. That means it's going to go to the reject, and when it goes to the reject, it's going to call the do something. And when we call the do something, we are going to have an issue here because fetch is not defined, and then it will directly fall into the error. So let's try and run it, and now we see that we have an error occurred, and the reference that fetch is not defined. So if we want to make this as true, so let's make it true. And when this is true, we don't have this. We are going to log I am from do something function. And now let's give a try. So I will clear the console. So let's clear the console first. And now I will try. Then in that case, you will see that we have an error still, and it says that error occurred. And we should not see the error because we have the do something and we have misspelled this something. I will save it, and now let's run it again. So in this case, you see that I am from do something function, which is this one, and we don't see anything here. And that is because we are not returning anything from here. So what I can do here is that I can have constant data, and I can have this same data. So I will have the same data, and I can add the data here, and then we can return this data. So let's have a return data. And now this time, if I try to run it, then we see that we have I am from do something function, this one, and then we return this data, which we are printing it in the value. So this is also one of the way where you can use the promises, and inside the promises how you can handle the exceptions. The last one in the error handling in Node.js is the async await. So how we can do when we are using the async await. So what I will do is I'm going to write here exception with async and await. So let's see an example. So what I'm going to do is I will just comment this out. We don't want this, so I will also comment this one. All right, and then here I'm going to write a async function. So let's have a constant some function. All right, this will be an arrow function. So I will have an arrow function, and here what I will do is I'm going to use try, and inside the try I will do an await for do something, and since we are using async await, so I have to make this as an async. And if everything goes well, then we will have the try, but if there is an error, we will catch the error. So let me have the error, and here I can have the console.error. I can write the console.error, or I can also use the throw custom error, and then I can have the error.message. All right, I will save it. And now let's call this function some function. So I'm going to call the function here. Now let's give a try. I'm going to clear the console and I will run the application, and you see that we have IAM from something. But in case if this function do something is having some error, so let's go and make an error here. So I'm going to comment this out and let's show this. And now if I run it, then we are going to see an error, which is throw custom error. And we see that we have made a mistake. So it should be a new keyword because we want to instantiate the custom error. So let's clear the console and let's run it again. So now you will see that we have a custom error and we have the fetch is not defined. So these are different ways you can handle the error in Node.js with the help of exception, and that is with the error object. You can have a custom error. You can also handle the exceptions using try and catch. Then you can use the uncaught exception. If we have not catched the exception, then it will fall under the uncaught exception. Then we can see exceptions in promises, and in the end we see how we can handle the exceptions with async await. All right, so the next part of the video is how we can manipulate files in Node.js. So we are going to explore the file system module of Node.js. So let's go and let's first check the documentation. So I'm going to go here and let's go to the documentation, and if I search for a file system, then we should be able to see something, and this is the file system. So we are going to explore how we can use the Node.js file system. And the other thing is, which is very similar for this file system, is the path. So path is also a core module and is used to manage the path of the files. So this is the other module which we are going to explore in this video. All right, so now let's jump to the example and let's see how we can use the file system and the path in order to manipulate the files, like reading and writing from the files or renaming the files. All right, so to start with the path and the file system module, what we are going to do is I'm going to create a folder here. So let me create a folder and I will have the files, and I'm going to create 2 sample files so that we can manipulate them. So I'm going to create a sample.txt, and then I'm going to create one more, which is a text.txt. And in the sample.txt, let's have some sample content, and I'm going to add here, this is Node.js tutorial series for beginners. All right, I will save it. And for the text.txt, I'm not going to put anything. And let's create an index.js file. So I'm going to close everything and I'm going to create an index.js. So I will have the index.js. And now in the index.js, what we are going to do is first let's explore the path module, because we are going to use the path module in our file systems as well. So I'm going to create a constant, and we have a path module which will be require, and we will have the path. And now to explore what actually this path module is helpful, what we can do is I'm going to create a constant file path. And now what we want is we need a path of any of the files. So I'm going to go to the sample, let's copy the path, and I'm going to add the path here. Now if we see, the path of our file is that users, the page malware, documents, code, Node.js crash course, files, and sample.txt. And now with the path module, what we can get is we can get the directory name, we can also get the file base name, and we can get the extension of the file. So what I will do is let's first have the directory name, then we will see how we get the base name, and then we are going to see how we get the extension of the file. So here I will have a console.log, and we can do path dot directory name, and we can add the file path here. I will save it. Let's see how we can do the console log of base name. So I'm going to have the path dot base name, and I'm going to add the file path. So we have the file path. I made some mistake here. And then similarly, if we want the extension, we can use the ext name. So let's have this, and we can have the ext name. I will run it and we'll see what is the output of all these three. So I'm going to clear the console and let's run the index.js. So I will have the index.js, and here we can see what we get. So if I increase my screen size, then we see that the first console is the directory name. So the name of the directory is still users till the files. So now we can see that the first console is the directory name. So the directory name of our file sample.txt is files. So we get the complete path of it till the directory. The second one was the base name, which is the file name, and this is the sample.txt. And third one is just the extension. So we don't see the third console. So let's run it again. And here we will see that we have the third console as .txt. So in this way, we get the directory name, base name of a file, and the extension of the file. Now there are two other things which I want to show is that we can also do a console.log of __ dir name, and this is going to give us a directory name of with respect to our project. And we also have a __ file name. So let's change this and we can have the file name here. Let's run it. So here you will see that we get the dir name as the directory of our project. So and in the file name we get the name of the file which is we are running this application, which is the index.js. So these two also we can make use whenever we actually use the file manipulation. And one more thing which I want to show is the path.join. We can also join the path. So let's comment this out. We don't want them, and we can see how we can use the path.join. So what I will do is I will have the console.log, and then I can use the path.join, and here we can actually join the path. So let's have a path.directory name first, then I'm going to give the file path. All right, and once I have this, what I will do is I want to give a file name. So let's create a simple file name, a sample file, and this will be a sample.txt, and we want to join them. So what I can do is I can here write as sample file name. I will save it and let's give a try. So we see that we have a space here, and that is because we created a join, and so we have to remove this from here, and then let's add it here. And now if we run it, so let's clear the console. So I'm going to clear the console, and now if we run it, then we see that we have the complete path join. All right, so this were some of the useful methods of the path module which we are going to use for the file system as well. Now let's start with the file system module. So what I will do is I'm going to comment this out. We don't want them. And here what we will do is I'm going to have a constant fs, which stands for the file system, and I'm going to use the require, and here I will have the fs. All right, and now let's do a simple console log and see what all methods we have on this file system module. So I will do a console log and let's run this. Now you will see that there's a lot of methods like rename the file, you will have the read, you will have the read sync, you will have the write, and there's a lot of things. You can change the permissions with the ch mode, or you can make the directory. We are going to see how we can write into the file and how we can read into the file. So there are a couple of ways you can read data from the file. Let's start with the first one. So what I'm going to do is I will have reading from a file, and we have the fs.read file, and then we need to specify the file path. So let's have the file path here, and then what we can do is whenever we have this, it's give a callback, which is an error object and the data that we are going to read. Then I can simply have a console.log of the data. All right, but if in case of an error, we have to throw an error. So let's have an if there is an error, we are going to throw an error. So I'm going to use the error object, and I will write something went wrong. Now we can run this. So I'm going to save and let's run the application. So I will first clear the console and let's run the application, and you will see that when we run the application, we see some buffer. So now to change this into a readable text, what we can do is either we can use the .toString here. Now if I run it, then we will be able to see that this is Node.js tutorial series for beginners. And there is other way also. You can also use the character encoding. So what I can do is I can here pass the UTF-8 character encoding. All right, and now if I run it, then you will see that this is Node.js tutorial series for beginners. Now this way of read line is the asynchronous way of using the read file. Now if we want to do it in synchronous version, then what we can do is we can make use of an fs.read file sync, and we can pass the file path, and we can also pass the character encoding. But now since we don't want to use the file path, I want to show you how you can use the path module here. So what we can do is we can have path.join, and then we can use the dir name, and this dir name is going to give us the directory of this node.js, and inside this directory what we have is we have the files directory, and inside the files directory I want to use the sample.txt, which is the file name. So this is a better version of using the file path and not using the whole path. We can use this, and since it's the synchronous function, it is going to return us the data. So we are going to have the data here. Let's wrap this in a try catch block. So I'm going to have a try, I'm going to have a catch, which is going to have an error. All right, and then I can simply write a console.log of the error, and I will take this, cut it, and then I will add it in the catch block. I can also use the console.log, and I can log the data. I will save it. And now if we give a try, then we see that we have a buffer. But now you will see that since if we see the execution flow, first we have this file read, and then we have this file read swing. But since this is an asynchronous, it will make a call and the execution will go on to this. And once this is completely executed, because this is going to be in a blocking nature, once this is completely executed, the callback function will run and we get the data. So that's why you see this being printed first, and then we have the data on this. Now here we can also add the character encoding. So if we want to add the character encoding, we can go here and we can add the UTF-8. So I will select the UTF-8. All right, I will save it and let's run. Then we see that we have, this is Node.js tutorial series for beginners. So this is the asynchronous way of doing. This is a synchronous way of doing. Now there is a third way to read the file, which is a file system promises. So what I will do is I will have an fs promise. All right, and then I will write the require, and this is going to take the fs dot promise. Now we can use this fs promise object to do the read of the file. So what I will do is I will write a new try block, and I'm going to have a constant data is equals to fs promise, and I will just wrap this in a function. So I'm going to have a file reading function, which is equals to, this will be an async function. So I will have an arrow function, and inside that I'm going to use this, and I will have the await here. All right, so let's have an await, and then fs promise dot read file. So we can have a read file, and then inside this read file, I can either use the file path or I can also use the path in this format. So let's use a file path for now. So I will have the file path, and then I need to pass the encoding. All right, the encoding is the UTF-8. Now we have the data, and then now we can do the console.log of that data. So let's have a console log of the data, and if it's an error, then we can throw the error. So let me add the error block here. Now we need to call this file reading. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to call the file reading. Now just for the sake of simplicity, I'm going to comment this out so we don't print multiple times, and I will comment this out as well. Now let's give it a try. So I'm going to run the application, and I see that we have a Node.js tutorial. So just for the distinguish, I will do is here as fs promises. All right, and I will run it again. Then we see that we have the fs promises and we can read it. Now what we can do is, now let's see on the right how we can write the file. So the one way you can do is, obviously you can use the read file. You have a very similar write file which will have a callback, and then you also have a write file sync. So let's quickly check the example. So I'm going to copy this, and I will come here. I will write writing into file. I will save this, and then I will paste it, and instead of the read file we have the write file this time. So I will have the write file. All right, we need to give the path of the file which we want to write. So I'm going to write it in this file, the text.txt. Right now there's nothing in this file, so we are going to write some information here. So let's have a file path. So I'm going to create a constant. I will have the text file, and then this will be equals to, so what I can do is I can have here path dot join. So let's have a path dot join. I will take the dir name. So I will have the directory name. All right, then we are going to have the files folder, and then we are going to have the text.txt. All right, now we have the path. Now we are also going to create a constant for the content which I want to write in this file. So I'm going to write, I love this Node.js tutorial series. So this is the content we want to write into the file. So what we will do is, first we have to specify the file where we want to write. So I'm going to have the text file here, and then this is going to have an error, and this will not have any data because it's not going to return anything. We are going to pass the data here. So I will have the content here. Now it will throw an error if something is wrong while writing into the file, and we will have the data here. So what I will do is I'm going to write here write operation completed successfully. So we will have this log once the write operation is done successfully. So now what we are going to do is, let's go and let's try it. So I will just clear the console first so that we see a clean console. So let's clear it out, and now let's run the application. Now you will see that we have the fs promise because we are still calling this file reading function, but we have a write operation completed successfully. That means the content, I love this Node.js tutorial series, is now actually returned into the content. So if I go and check, then you will see that we have the content in our file. Now very similar, we have the write file sync, which is a synchronous version of writing into a file. So I think we don't need to cover that. You can easily try this one. We have a very similar one, this, and you can just change this to write file sync. But the interesting one will be that if I write this content in the file, and after writing I want to read the same content. So for that, what I can do is I will come here. All right, and now I'm going to read it from here. So if I want to read it, what I will do is I will have fs dot read file. I need to specify the file name. All right, I need to specify the character encoding, and then this is going to give me an error and the data. And then here I will have the console.log of the data. I will save it, and we can have an if there is any error, then we just have to throw the error, and I will have the new error, and I will write the error here. All right, now you will see that we have a callback function inside one more callback. So first we do the write operation, and then we do the read operation. So if I want to go and check, for that what I will do is I'm going to remove this because otherwise it's going to write twice in the same file. Now if I run it, then we get an error because we did a mistake. Okay, we will just fix it. Let's clear the console and let's run it again. Then you will see that we have write operation completed successfully, and then I was able to read it. But since now if you want to do multiple operations, like you read a file, then you write a file, and then you append a file, then in this case this will become very tedious because you will have a lot of callbacks. So a better approach is to use the fs promises. So let's rewrite this in the same way in the fs promise. So what I will do here is that constant writing in file. All right, this will be an arrow function, and then what we can do is I will have the fs promise dot write file, and here what I want to write is, first I will give the file name. So let's have the file name text file, then I'm going to pass the content which I want to write into the file. And now when I have this, what I want to do is I will make this as async, and let's have an await here. We have the async await, and then after that what I will do is I want to append the file. So I will write some data into it, and then I'm going to append the file. So let's have an append function here. So I will have the fs promises, and simply the same way, we have a read file, we have a write file. If we want to append the file, then we can use the append file. So here I'm going to do the append file, and it is going to add the text in the end of the file. So here what I will do is I'm going to have the same file name, so text file, and then we need to provide the content. So I will have /n. This is file appender. I will save it, and once we do all this thing, I want to read the data. So I will have a data, I will have the fs promise, and then I will have the read file. I will read the file as text file. Then here I can do the console.log. So we will take all this into a try catch block so that in case of an error, we can catch the error. So I will have a try block. Inside the try block, I'm going to cut this. I'm going to add this here. Then we can have a catch, and we can have the error. And then let's do a console log of the error. So I'm going to have the error here. I will save it. Now you will see that this one, it's more neat and clean. So I have to add an await here as compared to this async way of using the callbacks. So it's always recommended that we use the FS promises because it's more cleaner way and it's easy to read. So now let's comment this out. We are not interested in this. And if we go here, then we see that we have some information here. So I'm going to remove this as well. Now I will clear the console and now let's try. So I will hit enter and we see that we have only one information, which is the FS promises, and which is this one. And that is the reason because we did not call this function. So let's call this function first. So I will call this function here. All right, so now we also need to print this. Once we read the data, we need to print that data. So I will have a console.log and let's print the data. I will save it. Now let's give a try. So what I will do is I'm going to run the node index.js. And here you will see that we have FS promises. We also read the information. That means we have already returned the content in the text file and we also appended the file. So if we go here, we see that I love this Node.js series. And then we have this is the file appender. So this is because of this file append. So what I will do is I will just do a to string. All right, I will save it. And now let's give a try. Then you will see that we have I love this Node.js tutorial series, and then this is the file appender. Now, if you don't want to append the file and you want to write something at the end of the file, so in that case, what I can do is I will just comment this out. And here, while writing the file, so what I will do is I have this two file and I want to add more information after this. So in this case, what I will do is I'm going to add a flag here and I will just change the content that /n, and here I will write it's awesome. And now what I will do is I'm going to add a flag here and I will give the flag as a plus. So this is going to take my position of the head at the last of the content. So it will go and it will place it in the end, and then we can write whatever we want to write it. So I will save it and let's give a try. So I will run this and now you will see that we have I love this Node.js tutorial series. This is file appender and it's awesome. And because of this a plus flag, we can actually take the head position at the end of the file. Now, the last one I want to show you is how you can rename the file. So if I want to rename this file, instead of this text, what I want is I want to rename this file. So in that case, what I can do is let's add it here. So I will rename the file first and then I will read it from the file. So I will have the await here and then I will have the fs.promises.rename. So we can use the rename and then we can give the path. So the first path which I want to give is the text file, and then the new file name which I want to give is, let's give a new file name. I will have the path.join first. So let's have the path.join. Then I will give the dir name. I will give my files folder. And the new file name which I want to give is new text. So I will have the new text.text. I will save it. All right. And once I have this, after giving a new name, I want to read it from the new name. So I will copy this and I will add it here. I will save it. And what I want to append is I want to say that we have given new name to the file. I will save it. Now let's give a try. So I'm going to run this and you will see that I love this Node.js tutorial series. This is file appender. Awesome. We have added a new text, which is we have given a new file. And then in the end, we have read this complete file. Now, if we go here and check, then we will see that we have the new name of the file.
All right, guys. So first we will try to understand what this synchronous code is and how this synchronous code execution happens. So I'm just going to write some console.log and I'm going to do task 1. All right, and I will copy this. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to do here task 2 and task 3. And if I save this, then we will see that the execution will happen sequentially. So first the task 1 will be logged and then task 2 and then task 3, and that is very obvious. So this is the synchronous execution of the code. One code is executed after line by line, but there are some of the tasks which you see that actually blocks your execution, and such tasks are like if you want to call an API and you never know that how much time the API going to take to respond you back. And in such cases, the execution of the code will stop there itself until you get the data back from the server. And there you can see that there is a blocking code because the execution will halt until you get the response back from the server. So let me create an example which actually shows us the blocking code. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to write a console.log, and I'm going to log here start operation. All right, and then I'm going to write a function sleep, and it's going to take an argument milliseconds, and then I'm going to create a variable start time, and it's going to take the current time. So I'm going to do get time. All right, and then I'm going to create a while loop here. So that while loop will be taking the new date dot get time. All right, and if this time is less than the start time plus the milliseconds which I am going to pass into my function, so I will add that millisecond. And before adding this, what I want, I need to have one more console log here. So I'm going to add a console log here, and I will write here operation is running. All right, and then inside this, I'm going to console dot log in progress, and the last I'm going to console here operation is done. All right, and once this operation is done, then we will do something. So let me console here that do thing else. All right, so now let me walk through this code what actually we are trying to do. Let me call the sleep here. So I'm going to call the sleep here, and I'm going to pass 1000 milliseconds, which will be the 1 second. So what actually we are going to do here is we are trying to create a delay of execution of our code. So what is going to happen? First, it's going to log the start operation, and then the function sleep will be called. When this function will be called, we are actually taking the time of that part, and after the time this operation is running will get executed, and then this is going to be in a while loop until this condition is satisfied. The execution of the code, which is this console, and the last console, is going to get blocked. And the execution, once done, then only the execution of the other code will happen. So let me show you if I save this. So now if I start, you can see that first we have the start operation, then operation is running, and then it's trying to execute this condition, and it is going to block my execution of the rest of the code until this condition is satisfied. And this is called the synchronous programming, where your code gets blocked until it's get executed, and then the remaining code will get executed. So this is the blocking code. So this can be sometime lead into a bad user experience, because when you do a synchronous code, you cannot write a performant application. Let's understand this with some slides. So when the synchronous code execution happens, what is actually happening under the hood? So under the hood, the JavaScript runtime engine consists of two parts. The first part is the heap, where the memory allocation happens, and the second part is the call stack, which is a single thread which the JavaScript browser has to in order to execute the JavaScript code. So in the call stack, you will see that there will be a global execution context, which is, you can say, as a main method. And we are going to take the same example which we saw in our Visual Studio code. So you can see that we have the same example here, and the code execution will happen line by line, starting from the first console log, which is the start operation. So the start operation is now coming into the call stack, and then in the call stack, once it get executed, we are going to see it on the console browser. Once it is done, the next step happens is the function call of sleep method. And when the sleep method comes into the call stack, it's going to call the function sleep. And inside the function sleep, we can see that we have a console log, which is the operation is running. So in the next step, what will happen? There will be another stack will be added on the sleep, and that will be the console log operation is running. Once this console log is printed on the console, the next execution will happen for the while condition. So the while condition, it's going to halt our execution until this condition is satisfied. That means the rest of the code execution will be blocked here. So once the condition is satisfied, you will see that the console log in progress is now in the call stack. And once the in progress is logged into the console, the next execution will happen of the operation is done, and that will come into the call stack. And once this is executed, we will see on the console log, and now our sleep method is executed completely, so it will be removed out of the call stack. And in the end, we will have a console log which says do something else, that will get executed, and we'll see it on the console browser. So this is the sequence which we actually saw in our console when we executed the code in the Visual Studio Code. So let's go back to the Visual Studio Code, and then let's try to convert this synchronous code into an asynchronous, and then let's see how actually the JavaScript engine will handle the asynchronous task, because it only has a single thread which is the call stack. Then how it's going to handle these async tasks, and how it's going to make our code into a non-blocking code execution. So let's get back to the Visual Studio. So now we can see that the same sequence is console in the browser. Now let's try to convert this synchronous code into an asynchronous. I'm just going to remove this part, and I will also remove this as well. And what I'm going to add here, I'm going to add a set timeout function which get executed asynchronously. So I'm going to write a set timeout, and the set timeout function actually accepts another function as an argument, and that function is known as the callback. We are not actually going into the deeper part of callback, promises, async, await, which are the way you execute your code in an asynchronous manner. We will be seeing these in the coming videos, but now let's just focus how this execution happens and how this asynchronous task is handled. So I'm going to write a arrow function here, and that arrow function is going to do a console.log, and now I will just shift this console here, and this execution will happen with some milliseconds or with some delay, which we are going to pass from our sleep function. All right, and now if I save this function, the execution, I just want you to think for some seconds that how this execution sequence will happen. We obviously know that the first execution will be the start operations, then the sleep method will be called, and once the sleep method is called, the browser will execute the console log operation is running, and after that it comes to the set timeout. But this is going to be an asynchronous execution. It will not wait for the 1 second in order to finish this execution of the set timeout. It will just go on to the next statement, which is the console log do something else. And once this is printed, so now if I save it, then you will see that first the start operation happens, then operation is running, and then do something else, and once it is get executed, it actually prints the operation is done. So this is in an asynchronous manner, so it is not waiting for a set timeout to get executed and then goes to the next statement, unlike what we saw in the synchronous, where it actually blocks your execution flow until the condition was matched. So that's the difference between the async and asynchronous. Now let's see actually how this asynchronous thing happens in a single thread, because we only have a call stack. So let me get back to the slides. Alright, so now we are back into our slides, and we have the same example which we just saw in our Visual Studio Code, and we have very simple structure. We have a call stack, we have a browser console. So the first thing happens is the start operations comes into the call stack, and after that it gets executed. The sleep method is called. Now the sleep method is in our call stack, and after that the console log operation is running, is coming into the call stack, and once this get executed, it gets printed on the console, and then we have the set timeout, and here the CB refers to the callback function which we pass the arrow function. 1000 is the milliseconds we passed. So what happens actually, the call stack immediately, as soon as it sees that a set timeout is in the call stack, it will just pop out the set timeout, and it actually gives this set timeout to the web API. So the browser already have this web API, a separate thread which is actually going to execute your async async functions like set timeout, set interval, or event listener. So all such callback events or the functions, whenever they enter to a call stack, the call stack actually sends them to a web API for a separate execution thread. So here we can see that the set timeout is in the web API, and next what is going to happen, the do something else will get into the call stack, and once it is printed on the browser, the web API what is going to do is set timeout function will register itself into an event table in the web API. And once it is registered into the event table, the next thing is going to happen is the event table will put this callback function into a task queue. So all the callback functions like the set timeout, set interval, add event listener, or ajax call, so all such asynchronous tasks has a callback function, and that callback function is passed to the task queue. Once it is passed to the task queue, it will wait for the call stack to get empty and all execution gets finished. Now we can see that the call stack is empty. What is going to do? There is a thing called event loop. So all the events from the task queue are now passed to the call stack, and now our execution of the callback function is done by the call stack, and we get printed the operation is done. So this is how the under the hood the async execution happens, because call stack is a single thread, and on a single thread we cannot perform the async task. So that's how we saw how the asynchronous execution happens in JavaScript. So let me get back to the Visual Studio Code. All right, and this is what the sequence we actually saw when our execution happened by the JavaScript runtime. We saw first start operation, then operation is running, do something else, and then we got the operation is done. So that's all we have. We know that how the execution is happening in JavaScript and how JavaScript handles the asynchronous task with a single thread. And I saw a lot of developers, whenever you just ask them is JavaScript a synchronous or an asynchronous, they promptly will answer me that it's an asynchronous. But no, JavaScript is actually a synchronous single threaded language, but you can handle the async task using callback, promises, async await, which we are going to see in the next videos. Alright guys, so let's understand what is this callback function. We know that there are regular functions which we usually write in our code, but then what is this special function which is called as a callback function? So a callback function is a function which is passed as an argument into another function, and the other function will execute this callback function at later point of time. So whenever I say a callback function, most of the JavaScript developers they think that we are talking about the asynchronous task, but that's not the case, because callback by themselves are not asynchronous. They are synchronous in nature, and let me show you that with an example. So what I'm going to do, I'm simply going to write a function async task. All right, and we are going to pass another function which I'm going to represent as cb as callback, and then I'm going to call this callback function at later point of time. Now the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to call this function, and while calling this function I need to pass a function as a callback. So I'm going to do a arrow function, and I'm going to do a console dot log, and I'm going to pass name. All right, and then I'm going to define the name here as Dipesh. All right, before I save it, I want to do some more console log here. So I'm going to do console dot log task start. All right, and I will be adding one more console log here, which will be task running, and the third one I want to do is task end. And before I do this, let me write the page here directly. Okay, and if I save it now, then you will see that it's very obvious. First we are going to console the task start, then the console will happen for the task running, and then the console will happen for the page, and then the task end. But there's no asynchronous part here. Everything is happening in a synchronous mode. All right, the next thing what I'm going to do is now I'm going to change this the page to name. And as we know that a lot of people think that callback is an asynchronous, but now if I save it, I want you to think that what will be the execution. Is the execution will still be the same or not? And if I save it, then you will see that I'm getting an error. And why is this so? Because callback are asynchronous, and then why it is giving me an error, why it's not able to find the name here. And that is because because callback themselves are not asynchronous. They are synchronous in nature. We have to make this callback function into synchronous mode so that the complete JavaScript file is compiled first and all the variables are allocated to the memory, and then our callback function is called. So in order to change this function into a callback function, we need to use something like set timeout. So let me use a set timeout here. So I'm going to use a set timeout. All right. And this set timeout is going to take two arguments. One will be the callback itself, and another I'm going to add a 0 second. So this 0 second is a very small amount of time, 0.000 something. I just need to add some time, so I'm adding it 0. And now if I save it, then our function will get executed properly. And now you will see that this callback function is taken out from the execution flow, and then the complete JS file is compiled. All the variables have been allocated into the memory, and then my callback function is called. So in this way, you actually convert your callback function into an asynchronous execution. There are other ways also doing this. You can also use promises. You can use async await if you want to do a async execution task, but let's keep them aside. Let's focus more on this callback. The another thing I want to show you is what is a good way of handling the errors on callback. So there's no specific standard of handling the errors, or there's no a specific way of writing it. But when Node.js came out, we usually started writing the error as the first argument in the callback. And let me show you what is that. So I'm just going to remove this, and I will also remove this and this. And the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add the arguments in my callback function. So the first argument is the error, and the second argument is the data. All right, and let me add this. All right, and now the next thing we can do is if we have an error, then we can just simply throw the error. Else what we can do, we can just console log the data, which is we are getting as a data here. So that's it. I mean, the callback function will always have the error as the first argument and the data in the next argument. So that's how, I mean, you can remember that when you use a callback, you will always get the error as the first argument and you get the data. That's how from the Node.js it started, that this is called the error first callback. So now if I want to pass this error, so what I'm going to do is I will just create a function in my set timeout. So I created an arrow function and it will still be the same. And now when I call my callback function, there is an error. I can pass the error, and this error will be taken as the first argument. Now, if I save it, then you will see that I get an error in my console. But if you don't have an error and you need to have a data, you have a data, then your first argument will be passed as null because you don't have an error. And your second argument will be your data. This is the data from server. And if I save it, then you will be able to see that now I can see the data. So I mean, this is one of the standard way, usual practice to handle the errors on the callback. We use callback functions very frequently while writing a Node.js application. The other thing I want to show you is now what is this callback hell? So we know the callback, we know the callback functions, how it happens in the asynchronous mode, but what is this callback hell actually? So this callback hell is a very interesting topic which gives you an idea about our understanding with the async callback functions. So if we are using the callback functions and they are executing in an asynchronous mode, but you have that your logic of sequences should be executed one after the another in a sequential way, then how you're going to achieve this? So if this code execution was a synchronous mode, let me show you with an example. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to write a new function called make API call, and this is going to accept a callback. All right, and then I'm going to use the same timeout function, and it will be an arrow function, will be executed in 0 seconds, and I'm just going to do a console.log. This is async task execution. All right, so now the thing is that once my callback function is get executed, I need to make another call. So in general, you can think about that in real projects. We have a lot of scenarios where we actually make an API call, and then once we get the data back from the API call, we need to make another API call. And how this, if this is in a synchronous mode, then it will be a very easy. So we just need to have, like, we will be having log this. So all this will happen in a very sequential way. So the first line number 12 will get executed, then line number 13, then 14, and 15. So it was very easy if the code execution was in a synchronous mode. But if the code execution is an asynchronous mode, then what we will do, we are first going to call a make API call, all right, and this is going to take a arrow function, all right. I'm just going to give an empty arrow function just for the reference. And now once this callback function is called, I need to make an another API call. So what I'm going to do, I need to make an another API call, all right. And once my second API call is get executed, I need to perform some other tasks. So let me perform an async task here. So I'm going to write an async task which I want to be in an asynchronous mode. And once it is done, I need to make an another task. I need to make an another task, and this way this nesting happens. And when you have a multiple nested callbacks, it results into a callback hell. And why is it so we call it as callback hell? Because now you can see that it's a very nasty code syntax. I mean, you need to remember that this syntax get close here, this syntax get close here, this syntax get close here. So I mean, in the mind you need to remember a lot of sequence, and it's not that much readable. So what we are doing here is that we are doing an asynchronous execution call with a chaining of callbacks, and then we end up with the nesty syntax of the nesting of callback functions, and which is very hard to understand and readable, and this is called the callback hell. So in order to do these type of executions, or in order to do these type of logical or chaining of the callback or chaining of the asynchronous tasks, then we use usually promises or async await, which actually have a more better way of writing the code and way simpler to understand. So I guess that's all we had for this callback and the callback hell. I hope you understand this core nature of this callback and callback hell, how they works, and how we convert a callback function into an async execution. Alright guys, before we jump into code, I just want to explain you what are promises in a very layman language. So a father promises to his son that he's going to gift him a car if he scores 90% in his academics. Now there can be two possibilities. Either the father fulfills the promise to his son, which is called the resolve, or he failed to fulfill the promise, which is called reject or the fail. And very similarly in JavaScript also we have promises which takes two arguments. Either it's a resolve or it's a reject. So let me show you this with an example. So I'm going to create a constant promise. And in order to create a promise in JavaScript, we use new keyword and then we write the promise. And this promise takes a function which has two arguments. So I'm going to create a function. I will be using an arrow function, and it will going to take two arguments. The first argument will be resolve. Either the promise is resolved, and the second argument will be the reject. And then we perform some operations. So let me perform some operation. I'm going to do a console.log, and I'm going to write async task execution. And then we can write some conditions here that if this async task execution is fulfilled, which is true, then that means the promise is resolved. So I'm going to call my resolve method. But if it is not resolved and it gets rejected, then I'm going to call a reject method, which is this reject method. And that's it. This is the simplest form of a promise in JavaScript. So now next question is, how do we interact with this promise? So in order to interact with this promise, we simply use the promise dot then method. And using the dot then method, it accepts two functions. The first function is called when the promise is resolved, and the second function is called when the promise is rejected. So we can use two functions. So I'm going to use an arrow function here, and then I can have another function which is for the reject. All right, so now I have two functions, and now let me add a console.log, and I'm going to write a success, or let me use past. All right, and similarly I can write the another console here, and that console will be failed. And now if I save it, then you will see that my console log for async task execution is logged, and we have made a condition of true which gets satisfied, and my resolve is called. And when the resolve is called, the first method in the then function will be called, and that is the console log passed. But what is the case is that this promise is not resolved, it got rejected. So in that case, I'm just going to do a false, and if I save it, then it's going to give me failed. So in this case, the promise is failed. We can do one more thing here. Instead of passing this here, we can actually pass the values from the resolve method. So just take an example that you made an API call, and that API call is now success, and that API call has given you some data. So I'm going to write some data here, person, and this person have a name property, and I'm going to say the page. All right, and I will pass this person as an argument in the resolve method. All right, and let me create here another constant as an error, and this is going to have error code. I'm going to give 1001, and I will pass the error in the reject method. All right, so if I want to use the value of it, then I'm just going to use a val as an argument here, and I can simply log the console here. And now if I save it, then you can see that I get the data which is being passed in the resolve method. Similarly, if your promise is not resolved and your promise is rejected, then you can simply take the argument as error, and you can type the error here, and this is going to give you the error. I want to show you one more thing, that with this, then you can also make a catch of your error. So if I want to catch the error, I'm going to write simply catch, and this catch will have a arrow function, and I'm going to do a console.log failed. All right, and if I save it, then you will see that I am not able to see the failed. Is because I have another function in my then, which is the error function. So what happens in case you have missed the error function in your then method, then it's directly going to call the catch method. Now in this case, you will see that the promise is rejected, and an error is thrown, and an error is handled in the catch section. And you can also use finally here, finally, and this is going to take a arrow function, and I can do a console.log, and let me do some cleanup. So this finally will always be called when you interact with the promise. So it's going to give me the failed, but it's also going to call the finally method. You can do one more thing, that if your promise throws an error, then you can actually write the throw an error, and what is going to happen is when you actually throw the error, it's going to call the reject method by default. So when you throw the error, it's going to automatically being catched in the catch function, and if I directly write here, then it's going to give me an error, and that's where we are getting the error. So this is a case where you actually had a promise and which is immediately resolved or rejected. But there may be a case that you have a promise which is being already resolved, and now you want to interact with it. So you can also do that, and let me show you the example. So I'm going to do a let p, and we have a promise which is already being resolved. The promise is already being done. So I can do directly promise dot resolve, and I can do the execution is done. So this is a promise which is already being resolved, and if I want to do the reject, then I can similarly do the reject as well. So I'm just going to copy paste, and I'm going to change this reject. Execution is rejected. So now even though the promise is resolved, we can still interact with using the then handler, and this part we cannot do in the callback functions. Once the callback function is executed, you cannot attach anything to it, or you cannot interact with it. But that's not the case with the promises, and that's where the promises has advantages as compared to the callback functions. So what we can do is, if I want to interact with it, I'm just going to write p dot then function, and I can do the console.log val, and I will pass the val here. All right, and now if I save it, then you will see that we get the execution is done as a console log. But this was not possible if we have used the callback functions. Next thing I want to show you is that promises are by default asynchronous in nature, whereas we saw that callbacks, they are not asynchronous by default. We have to use set timeout function in order to make it as a asynchronous execution. So let's go to that example again. So this was the example we used in our callback functions video, and if I save it, then we know that we are going to get a reference error because callbacks by default are not asynchronous. Now let's convert this into promise, and let's see that. So for converting this to promise, I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to return a promise dot resolve. All right, and then what we are going to do is I'm just going to remove this dot then, and this is going to have an arrow function, and I'm going to do a simple console dot log name. And now if I save it, then you will see that the code execution happens. So that means the promises are asynchronous in nature. They are taken out of the execution flow and then executed later on. So that's why we get the variable name, as it's already being allocated in the memory, and JavaScript runtime engine will be able to give us the value name. The next thing I want to show you is how we can do chaining in promises. We saw in the callback functions that when we have to do the logical sequence one after the another, we result into the nesting of callback functions, and which gives us the callback hell. So let's see how we actually do the chaining in promises. So I'm going to write a constant p, and that is having a promise which is resolved just for the sake of simplicity. All right, and it's resolved, and I'm going to write done. And now I'm going to write p dot, then it's going to take a argument, and then I'm going to console dot log, and I'm going to print the value. All right, so we know that we are going to get the value as done. But now once this promise is resolved, I want to make a chain. I want to make some another execution. Then what I can do, dot another then, and I can repeat the same thing. I can do a console dot log. But usually when you use chaining in promises, every then handler has to return something so that the other then handler will accept it. So if I want to do that, I need to return something from here. So let me return as done2, and this done2 will be accepted as an argument by the other than function, and then I can do the val. And now if I save it, then you will see that we have done, and then we have done2. And if I want to continue this chain, then return 3, then, and I can simply console.log. So I will accept the val, and I can do the console.log val. And now let me save it. So now you can see done, done2, done3. But if you do not return anything from the then method, then your chain will get break. So you always has to return something. And suppose there is a case that you have an error. So let me do this as a reject. All right, and I'm going to do a fail. That unlike the callbacks where you have the error first callback, you don't need to write the error method in each of the then method. So what I'm going to do, either I can directly write a catch in the last, then I can do the console.log. Well, where I save it, then I'm going to get the fail. So that is one of the advantage, that this code is more readable and understandable by the developers as compared to the one which we saw in the callback hell. The last part I want to show you is the promise all and promise raise. So I'm just going to remove this, and I'm going to write a new function. I'm going to write a make API call, and this function going to return a promise. So I'm going to return a promise, new promise, and this new promise will have two arguments. The first argument will be the resolve, and the another argument will be the reject. All right, and next thing what I want to do is I'm going to write a set timeout function here. So I'm going to write a set timeout, and what I want, that this API call will accept a parameter as time. So I'm going to use that time here, and then I'm just going to do a resolve, and I'm going to write here this API executed in plus time seconds. Now let's try it. So I'm going to call this API, and I'm going to pass 1000 milliseconds. So it's going to take 1 second in order to execute this API. Then I'm going to pass a val here. Let's have the arrow function, and then I'm going to do a console.log, and I'm going to log the val. All right, and now if I save it, then you can see that after 1 second my API get executed. So that's we understood. Now there is a scenario that we want to make multiple API calls, and all those API calls should go simultaneously. We should not want that first one API call will be executed, then the second one, then the third one. So how we can do that? What I'm going to do, I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to make a constant, and I'm going to write multi API call. All right, and I'm going to pass an array. So the first API call is going to take 1000 milliseconds. Second API call is going to take 2000 milliseconds. And the third API call, I want that it's going to take 500 milliseconds. All right, so now I have created a variable multi API, which is an array, and it's going to call 3 times the make API call. So what I want to interact with all the promises only once all the execution of the API is done. So what I can do for that is I can use promise dot all, and in the dot all I can pass the multi API call, and then I can use dot then, and this is going to return me the values. So it's going to return me the array of values, and I'm just simply going to console dot log values, whatever values I have being returned. So it's going to return me the array of values. So now if I save it, then you will see that I'm getting an array of the values. We have 3 promises got resolved. The first one, API executed in 1000 millisecond, 2000 millisecond, and 500 millisecond. And believe me, these all 3 API calls were simultaneously. They were not waiting for one to finish and the another one. They all went through simultaneously. So if we want to see that why the sequence is 1000, 2000, and 500, if we want to see, because we know that obviously the one with the 500 millisecond will get executed first because it's going to take the less time. And if we want to see that, we can see that as well. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use promise dot race. So the race is going to return me first promise which is being resolved. So if I do the same thing again, multi API call dot then, it will not return me an array. It's simply going to return me a value, and then I'm just going to do a console dot log, and I'm going to print the value. All right. And now if I save it, then you will see that I only get one value, which is among the 3 API calls which got executed first. And if you save it, then you will see that this API is executed in 500 seconds. And that is very obvious because that is the API which is going to take the minimum amount of time. So that's all about the promises that you should know while writing your projects. And promises is one of the very important concepts in JavaScript whenever we are dealing with the asynchronous programming. Alright guys, so I already have two functions, user login and go to home page. Let me give you a walkthrough of these functions. So the user login function prompts for username and password, and once we add the username and the password, it returns a promise. And this promise contains a set timeout function which is executed after 1000 milliseconds, and the set timeout function actually checks for the username and the password. If they matches, the promise is resolved, and if it fails, the promise gets rejected. If you don't know about promises and how to interact with them, I have a video on it. You can click on the card above and jump to it directly. So the second function, which is the go to home page, accepts the user auth status. So once it gets the user auth status, it returns a promise which is always resolved with a message go to home page, and we add the user auth status. Now let's see how we can call this function and interact with the promises first, and then we are going to do the same thing using async await, and we will see the difference between the promises and using async await function. So what we are going to do, I'm going to call this function as user login, and we can call it using dot then, and when the promise is resolved, it's going to give me a response, and this response will be the user authenticated. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to write a console.log here, and it will say validated user. And once the user is validated, we are going to call the other function, which is the go to home page, and we will pass the same response to go to home page. So this go to home page will also return a promise, so we can interact with the promise using chaining in promises. So I'm going to write a dot then, and this is going to have the response which is going to return. So I'm going to add here user auth status, and in order to get the response, we need to actually return this function. So let me return this here, and here we are just simply going to do a console.log, and we are going to log the user auth status. All right, so now let's save it and let's see what happens. So if I save it, it's prompting me for the username. So I'm going to write the page as username, and I'm going to add the page as password. And if I hit enter, then it says that user enter username and password first, then performing user authentication, then validated user, and yes, the promise is resolved. So we are actually seeing that go to home page as user authenticated. So the user authentication is done, and that's why we are going to go to home page. But what if the authentication gets failed? So let me refresh this, and this time I'm going to add actually some other name, and I'm going to add the page. And if I hit enter, then it says that performing user authentication, but the authentication is failed. And we can actually handle this error using dot catch in promises. So I'm going to add dot catch here, and this is going to take an error. So I'm going to add an error here. and I'm going to add console.log error. All right. And this time if I write page, then it's going to say that authentication failed, which is very correct. So there's nothing wrong with this approach. This is very good approach using promises, but you can actually write it in a more concise and more readable form. You don't need to write dot then again and again. So what we can do is we can switch to async await. Now let's see how we can write the same thing in async await in a very shorter syntax and in a very readable way. So I'm going to comment this out. So when you use async await, you actually need to wrap your async execution into a function. So you can use any function, a named function and function expression, or if you want, you can use a self-executing function. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to write a function perform task, and we need to use async await. So we need to add a keyword here, async. And then what we will do, we are going to first call the user login. So I'm going to call the user login, and this user login function is actually going to return me some response based on the promise get resolved or rejected. So I'm going to capture this response in a constant. All right. And we are using async await. So we actually need to add an await keyword here so that we have to wait for this function get executed. And now once we get the response, what we are going to do, we are going to do a console.log, and this will say validated user. All right. And after that, we are going to call our go to home page method. So for that, I'm going to add go to home page, and it's going to take the response. And this is also going to return us a promise. So we need to add an await keyword here as well. And we are going to capture the response in a constant. And I'm going to add the user auth status is equals to await. All right. So now we have captured the response of go to home page. Now we are just going to do a console.log user auth status. All right. And now we just need to call this function. So I'm going to call the perform task, and let's see what happens. So I'm going to add the page. I'm going to add the page as password. And if I hit enter, then we can see that we are getting the same response which we are getting in the promises part. So we have the enter username, perform user authentication, user validated user, and go to homepage as user authenticated. So this syntax is much more concise and more readable as compared to the user login. So this is one of the advantage of using async await, that it adds a syntactic sugar which makes your code more concise and more readable. And what happens in case if you get an error? So if I enter wrong credentials, so in that case, it's going to give me an uncaught error, authentication failed. So we can actually handle the error in async await with a try catch. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to add a try here, and then I'm going to do a catch, and we can add all our execution code in the try block. So I'm going to cut this from here, and I'm going to add this here. And in the catch, we can simply add an error. So if we have an error, we can do a console.log, and we can log the error. And now if I save it, and now let's see, I enter a wrong username and password, and we will be able to see the error. So that's how you can actually handle the errors in while using async await. But you have to be very careful while using the async await. You have to use the keywords properly. So if I create a function without using an async and I have an await, then it's going to return me an error. Or if I missed out an await and I simply use an async, function will still get executed. So I'm going to add the page. I'm going to add the page. The function will still get executed, but it is going to return me a promise. So you have to write the await in order to get the async await function properly. So I have to add an await here, and I have to add await here. All right. So that's how you use the async await, which are more better in terms of writing the syntax as compared to the promises. Now let's talk about the performance. Is async await a more performant, or a promises is more performant? And let me show you the example which we used in our promises video. So let me copy paste that example. So this is the example we used in our promises video. We have a function make API call which accepts a time, and then function returns a promise, and it contains a set timeout function which will be executed after the time which we passed in the function, and it's going to resolve the promise the API is executed after particular time. And then we have an array of API calls. So we make an API call at 1000 millisecond, 2000 millisecond, and 500 millisecond. And if we want to interact with all these promises at the same time, we use promise dot all, and this is actually going to return all the promises based on the times. So the execution of all these API calls start simultaneously. So it's not that one is executing, then the another. But what if we want to change this into a async await? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just comment this out, and I'm going to use an anonymous self-executing function. So I'm going to write a function here. All right, and this function is will be self-executed, and inside the function I'm going to do a for. Let's use a for of. So for of, I'm going to use a let request of API requests, and inside that I'm simply going to do a console.log. I'm going to write await, and I'm going to execute this request. So I'm going to execute this request, and we need to return a function instead of returning a promise. So let's return a function from here. All right, and now if I save it, then you will see that the execution happens one after the another. So that's how the performance varies when you use promises and when you use async await. So when you use promise.all the API requests happened at the same time, and it got executed based on this. But in the case of an async await, it will wait for the execution of each API, and then it's going to execute the next API. So when you use async await, there are some drawbacks which you need to take care. So if you can have a proper mix match of promises and async await, then you can actually write a performant application. But just replacing promises with the async await throughout your project is not a good approach, as you will have a good readable code, but you are actually going to decrease the performance of your application. And JavaScript is all known about its performance and fast application and fast execution. So you need to be a little bit careful by using async await.
Alright guys, so before we start building our CRUD API project, let's understand something about the RESTful conventions. So this is the RESTful API convention we are going to use. We have the CRUD actions like get all movies, where movie is the resource that we are going to build. Then we have the get movie. If you want to get an individual movie, then we have the create movie, update movie, and delete movie. And the HTTP methods we are going to use is the get, put, post, and delete. And on the extreme right, we will see that we have the endpoints. We will have the slash API slash movies, which is our resource name. And then for the other cases like get, put, and delete, we are going to pass the ID for the individual movie. So now let's start with the installation of the Node.js. So I have already covered this in my previous video. So if you have missed that, then you can click on the card above and jump to it directly. So I will go to the Visual Studio Code, and I have an empty project, which is the Node.js CRUD API. Now what we are going to do is first, let's create the package.json file and make sure that in this project we are not going to use any of the framework or the library or middleware. We are going to build it with pure Node.js. All right, so I'm going to go to the terminal, and inside the terminal what I will do is I'm going to create the package.json file. So let's have the npm init, and now it's asking me for the project name. I'm going to give the project name as Node.js CRUD API project. All right, I will have the first version, and I will write this is vanilla Node.js CRUD API project. Then for the entry point, I will give as index.js, which is default. We don't have any test command, no git repository, no keywords. Author will be the page Malvia. So let me have the page Malvia, and then I'm going to click yes, and then it's going to give me the package.json file. Now the only package which we are going to use is the nodemon and the .env. So let's install the nodemon first. So I'm going to install npm install --save -dev nodemon. So this nodemon will automatically restart our server whenever we make any changes. Now the other thing is we can also install the .env, because if we are going to create any environment variables, then we can use them with the help of the process code. Alright, so I see that we have the nodemon, we also have the .env. Now the next thing we will do is let's create the index.js file. So I'm going to create here index.js. Alright, or eventually let's rename it as server.js. So I will have it server.js. If I go to my package.json, I have the nodemon, and here what I have to do is I will just change this to server.js, and I will add a script for starting my application. So I will have the start, and to the start what I want is I want to run my nodemon server.js. All right, I will save it. And now if I want to run it, then I will just do the npm start. So I will hit enter, and you will see that my application is running. Currently we don't have anything in our server.js, so that's why we don't see anything here. Now what we are going to do is, now let's create a HTTP server. So for creating an HTTP server, what we will do is I'm going to have a constant HTTP, and this will be coming from require HTTP core module. Now you will see that as soon as I make any changes, my server gets restart automatically. Now what we have to do is I have to have a port where I will have my server to listen. So for that port, what I will do is I'm going to create process.env.port. All right, and if I'm not using the .env, then in that case I want that my 5001 port should be used. All right, now we have the port. Now since we don't have the .env file, let's create that. So I'm going to go here and I will have .env, and inside this .env I can give the port as 5000. All right, now you will see that first let's create the server, and then we will see that how we can use this environment variable port, or we can use this port. So now I will create an HTTP server. So to create an HTTP server, I will create a constant. I will have the server, and this will have the http.create server. And when we create a server, we get request response as param. All right, so now we have created our server. Now what we have to do is we need to listen the server on a port. So let's have that. So I will have the server dot listen, and this will be listening on a port. We are going to get a callback, and in this callback what we can do is we can have the console.log, and I can log it as server started on port colon. I will add my port, so this will be port, and I will just close the backtick. Oops, I made a mistake. So here I will have the backticks. All right, I will save it. Now let's give a try and let's run this. So as soon as I save it, you will see that we have the server started on port 5001. But now if you want to use the port from the environment file, what we can do is I will have to use the .env. So I will have the .env. All right, we already have that package, and for that what I will do is I will have the require, let's use the .env here, .config. All right, and I will save it. Now you see that when I save it, now my server is starting on port 5000. All right, so now we have created an HTTP server. Now let's throw a simple response, and I will say hello world in that response. So what I will do is I will have the response dot status. I will throw an status of 200. Then I will have the response dot set header. So let's have the header, and in the header what I will do is I will have the content type, and this content type will be equals to the application JSON, because we are going to deal with the JSON data. So if you don't know about the JSON data, I have a complete tutorial on that. You can click on the card above and jump to it directly. Then we are going to have the response dot write. So I want to send some data when I have it. So what I will do is I'm going to have here a JSON dot stringify. All right, and then I will pass the message here. So let's pass a message, and this message will be hello to nodejs course. Hello the page to nodejs course. All right, I will save it, and then what we have to do is we are going to use the rest.end. So let me have the response.end. All right, so the application is crashing, and that is because we see that we have an already used port. So what we are going to do is I'm going to delete this, and I will use the static port, which is 5001, which I am giving. All right, I will save it, and now we see that we have the 5001 and the server is started. All right, now if we want to see the output, let's go to the browser. So I will go to the browser, and here what I will do is I'm going to type the localhost 5001. So let me have the 5001, and you see that we have the message hello the page to nodejs code. So we should write proper message, and what I will do is I will simply going to change the message. All right, and here I will write hello the page, welcome to nodejs course. All right, and now if we change this, then we should be able to see it on our browser, and I will refresh it, then you will see that hello the page, welcome to the Node.js course. All right, so by default, when we are seeing this on the browser, we are making a GET request. So if I go to the inspect element and if I go to the network tab, and if I refresh it, then you will see that we make a GET request. And this is a GET request to the localhost 5001. And then we see a response as this. All right. But for the other methods like the post, put, and delete, we will not be able to see it in the browser. So for that, we will need an HTTP client. And to have the HTTP client, what we are going to use is we are going to use a Thunder client in our Visual Studio Code itself. So you can also use the Postman, but I feel that Thunder will be more comfortable. We have to do everything inside the Visual Studio Code itself. So I already have installed the Thunder. So what you can do is you can go to the extension. Then in the extension, you can search for Thunder client. So this is the Thunder client and you can install it. And once you install it, what you can do is you will have this Thunder icon. You can simply go to the Thunder icon and you can click on the create new request. All right. And in this new request, what we can do is I will just remove all this and I will have the localhost colon 5001. Then I will send it. Then you will see that we get the message. And this is the message, hello the page, welcome to the Node.js course. Now let's start first building with the get API. So what I will do is I will go to my server and now I will just remove this. We don't want that. Or probably what we will do is I will just keep it as it is. And I'm going to have a switch case here. So let me have a switch case for each of the methods. So what I will do is I will have a switch and I will take the method in it. So whatever the HTTP method is. And to get the HTTP method, what I can do is I can create a constant, or instead of that, what I will do is I'm simply going to take a request dot method. All right, now we have the request dot method. And then now we can start creating the cases. So the first case is for the get request. So whenever I have a get request, in that case, I'm going to make a more neat and clean way of writing it. So I'm going to take out the logic and put it into new file. And I will have a get request. And in that, I'm going to pass the request and the response. Then we will have the break tag. Now we can have a similar thing for the other methods as well. So let's add them. So I will have all the methods first. I will just change this to post. And here I will have the post. So let me write the post. This will be put. I will have the put request. So let me have the put request. And actually this will change to post request. So let me have the post request. And the last one is the delete. So let me have the delete. This will change to delete request. And then we will have a default case. So for the default case, I can make use of this. So what I will do is I will cut it and let's add it here. And here I'm going to change this to 404. And here I will just make the title. So let me have the title. I will just write the not found. All right. And for the message, we can have the route not found. So let me remove this. I will have the route not found. I will save it. So now if I go and want to test it, then if I go here and let's change this to options. And if I send it, then you will see that we have not found, route not found. But we can make use of the put, post, delete, and get. So now next thing what we will do is let's implement this get request. So for that, what I will do is I'm going to go to my project and here I'm going to create a new folder and I will have the methods here. And I'm going to create 4 files. So first will be the get request.js. All right, next will be the post request.js. Then I'm going to create the delete request.js. And the last one will be the put request.js. Now what I will do is now we have all the 4 and we also need to create some dummy data. So what I will do is I'm going to go and create a new folder. I will have the data inside that and then I'm going to create the movies.json. I already have some dummy data, so I'm just going to paste some dummy data here. So this I have 3 set of movies where I have their ID, which is an UUID. Then I have a title, year, genre, rating, and I have 3 records. All right, just for the sake of simplicity. Then what we will do is let's go to the get. And inside the get, first I have to do the module.export. And when I export, what I will get is I'm going to get the request and response. All right, I will save it. And similarly, I will copy this in all the files for post also, for delete as well. I will save it, and for put as well. And now what I can do is I can import all the 4 files in my server.js file. So if I go to the server.js, then I can here go and write constant get request, and this will be equals to the require, and I will have the methods, and inside the methods I'm going to have the get request. I'm going to copy this for the other three as well. This will now change to post, this will change to put, and I will change this to delete. This will also change to post, this will get changed to put, and then this will get changed to delete. All right, so I have all these four methods: get request, post request, put, and delete, and I'm using them here. And now I have to write about the get request. So one more thing I want to do is what I will do is whenever I'm calling this get request function or post request function and I have the request response, I have to manipulate the request here. So what I will do is I will have the request, I will create a new property on the request which will be movies, and then I'm going to pass the movies. So now you must be wondering what this movies is. This movies is the data that we are going to have. So let's import that as well. So I will have the let movies, because the movies is going to be changed when we add new movies or updates, so we are not going to use a constant variable here. Then I'm going to have the require, and in that I will have the data slash movie JSON. And now what we have to do is, if we go to the get request, then in the get request, first what we will do is we are going to fetch all the movies. So to fetch all the movies, what I will do is, if my request.url is equals to I will have the equals to, I will have the API slash movies. So we have seen in our slide that for get all request, we are going to have a URL as API slash movies, which will be our resource. Then in that case, I will send the response. I will set the status code. So let's have the status code, and the status code will be 200. I will also have the request.set header, and here I will set the header as content type application slash JSON. All right, then we have to write the rest.write. We need to send the data. So to send the data, I will just do a JSON.stringify, and I'm going to have the request.movies. So this is the movies which we are fetching from the movie JSON file. All right, and then in the end, I will have the rest.end. So we have it, but somebody trying to call the API with API slash some other resource. Then in that case, what I will do is I will have an else, that if this URL doesn't match, then in that case, I just want to write the rest.write head, and that will be 404. I will have the content type application JSON. So let me add it here. This will change to colon, and then I will have the rest.end. And in this, what I will do is I'm simply going to add the same thing here. So if I go here, and if we go here, then I'm going to add this same JSON. I will copy this and let's add it here. All right, I will save it. And now if we want to test it, then let's go to the Thunder client. I will go here, and then we have the slash. So if we try to access this one, and if we run it, then we see that the route doesn't found slash API. If we try it, we still get slash route doesn't found. But if we go to the movies, and if I send the request, then we see the data. So this is the data we are fetching it from our movie JSON file. All right, so this is our get all movies API. Now, if you make change here, and instead of this you pass or you misspell something, and if you try to fetch it, then we don't have such a route. Now let's find how we can fetch an individual movie. So in that case, we are going to pass an ID. So if I have movies here, and if I run it, then we are going to pass this UUID in our URL. So I'm going to copy this, I'm going to have it here, and this will be the request URL. So first we have to get this UUID from the request URL. So first I will find the base URL. So what is my base URL is, let's have the base URL, and the base URL will be the request.url.substring. So I'm trying to find a base URL which is this one, and then I'm trying to find the ID of the movie which we want. So for that, I'm going to use a substring, and I want a substring from request.url.last index. So what I'm doing here is that I need a substring which starts from here and then it should end at here. So for this, what I need is I need the last index of a slash, because you will see there are multiple slash. So if I get the index of this slash, then I will be able to get a substring from 0 to the whatever the index is plus 1. So that's what I'm doing, is I'm finding the last index of, so the last index of this, and then I'm adding a plus 1 to it. All right, I will save it, and I can also do a console log so that we can see what is the base URL. So this is one thing. Next, I need the UUID. So for that, what I will do is I'm going to have the UUID, and then here I'm going to do a split. So let's have a request.url.split, and I want to split with a slash. Then it's going to give me an array, all the URL values, like it will give me the API, movies, and then this UUID. So let's do the console log of that as well. So I'm going to do a console.log, and I will have the ID here. Now, if I go and check the terminal, so let's open the terminal, and this was the terminal. And what I will do is I'm going to fire a request. So when I fire a request, you will see that the URL is not found, which is correct. And we see that this is the API movies, which is the base URL. And the second thing is we are doing a split of it. So this give me API, movies, and the UUID. So this UUID, I need it. So what I will do is I'm going to have the index of 3 here. All right. So now I have that. Now what I can do is first I need to check whether the UUID which is passed by the client is a valid UUID. So for that, I will create a regex, and what I will do is I'm going to go here. I will have a constant regex v4. So this is a regular expression for UUID v4, and then I will have a new regex. All right, and then I'm going to paste a regular expression which will check for the UUID. So you will easily find it on the internet. It's nothing fancy. So what I will do is I'm going to add it here. I will save it. All right, we have it. Now, the first thing what I will do is let's remove this console log. We don't want them now. Okay. And what we have to do first thing that I will come here and I will have an else if. Then in this else if, what I will do is I'm going to first check whether the UUID which is passed is a valid UUID or not. So for that, I will do a regex v4 dot test, and then I'm going to pass my ID here. So this is my ID. So I will do, and I will add it here, and this is going to return me true or false. So I want that if this is false, then in that case I need to return a response, and my response will be let me copy this and I'm going to add it here. All right, and then in that case my response will be 400, and I will say here validation failed because it's not a valid UUID. So I will have the validation failed, and then here I will write it as UUID is not valid. All right, I will save it. Okay, so we have handled this case, and now if the UUID is a valid UUID, then in that case what we will do is let's come here, and what we will do here is that here I will have the else if, and in this case I will just check the base URL first, because someone can also pass the UUID with a different base URL. So I have to check that as well. So I will have the API slash movies, or let's just first let me show why I'm adding this. So what I will do is now here in this case we have that if we do the regex.test with ID and we get that it's a valid UUID, then in that case we need to return the individual movie. So for that, what I will do is I will have the response.set header, and we will just copy this so that we don't waste time. All right, I have the header. I will also copy the response status. So let's have the status code, and then I'm going to copy this too as well. So let's go here and I will copy them as well. Now what we have to send back, we need to send back an individual movie which a user is requesting. So for that, what we will do is let's filter out the results. So I'm going to create a let filtered movie, and this will be equals to the request.movies, which contains all the movies, and then I'm going to apply a filter on that. When I apply a filter, I will get an individual movie. All right, and then what I will return is I will return that if my movie.id is equals to id. Then it's going to return me a new array. So I have that, and then what I have to do is there will be a case that the movie which we are trying to retrieve it is not in our file. So in that case we need to return that the movie not found. So what I will do is that if my filtered movie dot length is greater than 0, then in that case we know that we have found the movie. So for that I will have my res dot status code. So I will cut this and I will add it here. I will have my response status code. I will have the res dot write. Let's write the response, and here the response will be json.stringify, and I will pass the filtered movie. All right, I will just do a res.end and I will save it. So this is the case when we have the movie in our database or in our file. But if the movie is not present, then in that case what I will do is I will have an else, and then in that case I want to pass I'm going to copy this, I'm going to add it, and I will pass 404 because the movie not found. And here I will have the error message. So let me copy the error message from here. All right, I will add the error message here, and here it will be not found, and I'm going to write movie not found. Then we have res.end. All right, and now we can remove this. So we have covered almost all the cases here. Now let's go and give a try. So what I will do is first we are going to fetch a movie and I will send. All right, you will see that we find a movie, but someone if change this resource to test and then they try to send a request, you will see that they still find a movie. So that's where what we can do is when we made this check, we can also made an end operator, and along with this we can check the base URL. So if this base URL is equals to /API/movies, then only we should be able to entertain the request. So I will save it, and now if I try this, then you will see that the route not found. So I have to change this back to movies. So let me have the movies. All right, I will save it. And there is a case that if a user is just manipulating this and trying to find it, then you will see that we don't have movie with this UUID. And if we have a user who is just trying some random gibberish and send a request, then we see that the UUID is not a valid UUID. So we made a lot of checks on this, but we build our get API and get an individual movie. So if we go back here, then this is the code base. I know we are repeating a lot of things. We can write it in, we can make some common files and use it. But for now, I think we can do the refactoring later on. So the next thing I want to show you is how you can create a new movie. So for that, let's go to the post. So in the post, what we will do is I can have the if request.url. If this is equals to /API/movies, then in that case, I will just have a try catch block. So let's have a try and catch block, and then what we want is we need to get the data which a client is sending to the server. So to get the data, what we can do here is that first let me do a console.log, and I will have the request body, and then for this request body what I will do is I will have the request.body. all right, I will save it. And now if I go and see, then we should be able to see the request body. So what I will do is let's go to the terminal, and then inside the terminal if we go here and I change this to post now, and let's remove this, I have to create a body. So let's have a body, and inside the body what we can do is we can take the data from here. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to add this in my Thunder. All right, so this is a JSON data. We don't want user to pass the ID because we are going to generate the ID. All right, so we have the body, and now if I'm going to send it, then we see that the body is undefined. And that is because whenever we have the data stream which is sent by a client to the server, we have to make use of something called body parser. And since we are not using Express, so we don't have the body parser. Otherwise, we will just install the body parser and we have passed the input request. So what we are going to do is we're going to build something similar to the parser, which is going to stream the data from the client to the server. So what I will do is I'm going to create a new folder here. All right, and this new folder will be the util folder. So I'm going to create some utilities here. Inside that, I'm going to create a new file. I will just name it as bodyparser.js. And in this bodyparser.js, let's have a module.parse. exports, and then I'm going to have a request here. This request is the one which is going to get us from the client. So I will have the request, and let's have the arrow function. Now what I will do is I will get the request, then I'm going to return a promise. So let's create a promise. All right, when we create a promise, we get a resolve and a reject method. And then what I will do is I'm going to have a try catch block. So let's have a try catch, and if there is an error, we are going to reject the promise. So I'm going to have a console.log. I will log the error, and then I'm going to reject the promise. So this is done. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a body variable here, and then I'm going to create, and since Node.js is an event driven, I'm going to create a event to get the stream of data. So I will have the request dot on. This is going to have a data, and whenever we have the callback, it's going to give us a chunk of the data. All right, and then we are just going to append that to the body variable. So we're going to have the chunk, and then whenever we are finished with the stream of data, we are going to end it. So I will have the request dot on, and when we are finished, in that case, I will also get a callback, and then I'm going to resolve my promise with the data which I have. So I'm going to have resolve, and then I will have the JSON dot parse, because I'm going to get the data in the form of a string. So I will have the JSON parse, and I will have the body. It's very simple. All right, I will save it. Okay, so now we have this, and we have also used the module export. Let's import it here. So what I will do is I'm going to go here and import it. So I will have a constant request body parser, and this will be equals to the require. Let's have the util slash body parser. And since we are also going to use crypto a core module in order to generate the UUID. So I will have the crypto, which is equals to the require, and I will have the crypto. All right, so now we have this, and now what we can do is since we have created this as an async await, since it's a promise, so let's have an async, and then when we use it, I will just change this to async await. So let's add the async here. All right, when we have the async, first thing let's do, let's have a body, and I'm going to call the request body parser. I'm going to pass my request dot body inside that, or I will pass the request, sorry. And now if we try and see, then we should be able to get the body. So I'm going to remove this, and I will add it here. Let's go and let's check. If I run it, then you see the promise is pending because we haven't used the await keyword. So yeah, so we have to use an await here. All right, I will save it, and now let's give a try. I will send it. Then you will see that we have the request body. Now we have to take this request body and we have to insert it in our movie.json file. So let's do that. So what I will do is whenever I get my body, I first have to create a UUID for that record. So let's have a body dot ID. I'm going to create a new property, and I will have the crypto dot random UUID. This is going to create an UUID for me. And once I have the UUID, what I will do is I'm going to have the request dot movies dot push, and I'm going to change this to body, push the body. All right, I have that. And then once we are done with this, what I will do is I'm going to send a response, which will be the response dot write head. And then whenever I create a new record, the HTTP status code will be 201, which is content is created. I will just have the content type application slash JSON. All right, and then I will just do a response dot end. All right, and if there is an error, what we are going to do is we are just going to use the message here. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to add it in my post. So I will just close this body parser, and then we can add it here. And I will also want to log the error. So let's have the console.log. I will have the error. And then here, let's have the response.write head for the error case. So if there is an error, I will have a 400. I will pass the content as application JSON. So let me add it here. All right. And then I will have the rest.end, and then I need to pass my response. So I will cut this and let me add it here. And here we have the validation failed, and then I'm going to write the request body is not valid. All right, now I will save it. And since we have an issue, so I will just remove this and I'll save it. And here also we have a problem because it should not be the part of this, it should be the part of this. I will save it. So there is an error. Okay, I will just remove this 2 lines and we should be fine. I made some mistake with the copy paste. I will save it. All right, so now our server is running and you will see that if I go here and if I run this, so if I run this, then you will see that we have, let me minimize this and I will just close this for now. And then you will see that we have 201 created. And if we want to fetch it, then let's go and let's run it. Then you will see that we have Avengers updated here. Then we have the avatar 2. We have again Avengers updated, but with a different UUID. So now we are able to create it. As soon as I refresh my application, I will not be able to fetch the data which I just created because I am not updating the file. So if I go here, you will see that we still have the 3 records. So what we have to do is I need to write the data into the file so that I have my data persisted in the file, and we use this movie JSON as a database. So what we are going to do is we need to write it into the file. So for that we can make use of a file system. So I will create a new utility file here. All right, I will write it as write to file.js, and it's a good demonstration of using this. So what I will do is I'm going to create a constant fs. This will have a require fs, and along with the file system we will also need the path so that we can construct the path of our movie JSON file. So what I will do is I will have the constant path require and I will have the path. Since we need this operation to be in sync, because whenever we have a successful write in our file, then only we need to send a 201 status code to the user that the record is created. So let's have a module dot exports, and this is going to give us the data that we want to write into the file. I will get the data, and then what we will do is we are going to have the fs dot write file sync, and then we are going to define the path. So I will have the path dot join. All right, I'm going to use the dir name, which is going to give me the directory. Then I need to go one level up. Then we need to go to the data directory, and then we have the movies.json. And then the next part will be the data that we want to write into the file. So for that, it will be in a JavaScript object. So I'm going to make this into a string. So let's do a JSON dot stringify for the data that we are going to have. Then we will have the UTF character encoding. I'm going to have this in a try catch so that we can catch the error if we have any problem in writing it in the file. So I'm going to cut it. I'm going to add it here, and then I will have a catch. So I'm going to have a catch here. I will have the error, and then I will just do a console.log of the error. I will save it. So now we have it. We have the path of our file which we want to have, and this is the path dir name, one level up directory data. Then we have movies.json, and then we just do a JSON stringify of the data that we want to write into the file, and then we have the UTF-8. Okay, now let's go here, and what we will do in the post is we are going to import it. So I will go here. I will have the constant write to file, and this will be equals to the require. I will have the util slash write to file. All right, I will save it. Now what we need to do is before sending the status code to the client, we need to write it to the file. So I'm going to go here. I will have the write to file, and I will pass the request dot movies because that is containing my complete movie set. I will save it, and in case of an error we are going to catch the error. And if we have a different route, then in that case we can just use the same which we did in our get, that the route not found. So let's add this else as well. So I'm going to copy this and let me add it here. So I'm going to add it here. I will save it. Okay, now let's go and let's try. So I have the local host 501 and movie APIs. I want to create the movie. I will have the Avengers and game. I will save it, and then let's run it. So if I run it, then we see that oops, so we get the movies. So this is all movies. I want to make a post request for this to create a new record, and I will send it. And we see that 201, the request is created. And if we go into the movies, then if we refresh it, then we see that the movie is not being returned into the file. So that means there might be some issue. So what we can do is let's go to the console and let's check. So I'm going to go to the console, and here we see that we have an error, and the error, it says that write file sync invalid argument type. The data argument must be of type string or an instance of a buffer or received data. All right, so what we will do is let's go back here, and I'm going to console log the data. So I will have a console.log and the data to write in file. All right, and then here what I will do is I'm going to pass the data. All right, I will save it. We will see the terminal for it. So I'm going to first remove this and let's give a try. So let's close this as well. I'm going to close delete as well, package.json as well, and let's give a try. So I'm going to run it again, and here if we go and see, then we get this data and we still see the same error. So let's go and check what we did wrong. So if I go here, we have json.stringify of the data that we are receiving from here. And then if I remove this, I will save it and let's give a try. So if I send it again, then in that case, if we go to the terminal and if we see it, all right, so now we did a mistake here. So if we have a path.join, then here the path is completed. All right, after that we have the json.stringify.data, and then what we can do is we can have the utf-8 here. So we did a mistake of a bracket. Now I will save it. Okay, so we have everything. I will just remove this and then I will have a semicolon. So now we have this, and now let's give a try. So if I go back here and if I run it again, then we see that we are able to get the data. So if I go to the movies and if I save it, then we should be having a 4 records. So first one, second one, third one, and the fourth one, which is the Avengers Endgame. So this is what we created. If we go and see, then this is what created. So let's create another one. So this time I will create an Avengers Infinity War. Now I will make a request and it says 201 created. Let's go and let's get it. So if I send the request, then we should be able to see Avengers Infinity War. So if I scroll down, then we have this Avengers Infinity War. So now we see that we have the get and the post API. The next one is I'm going to cover is the delete one. So let's go and let's see how we can delete a record from our movies database. All right, so I'm going to close this. I will also close this. I will also close this. I'll just keep this one, and let's close this as well, and I'm going to close this as well. Now let's go to the delete, and here what we have to do is in the delete also, similar to get an individual movie, we need the ID. So what I will do is I'm going to just copy this, because we are going to have the same information here as well. And then what we have to do is we have to check for the UUID. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to have it here. So if we have the regex v4 test UUID, then in that case I want to send a response as the UUID is not a valid UUID. All right, but if this is a valid UUID, then in that case I will have an else if, and my base URL will be very similar to this one. I'm going to copy this and let's add it here. Now if we have the base URL equal to this and we have a regex which is also a valid UUID, then in that case we need to delete the movie from our movies.json. So first I want to find the index of the movie which I want to delete. So what I will do is I'm going to have a constant index. I have the request.movies to get the access to the movies. So I'm going to have dot movies. All right, and then I will have the find index. All right, I'm going to find for a movie, and then what I have to return here is I will return if the movie ID is matched. So I will have the movie ID is equals to movie ID. I will just do a strict checking. So I will just have triple equals to. So now I have the index, and once I have the index, what I have to do is there may be a chance that the movie which we are trying to delete is not at all present in our movie JSON. So in that case, we are going to get an index. So I will have the index. If this index is equals to -1, then in that case I need the movie not found. So let's go here, and it will be very similar that if the length is less than 1, then less than 0, then we have the movie not found. So let's copy this and let's add it here. So we have that movie not found. But if we don't have something like this, then what we will do is we have the movie. So let's now delete the movie from the movie.json. So what we will do is I'm going to do a request dot movies, and I will use splice. So let me have the splice, and I want to splice from the index, and I have to splice the one record from that index. All right, so that will remove, and then I want to write it into the file, the updated movie data. So what I will do is write to file, and then this is the updated movies after deleting the movie. So I'm going to write it, and then we can just send the response back. So I will have the response head, and whenever we delete, we pass a HTTP status code as 204, and then we will have the content type application slash JSON, and then I will just have the res.end json.stringify. I will pass the request movies. So this is not required. You need to pass the JSON movies, which is the remaining movies we have after deletion of the movie. So now let's go here and let's give a try. So first let's fetch all the movies, and I want to delete this Avengers updated. So I'm going to copy this. All right. Probably we have Avengers updated entry more than once. So okay, so we don't have it. So I will go here and I will add it here and I will fetch it. So we see that we have this ID. Now we need to delete this movie. So we see that we have the movie. Now we need to delete this movie. I'm going to call the delete method, and then let's fire it. And we see that we have an error. So there must be some mistake. So let's go to the terminal and let's check the error. So we see that the right file is not defined. And if we go here, then we see, okay, we don't have it. So let's import it. So I'm going to have the constant write to file. This will be equals to the require, and I'm going to have it from the util. So let's go to the util, and then I will have the file. All right, I will save it, and let's give a try again. So now this time if I run it, then we see that 204 no content and it's deleted. So now if we go and fetch that movie, so if I want to fetch this, I will save it, then you will see that the movie not found because we have deleted that movie, and we will also not see that movie in our movies.json file. So if we go and we see that we don't have that movie Avengers updated. So now we have also covered the delete method, and now the last one is the put if we want to update any existing movie. So let's go and let's check that. So what we need is first we are using a put request. That means we are going to receive the data stream from the client to the server. So for that we will need the request body parser. So what I will do is let's remove this delete, and I will go to the post, and let's get these two, and I will go here, let's import this. And since we also need the UUID, which we want to have an updated record, so for that we will need the base URL ID, and so let's copy this. Let's add it here. Since we are doing multiple copy paste, we can optimize this code, but since we can do it later on as well once we are done with our functionality, but for now let's keep it as it is. And now we need to check the UUID which we have received from the client is a valid or not. So let's make a check on that. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to add it here. So if it's not valid, then in that case we are going to, so I have to add it here. And if it's a valid UUID, then what we will do is the next thing we will do is we are going to have an else if we are going to use the base URL and if it's the valid UUID. So I'm going to copy and add it here. Now what we have to do is let's have a try catch, because we need to parse the data stream which we are receiving from our client. So I'm going to have a let body, and this will be equals to the await request body parser. I need to pass my request here. So let's have the request. Since I'm using await, I have to add an async. So let's add an async to the function. So I have that, and I have to add the catch as well. So let me have the catch, which will have the error block, and then I'm going to simply write the console dot log error, and if there is an error, I will just write that the request body is not a valid request body. So I will just copy that from here. All right, I will copy and I will paste it. All right, so we have that case. But if it's a valid request body, we get the body from the body parser. And then what we have to do is first we need to find the index of the record that we want to update. So let's copy that from our delete because we have that functionality built there. So this is going to give me the index. Then also if the record is not present, which I want to delete, I want to throw that the movie not found. So I have to copy this as well. So let me copy these two. Oops. So it's more kind of a similar functionality we have here. So I'm going to copy and I'm going to add that here. But if if the index is found and we need to update that record, so let's have the else here. Then in that case, what we will do is if we have the movie and we also have the index, then I will do the request dot movies and I want to update the movie with this index, and then I will have the same UUID. So nothing is changed on the UUID, but we will have a new body which we have received from the client, the updated one. Now we have updated that record in the request dot movies, which is the movies JSON. Now let's write the updated movie JSON file. So I'm going to write the file with the updated movies. So I will have the request dot movies, and then we need to send the response to the client. So what I will do is response write head. All right, and then we have a 200 in case of an successful updation of the record. Then I will have the content type application JSON and then response dot end, and with the response dot end we will have the JSON dot stringify request movies. And I'm sending the response back with the updated movie which we have updated in the database. So for that I will use the index here. All right, and if there is no case of this, then in that case we will just add the else, and that else would be this one. So else, let me copy this. I will add it in the delete as well, and I will also add it in the post as put as well. So I'm going to add it here as well. So we have it, and now we have written all the operations. So let's go and let's give a try. So what I will do is I will also close this. Let's go here, and here let's start with first get all the movies. So I'm going to remove and fetch all the movies. So here you will see that we have all the movies. We have total of 1, 2, 3 and 4 records. Now we are going to post it. So we are going to create a new movie. So let's have a new movie, and here I'm going to write as Mission Impossible. Then I will just change that it was in 2000. I will change the IMDb rating as 9.9. Oops, 8.9, sorry. And now I will send it request. All right, I see that 201 the record is created. So I should be able to see the record. Oops, I clicked 2 times, so that means 2 records will be created. So now let's go and get, and I will send it, and we should be able to see 2 records with the Mission Impossible. So if I scroll, we have 2 records with Mission Impossible. Now I want to delete it. So what I will do is I'm going to copy this. Let's fetch it first. So if I send it, then we see that we have the movie. Now I want to delete this. So I'm going to fire a delete request, and we see that 204 no content. That means it's deleted. So if I go and try to get it again, I will see that the movie is not found. Now what I will do is I will just remove and I will fetch all the movies again. And now this time what I will do is I want to update this Mission Impossible with Mission Impossible 1 or 2. So what I will do is let's have Mission Impossible Rogue Nation. All right, I will make a put, and I will just get the ID. So this is the ID which I want to update. I will copy this. I will add the ID here, and I will also change the IMDb rating to 7.9. All right, I will change this to 2015, and let's do a send. I do a send, then you will see that this is the updated record which I have received back. And if I want to check that, I will just do a get request. I will send it, and I get the data back. So I can also do the get all movies, and we should be able to see the updated movie, which will be the Mission Impossible Rogue Nation. So this way we have created the vanilla Node.js CRUD API project. We have the get, put, post and delete, and we have also covered some of the responses of different cases, like the UUID is not valid. We did some validation on the data. We also did some validation on the routes. We did validation on the movie records in case we don't find a movie. So we just throw that movie not found. So this was a basic project, but there's a lot of things to learn. If we are just beginner in the Node.js, then there are a lot of things to run. I will push the code in the GitHub so that you can take it for the reference. And in the coming videos, we are going to explore explore more on the Node.js and the Express.js. Alright guys, so before we jump into the Visual Studio Code and do some hands-on the Express framework, I want to quickly walk you through some of the slides which I have prepared where we will see what this Express framework is and what features it offers while doing the development of the Node.js application. So Express, it's a very popular Node.js web application framework, and it provides a robust set of features for building web applications and mobile applications. Express provides a thin layer of fundamental web application, and it's built on top of the Node.js features that we all know and we love it. So this makes Express a very performant. Now let's discuss about some of the features which Express offers. So Express is already built on top of the Node.js, so it saves a lot of time in development, and that results into a faster server-side application development. Next, Express also provides different middleware functions that have access to the request and the response object and a next function in the application for a request response cycle. Let me give you a small example of the Express middleware. So in this slide, we will see that we have an Express, then we create an app with the help of Express, and then you have that app.get, you provide a route into it. And the other one is the middleware function. So this middleware function will have the arguments as request, the response, and a next callback, which is a middleware function. Now, once you have the request and the response, you can use the next so that you can go on to the next function which we want to execute. So this is a simple Express middleware function, and this middleware function also helps us to do the chaining of the routing. So you have one route which you redirect to the another one, and then you have the other one. Next we want to discuss about is the routing. So routing refers how our application's endpoint URI responds to the client request. Another one is the templating engine. So a template engine enables us to use the static template files in our application. So at runtime, these template engines replaces the variables in a template file with actual values and transform the template into an HTML file that we send to the client, and the client sees it on the browser. Express uses the debug module internally, so to log the information about the route matches, middleware functions that we use in the application mode, and the flow of the request response cycle. Now, since we have the basic knowledge about the features and the Express, so now let's go to the Visual Studio Code and let's see how we can install the Express in our Node application. So I'm using the same project which we have built in our previous Node.js crash course. So you will see that we have different branches. So we have the part 1, part 2, part 3, and now I'm creating a new branch which is the Express get started. Now, if we want to install the Express, let's go and check the package.json file. In the package.json file, we have main entry of the application, which is index.js. So we don't have the index.js at the moment, but we are going to create that. And then we have the name, version, description, and some test scripts. So what we are going to do is right now we don't have anything installed as a dependency in our Node application. So let's go to the terminal. So I'm going to open a new terminal, and in the new terminal, if we want to install the Express, we can simply use the npm install Express, and this is going to install Express in our application. So now if we want to have the Express as a dependency, we are going to use this npm install Express. And if we want to install the Express in the project temporarily, but we don't want it to be added in the dependency list, then in that case we can use the no-save. But for our project, we need it as a Express framework, and we want to add it in the dependency. So I'm going to hit enter, and this is going to install Express in our application. So meanwhile, what we can do is we can create a file which will be the index.js. So I have the index.js, and we see that our Express is also installed. So let's go to the package.json and verify. So here we will see that we have a dependency object now, and in that we have an Express and the version of the Express. Alright, so now our Express is installed, and now what we will do is we are going to create a simplest Express app using a single file, which is the index.js. And later we are going to see that if we want to have a full project of the Express, then we will use the Express generator to create a sample project. So what I will do here is that first let's import the Express. So we will have the constant Express. I'm going to have the require, and then we are going to have the Express. All right, so we have the Express, and now we are going to create an app using this Express. So I will have the constant app, and that will have the Express. We have created the app. Now we want to create our server, so I need to have a port where my server can listen. So let's add a port as I'm going to use the port as 3001. We can also use the port from the .env file. We can use with the help of the process core module, and for that we will also need the .env. So I have covered that part in my previous video, so if you have missed, then please go and check it out. I will also add the link in the description of the video. Now we have created this, and now what we want that our app should start and it should listen to the port 3001. So what I will do is I'm going to have the app listen, and then I will have the port, and there will be a callback here. So let's have a callback, and I'm going to write the console.log, and here I will have the example app listening on port. I will have the $port. All right, and I'm going to make this as a backtick so that I can use the template literal. Okay, now if we want to run this Express app, what we can do is let's go to the package.json file, and inside the package.json file, what I will do is I'm going to add here start. All right, and then I will have the node index.js. I will save it. And now if we go and write the npm start, then it is going to start my application, and you will see that the example app listening on the port 3001. Either we can go to the browser. So let me go to the browser. All right, and I'm going to open it on a localhost 3001, and I will hit enter, and you will see that cannot get slash because we haven't set any route at the moment. So what we will do is let's set our first route. So I'm going to go to my index.js, and in the index.js, what I will do is I'm going to have the app.get method, and in this I'm going to pass my route. So if I have a slash, then in that case what I will do is I'm going to have the request and the response. All right, this will be an arrow function, and whenever I have this request response, what I want to do is I want to send my response as hello world. So let's have a hello world here. All right, I will save it, and I will go back to my browser. All right, and now if I refresh it, I still don't see anything, and that is because we have to restart our server. Now I'm going to cancel this, and if I want to restart my server every time whenever I make changes, so I'm going to install the nodemon so that it will help me for the development. So I will have the nodemon. I'm going to have the --save -dev because I want to install it as a dev dependency. So now if I go to the package.json, I should have a dev dependency as nodemon. In the package.json, I'm going to change this, and instead of this, I'm going to have the nodemon. All right, I will save it. And now let's have the npm start. Npm start, and nodemon will start the application. Now let's go and let's check. So if I go to my browser again, then in that case, if I refresh it, then you will see that we have the hello world. And that is because now we have added a get http method and on the route as slash, so it will send the hello world. Now the other thing what we can do is, now if I want to send the response as a JSON, so in that case what I can do is I can just change this. I can have the JSON, and before the JSON I want to show you that if I go to the Thunder client and I make a request on the local host 3001, then we should see hello world. But you will see that this is a hello world and it's not in a JSON format. So what I can do is I will go here, we have the JSON, and then we can have a message here, and then we can have the hello world. I will save it. All right, and now if I send the request, I will get a application JSON as the content format, and we will see that we have the hello world. And if we try to access any other route other than the slash, then it's going to give us 404 error. So we have the 404 and we have the error. So this is the default Express error handling. Now the next thing I want to show you is that how we can set up some basic routes in Express. All right, so now we have the get route, and what I will do is I will have this, and I'm going to change this to this is home page. All right, and then now we will set up some routes. So what I will do is let's have some sample routes as users. So I'm going to have the users, and when I do app.get/users, then I need to get all the users. So here I'm going to have the message, and I'm going to have here get all the users. And now this is the get, and if we want to get an individual user, then in that case we are going to pass an ID. So I'm going to have the slash ID, and in that case I'm going to have the get user with ID. And then what I will do is I'm going to change this to backticks, and then I can get the ID. So to get the ID, what I will do is I'm going to have the request dot param dot ID. So this is also the Express feature. It provides us if we want to get the ID from the request param. Now let's do the post. So if I want to set a post route, what I will do is I'm going to have the post here, and it will be post to the users. And in this case I'm going to have the create new user. Then if we want to use the put route, so if we want to update the user, then in that case we will have the put. So all these are, you have the app, then you provide the HTTP method, and then you provide the path on which the client should use the as an endpoint, and then you provide the handler. So for the put also I will need an ID, and then we are going to have a request response. I'm going to copy this and I will add it here. And now we will have the update user with ID. So let's have the update user with ID, and we will get the ID. And the last one is delete. So if I want to delete a user, then we can have the delete HTTP method, and then we are going to have the ID, and here we will simply have the delete user with ID. So we have set up some basic routes, and this is how you do the basic routing in Express. So now let's go and let's check. So what I will do is I'm going to go to my Thunder client, and here I will have the slash first. So I will send it, and we see that this is the home page. Now if I want to have the users and I'm going to send it, then you see that we get all the users. And now if I want to get an individual user with an ID 1 and let's send it, then you will see that we get a user with ID 1. We can simply have the put also. So if I send it, you will see that we have the update user with ID 1, and similarly for the delete. So if I send it, then we have delete user with ID 1. Now we will check for the post. So if I remove this and if I send it, then we will see that create a new user. So this is the basic routing. Now the next thing which I want to show you is how you can use the Express generator. So whenever you want to build a web application and you want to use the Express, then in that case we can have a full project of the Express with template engine and template views with the help of Express generator. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the index terminal, and in the index terminal what I will do is I'm going to change my directory. I'm going to have ls-ltr, and then what I will do is I'm going to go to my Express tutes. So I will have the cd express tut, and let's clear it. Now here what I have to do is I want to create an Express project with the help of Express generator. So I'm assuming that you are using the Node version higher than 8, where we already have the npx, which is the task runner. So what I will do is I will check my Node version. So let's go and let's check the Node version. Oops, it should be Node version. So I'm using the node as 16.13. So what I will do is I'm going to use the npx express generator, and then I will provide the name of my app. So this will be my Express app. All right, I'm going to hit enter, and now this is going to scaffold all the files and the project structure which you will see. So you will see that it created a lot of files and a complete project for me. Now what we need to do is we need to do the cd express app. So let's go to the Express app. So I'm going to do ls, and we have the Express app. So let's go to the Express app. All right, so now what we will do is before I do the npm install, I want to open the Express project which we have created in my Visual Studio Code. So what I will do is I'm going to go here. I will have a new window. Then I'm going to click on open. Then I will just traverse to my project. So I will have the codes, Express tools, and Express app, and I will open it. And I'm going to close all this. And I want to only show you the package.json file. So now in the package.json file, when we use the Express generator and create the Express project, we already have few dependencies like cookie parser, debug, Express, HTTP errors, Jade, and Morgan. So we are going to go through the complete project structure, what we have, what all files are created, and what's the use of those. So now what we need to do is we need to install the dependencies. So what I will do is I'm going to have the npm install, and this is going to install all the dependencies, and it's going to create the node modules folder with these dependencies. Alright, so we have the node modules folder. So that means all the dependencies are already installed. Now let's go to each of the folder one by one and understand what it is. So first one is the bin folder, and inside the bin folder we have a file with www, and it is a simple file where we create a HTTP server, and with this server we also define the port. So this is a simple HTTP server we have, and we provide the app which we have created with the help of Express. So if we go to the app.js, and in the app.js, you will see that we have the app. We created the app with the help of Express, and then we just export it. So we have exported the app. Now this app is imported in www file, and then here we have the HTTP server, and we give the app as an argument. Then we have the server, we created the port, and we listen the server to that particular port. So that's what it has created. Now you can also create this as a part of your app.js, but since we have used the Express generator, it wants to keep them as a separate. So that's why we have it www. Next we have the public folder. So this public folder will contain all your static files like images, JavaScript, style sheets. So this is the public folder. Then we have the routes. So with Express, it creates a separate folder for the routes. So here you will see that we have two routes files, which is the index.js and other one is the users. And here you also get the express.router, which is help you to create the routes. So we are going to go to this later on. Then we have the views. So these views are actually Jade templates. It's now also known as the Pug. So now it is the templating engine, and this is how you write the Jade templates. So this is something that all the views which you see in your browser will have the .jade files. And here you have the index.js. In the index.js, you're going to have an h1 tag and a paragraph tag, and there will be some values with the title. And these values you can get it from the request which you created. Now next is the app.js and then package.json. So we have already gone through the package.json, and let's go to the app.js. Now in the app.js, you will see a lot of stuff, but this one, the HTTP errors, is used to create the HTTP errors. So it's a package which will help you to create the HTTP errors. And the sample, if you want to see, is like something like this, that if I want to create a 404 error, then you can simply use the create error instance, and then you can pass the error code here. So this is what you use the HTTP errors. Then you have the Express, which we already covered. You have a path, which is a core node module. Then you have a cookie parser, which we are not going to use for now. Then we have the Morgan, which is a logger, and it is going to log all the requests which we fire. Then we have the different files for the routes. So we have two files. One is the index and the user, and those two are having a different routes for the index and the users. Then we create an app with an Express. Then we set the view engine setup. So we are having a view engine as Jade, because this can be different thing. It can be handlebars, it can be mustache. So depending on what view engine you are using. So we are using Jade. Then there is a code which you will see like app.use. So these all are middlewares, and these some are the internal middleware, some are the custom middlewares. So we are going to cover the middlewares in our next video. So for now, you don't have to worry about what this app.use is. So all these are middlewares. So you will see that we have a middleware, and as we saw in the slide, we have a middleware function which has a request, response, and a next. And the next will have the whatever the next handler you want to provide to it. Then we have an error handler middleware. So this is also an error handler middleware where you have an error object, and then you have a request response object with a next. So now if we want to run this application, how we can run it. So what I will do is debug equals to express app colon asterisk, and I will have the npm start. Oops, it should be npm start. So you will find this, oops, I made a mistake. So it should be debug equals to, so this will be debug equals to, and I will hit enter. Now we see that we have the Express server started and it's listening to port 3000. Now if we go to the browser and let's see what happens. So if I'm going to go to the browser, and now instead of the 3001, I'm going to have the 3000, and you will see that we have the Express and it shows welcome to the Express. So now let's see what this Express and welcome to the Express are coming from. So if we go back, and in this what we will see is if we go here, then we have two routes. So whenever we have a slash, index router is activated. So if we go to the index router, we will have to go to the route slash index. So if we go to the route slash index, and here you will see that whenever a user is requesting to a route with a slash, we are going to get a middleware function, and this middleware function will have the request response and then next. And then whenever we have the request, we send a response, and in the response we have to render the index view. So this is my index view, and I'm passing the value as title and the express, and this value will go here as title and express. So here what we can do is we can make a change. So I'm going to make a change as express tutorial, and then I'm going to also pass a value as message. Let's go to the index, and we have the welcome to. So I'm going to make it as welcome to Express beginner friendly tutorial. I will save it. All right, now we are passing the title and the message. And now if we go to the index Jade, then here what we can have the title, but I can make change here and I can have the message here. All right, I will save it. And now we want to restart our server since we are not using the node mon. So what I will do is I'm going to restart my server. Now let's go and let's check. So I'm going to go to my browser. All right, and then I'm going to refresh. And as soon as I refresh, you will see that we have the Express tutorial, and welcome to the Express beginner friendly tutorial. So this way you can actually send a view, and instead of sending a JSON, because you are not creating the API, you are actually creating a web application. So you can send different views to the client, and the client can view them on the browser. All right, and now we also have the users route. So if I go and have the slash users, then we have a respond with a resource. So we can make a change here. So I will go back to the Visual Studio Code, and in the Visual Studio Code, if we go to the users, then in that case we just have the res.send and we send it. If I want to render a new view, then what I can do is I'm going to create a new view here, and I can have the user.jade, and then we can just copy this. All right, and then I can go to the Jade, and then I can add it here, and you will notice here that we have the extends layout, and that is because this layout, because every page which is rendered on the browser is an HTML page, but you will see that there is no HTML tags here. So we have a layout, and in the layout we have specified the doc type, HTML, head, title, link, body, and then we have the block content. And now we just write this block content, and in this block content we have an h1 tag and we have a paragraph tag. And here what we can do is instead of the title we can make the users. All right, and then here I can have the user. Let's have the users. All right, and then we can pass the users. So if we go to the users, and then here what we can do is we can have the render, and here what we will do is we are going to change, and we need a view here. So I'm going to save it. Oops, I made a mistake. So I'm going to first delete this. All right, and then we have the users, and inside the users I'm going to copy this, and then what we need to do is we need to send the response.render. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to come here and I'm going to add it here, and we can just simply change this view. So my view will be a user, and then we can pass the title as this is users page, and we can have the message is users listed. I will save it. And then we can go to the user.jade, and then we can simply have the title. So I'm going to copy this, then we are going to have the title, and here I'm going to have the message. And let's go and let's quickly check. So what I will do is I'm going to go to my browser. All right, and now in the browser if I refresh it, then we should be able to see, but we don't see anything. But for that what we have to do is we need to restart the server. So let's restart the server. All right, now we have restarted the server. So now let's go and let's check. So if I go and refresh it, then we see the user pages, and in this way we can create different views for different routes and can build a full-fledged web application. So we are going to build it in one of our video later on, but for today it's just the introduction of the Express generator and the project which we get. Now let's go to the Visual Studio Code and let's understand the project more. Now if we want to serve the static files, so if I go to the app.js, and in the app.js, you will see that how we serve the static files in the Express application. And here you will see that we have the express.static, and this is a built-in middleware function in Express. So we will also see in the next video that what are middlewares and what are the different kinds of middleware. Some are custom middleware, some are built-in middlewares, and how we can write them. So this is an built-in middleware, and here you provide the path of your dir name. So this will be the root, and then from the root you will see that you need to have a public directory, and once you have this, then you will be able to serve the static files. So if I want to access the static files, like I want to access the style sheet, so what I can do is if I go to my browser, and in the browser what I will do is I can have the style sheet slash style.css, and you will see that we get this style sheet. Now if you want to make a change, suppose let's say you want to make a change in your virtual route, then you can also do that. So if we want to do that, what we will do is I'm going to go here. All right, and here what I will do is I'm going to add the slash static. So let me add the slash static, and then we can pass this. All right, I will save it. And now if we want to access the static files, then in that case what we to do is we need to have the slash static, because we have added a virtual path. All right, and if you want to see this, then let's restart our server. So I'm going to restart our server, and now we can go to the browser and check. So if I go to the browser and if I refresh it, then you will see that we don't find any path on this route. Now, because now we have added the middleware to access the static files, but the path is we have added a virtual path which is a static, and now you will see that we get the static files. So this is how you can serve the static files in Express app. And now next thing what I want to show you is that let's go to the Visual Studio Code, and here you will see that this is a logger, and we have the logger dev. So Morgan usually provides a different kind of parameters. Here we can also have the combined, or we can have the tiny. So you can read it on the documentation of the Morgan package. So I'm going to change this to combined, and before it was dev, and for that you were seeing that you have a get static. So all these routes which you are trying to access, you will see them as a logged here. So I'm going to save it, and I will change this. So let's restart the server. We have the restart of the server, and now if we fire any request, so let's go to the Thunder client. I'm going to create a new request. I will have this as local host 3000, and I'm going to have the slash users, and I'm going to hit enter. Then you're going to see that we get a HTML page back. And whenever we get an HTML page back, you will see that the complete request to which we have added, and it gives more information, like we are using a Thunder client, and instead of Thunder client, if I use a browser, then you will see that we are getting different information. So if I go back here, and here what I will do is I'm going to have the users, and I hit enter. And now if we go to the Visual Studio Code, and you will see that what is the logs we have. So here you will see that the route was accessed via Apple WebKit, and it was a Chrome browser, and a lot more information. So this is what this Morgan package is. So I can change back to dev. All right, so that's all I have in this first video. It's a basic introduction of the Express and the Express generator, and I have also walked you through the complete Express project which we get with the Express generator, and then how we can use the static routes, basic routing, and all the basic stuff. In the coming video, we are going to explore more on the routing in the Express, and also the middlewares. What are different kind of middlewares that are available in the Express. Alright guys, so let's first start with understanding what is the middleware function is. So we will understand the definition of it, and a middleware function is a function that have an access to the request object and the response object. And there is a next middleware function in the application's request response cycle. Let me show you a small diagram which we have also covered in our previous video. So this is a middleware function. We are just using the Express, and then we are creating an app with the Express. Now we have created a method get, so app.get, and we have a route as slash, and then we pass a function. Now this function is going to have a request object and a response object, and there will be a next middleware function. And whenever we do some operations on the request or the response, then after that we need to call the next, and then our app is listened to a port. So this next is a middleware function which is also a callback argument, which will help us to do the operations in a request response cycle. Now let's go to Visual Studio Code and let's understand this practically. So I'm going to go to my Visual Studio Code, and in the Visual Studio Code you can see that I have a small project where I have the index.js and the package.json.file. And if I go to the package.json, I have no dependencies in the project. Now in Express we have 5 different types of middleware. One will be the application level middleware, which is used application wide. Next is the third party middleware. Then we have the router level middleware, built-in middleware, and error handling middleware. So I have misspelled the error handling, so let me correct that. All right, and now we are going to write the example of each of the middleware and the use of that. So now let's first start with the application level middleware. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to first import the Express, but before that I need to install the Express. Let's install the Express. I'm going to have the npm install Express, and this is going to install Express in my package.json file. Now we have the Express. Let's create a basic server. So I'm going to have the constant Express require Express. All right, and then with this Express I'm going to instantiate my app. So I have a constant app which will be equals to the Express. All right, now I have the app, and let's define the port as well. So I'm going to have the constant port. I will have the 5001, and then I will listen to this port so that my application server starts. So what I will do is I will go in the end, and then I will have the app dot listen, and then I will listen on the port which I have defined. Then it will give me a callback function, and I'm going to have the console dot log, and then I can have the server started on port, and I'm going to pass the port which we have. So let me have the port. All right, so we have created the basic Express server. Now I will also need a nodemon so that I don't have to rerun my application again and again. So I will have the npm install nodemon, and I will also make change in my package.json file. So I will go to the script, and I'm going to have here the start. All right, then I will define here nodemon, and I will have the index.js. All right, I will save it. Now if we want to run the application, we can simply use the npm start, and that will start my applications. Okay, so I am facing an error. So let me go back to the package.json file, and we have missed the comma here. Now let's give a try. So I'm going to have the npm start, and we see that our node server is started. Now we are going to use the Thunder client. So if I go to the Thunder client, I will create a new request, and let's clear all my activities. All right, and here I can start it. So what I will do is I'm going to have the http://local host, and I'm going to have the localhost 501. All right, so we have the 501, and we get 404 route not found. Since we haven't set up any route, that's why we are getting an error. Now what we are going to do is first we need to define an application level middleware. So what I will do, I'm going to write a small logger function. So I will go here, then I'm going to have the constant logger middleware, and the job of this function will only to log all the requests which the server is receiving. So here what we will do is we are going to have a request object, then we will have the response object, and we are going to have the next. All right, this will be an arrow function. Then what we will do is we are simply going to do a console.log, and I'm going to log the request. So first let's have the date. All right, so I'm going to have the new date, and then what I want is I also want the request. So whatever the request is received by the server, so I'm going to have my request, and I will have the request method. All right, so this is the request method, and then we will also have the request URL. So let me have the request.url, and once it is done, then I can call the next middleware function. All right, so now we have created this logger middleware, and now if we want to use this, so whenever we get a request, we need to log that request. And if we want to use it to the application wide, so what I will do is here we can simply use the app instance. All right, and we can make use of a use, and then we can pass the logger middleware. All right, I'm going to pass it here, and I will save it. So if I try to make any new request, I should be able to see it. So I'm going to send it, then you will see now that this is the date, and then this is the request, this is the request method, and this is the URL. So if I have a API/users, and if I send it, then you will see that we have the API/user and get. So this is a very simple basic middleware, but this is an application level middleware. Next I want to show you is what is the router level middleware. So what we are going to do is we are going to create routes, and for that I will have a router from the Express. So I'm going to have the constant, then I will have the router. All right, and this will be equals to the express.router. All right, now we have the router, and then what we can do is we can come here and we can create some routes. So let me create first get route. So I'm going to have the router.route. all right, and then this route will have a slash, and on this slash I will have a get route, and on the same I'm going to have the post route. And here I'm going to have a function which will be the get users, and then I'm going to have a function here which will be a create user. Now we need to write these two functions, so I'm going to have the constant get users. All right, this will be an arrow function, and then I'm going to have the request and the response here. Now similarly I will create another function which will be the create users. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to add it here. And now whenever we have a get users, what I will do is I will have a simple response in the form of a JSON, and then in that what I will pass is I'm going to pass a message, and I will have the get all users. So this will be a simple get all users. And then we can also have a response for my create user. So whenever someone make a post request, we are going to pass a simple message, and then it will be a create new user. All right, now we have it, and we can see that we have our application is crashing. So maybe we had made some mistake, but since we are using the function before we are having the definition of it, what we will do is we are going to cut this and we are going to add in the end. All right, I will save it, and now everything works fine. Now what we will do is let's do a simple test of these two endpoints. But before we go and test it, what I want to do is I want to add one more stuff, and that will be app.use, and then we need to add the router here. So what I will do is I'm going to have the app.use, and then I will have my endpoint as API, resource as users, and that will contain the router. All right, now we can try it. So if I go back here, I have the users, I'm going to send the request, and I see that get all users. And if I make a post, then I will see create new user. But now we haven't done anything related to the middleware stuff. So what we will do is how we can define a middleware which will act on the router level. So I'm going to create a function, a fake authentication stuff. So what I will do is I'm going to create a constant, and this will be a fake auth, and then I'm going to have the request, response, and a next. I'm going to have the arrow function, and then what I will do is I will have a constant which will be the auth status. So let me have the auth status, and I'm going to assign a value as true. And then if we have the auth status, then in that case what I will do is I'm going to simply have a console.log user auth status, and then I'm going to simply print the auth status. All right, and here I'm going to have the auth status, and then we can have the next. So whenever someone is trying to access my route, I need to define an authentication on that, and if the authentication is successful, then only I need to have the request get executed. And if it's not true, then in that case I need to throw an error. So I'm going to have the response status, and I will define the status as 401, and then let's throw the error. So I'm going to have the throw error, and I'm going to pass a message here. So this will be user is not authorized. All right, so now we have it, and how we can make use of this fake auth middleware function on my routes. So for that, what we can do is if we go here, and here what we will do is I'm going to have the router, and then I will have the use, and then in this use I can pass my auth function. So I will have the fake auth. All right, I will save it. So on every route, when someone send a request, then we are going to execute first the middleware, which is the fake auth. We do the authentication, and if it is successful, then we will see the response. But if it is not successful, in that case we are going to see the error. So right now I have defined the fake auth as true, so everything will get successful. So if I go here, I'm going to send the request, and you see the user auth status is true, and we see that create new user. But now if the authentication fails, so I'm going to change this to false. Now let's go and try, and if I send request, you see that we get 401 unauthorized, because if the authentication fails, we need to throw an error. So if we go here, and there is one thing I want to show you, that you will see that the Express handles the error and it throws the error, but the response of the error is in the form of an HTML page. And this is the message which we have passed. But what we need is we need to intercept this error response, and then we need to change this error response into a JSON object. So for that, what we can do is we can make use of an error handler middleware. So this is an error handler middleware. So now we are going to intercept the response, and then we are going to change the response into a JSON object and then throw it to the user. So this is the third kind of a middleware which we are going to write. So we have covered the router level middleware. Now let's go and let's write the error handler middleware. So here what we can do is I'm going to create a constant. I'm going to have the error handler, and this error handler will have the error object, then it's going to have the request, response, and the next function. All right, I'm going to have an arrow function, and I will write a constant with an status code. And then what I will do is, if we have the response dot status code, then in that case we need to pass the status code. If it's not, then I need to pass a 500, which is a internal server error. And then I can simply have the response dot status, and I need to pass the status as my status code. So let's pass the status code. And now we need to handle different kinds of an error. It can be a 401 error, it can be 404, 403. So what we are going to do is I'm going to write a switch case here, and in the switch case I'm going to pass the status code. So based on the status code, I'm going to pass different kind of an errors. So if it's an 401, then in that case what I want is I want my response as JSON. All right, then I'm going to have the title as unauthorized, and I'm going to have the message, and this message will be whatever the error we have dot message we pass in the error. All right, I'm going to save it, and then we can just do a copy of this. We can add for 404, and this will be not found. All right, and we are going to have the error message, and the last one will be 500. So if we have a 500 error message, we are going to have the server error, and then we are going to have this. All right, so now we have created it. Now the next thing what we are going to see is now if I want to use this error handler as a middleware in my application, then I can go in the end and I can use it. So I will simply use the app.use. So this is an error handler middleware which is used as an application level. So I will have the error handler, and now if we do a same request, then you will see that we still don't see it. Let me check. So we made some mistake, so I will just read it, and we see the status code before initialization. So let's go back and let's see what actually happened. So we have the status code. So we did a mistake here, and this should be a response dot status code. Now let's go and try. So if I send the request, then you see that we get an JSON response this time, which is unauthorized, and users is not authorized. So it should be user not authorized. So I'm going to go and change this too. So now we have also seen the error handler middleware, and we have used this error handling middleware as an application level middleware. So we used it on the app.use, and then we provided the handler. So I made a mistake on the handler, so let me correct the spelling. I'm going to change here. So now this was the error handler middleware. Now we have the get request. For the post request, I want to send some data to the server. So what I will do is, first let's have a simple console.log, and in the console.log I'm going to have the request.body, and what I will do is I'm going to add that this is the request body received from client. And now what we will do is, if we go back here in the Thunder client, I'm going to have a post request. I want to create a new user. So what I will do is I'm going to pass some JSON data. So I'm going to have the name as the page. Oops, this should be name as the page. And then what I will do is I'm going to pass the profession as teacher. And now if I want to send this data, then what we will do is I'm going to send it, but you will see that okay, we don't see the response. So what I will do is, let's go back here, and we see that we have a 401 unauthorized because we are not authorized to access this endpoint. So what we will do is we are going to change this auth status as true. Now we will try it again, and if I send the request, you see that this is the request body received from client, and we don't see any data what we have provided to the server. Now this is where we can use a built-in middleware in order to get the data stream which is received from the client to the server. And there what we will do is we can go to the inbuilt middleware. So what I will do is let's cut this, and I'm going to take it on the top so that we don't mess with the other code. And here I want to use the inbuilt middleware. So I'm going to have the app.use, and then the inbuilt middleware for Express is we have the express.json, and that will allow us to get the data stream from the client to the server. We can also make use of an app.use, and if our request body is in the URL encoded, and we can define the extended as true. So we have used the Express built-in middleware, and now let's give a try. So if I go here and if I send the request again, this time you will see that this is the request body received from the client, and we get the data stream which we have received from the client. So this is an example of an inbuilt middleware. There is one more inbuilt middleware which I want to show you is the express.static. So if we want to serve the static files to the client, then we need to use the express.static. So let's make a use of it. So I'm going to have so before using that, let's go and let's do one thing. So what I will do is I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to give the folder name as public, which will contain all the public files. All right. And inside that, what I will do is I'm going to create a new folder, which will be images. Then I'm going to create one more. Oops, it should not be a file. It should be folder. So I'm going to delete this. Then I'm going to create a folder which will be images. Then I'm going to create one more folder which will be CSS. All right, then I'm going to create one more folder which will be the JS. And now what I will do is I'm going to add one image in my images folder. So let me add an image. All right, so I have added an image in my images folder. And now if I want to access this image from the browser, so what I will do is let's go to the browser first. And here what I will do is I'm going to have the localhost 5001/API/users, and we get all users. So I'm going to zoom this little bit. All right, but now if I want to serve the static file, which is this image, then in that case what we will do is I'm going to go here. I'm going to have the images, and then I will have the .png. And you will see that we cannot get this route. So what we can do is we can make use of a static built-in middleware. So I'm going to have the app.use, and I will have the express.static. All right, and then I want to serve all my static files. So what I will do is I'm going to create a path. So I will have the path.join, and I'm going to provide the static path as public. So what I will do is let's import the path first. So it's an inbuilt core module, so we don't need to install anything. And I'm going to have the path. Path. And now what we will do is we have the path here, and then we can do a path.join, and I will use the name, and then from the directory name I need to have the public folder. All right, I'll save it. And now let's go back to the browser and let's check. So if I go back to the browser and if I refresh my page, then you will see that we have the image. So I'm going to zoom out. Then we have the image. But if we want to change the path, so what we will do is I need to have a virtual path, which will be a static. So I'm going to have a static here. And now if I go back here and if I refresh it, we don't have such a route. And what I will do is I'm going to have the static here. All right. And then we have it. So this is a built-in middleware which we have used. So now we have covered the application level middleware, router level middleware. We have also seen the error handling middleware and the built-in middleware. The next one I want to show you is the third-party middleware. So before we go to the third-party middleware, we will also add a route. So if we don't define any route, then in that case we need to throw an 404 error. So for that, what we will do is we can have the app.all, so that for all other routes with asterisk, then we are going to have the request response. All right, and in such cases we are going to have the response status as 404. All right, then we are going to throw an error. So I will have the error, and here I can have the route not found. So now if we try to access any of the route which we haven't defined, then in that case we are going to activate our error handler middleware, and then we are going to get the error in the form of a JSON response. So if I go back here, if I make this users and we have the test, and if I send it, then you see that we have not found and route not found. So that means this code is now working. All right, now let's jump to the third party middleware. So the first one I want to show you is the Morgan. So Morgan, it's a library which is used for the logging. So what I will do is I'm going to install the Morgan first. All right, npm install Morgan. So now Morgan is installed, and let's import it. So I'm going to have the constant Morgan, but Express has also built an inbuilt middleware on top of the Morgan. So you can directly use an inbuilt middleware with express.logger, which is in the background is going to use the Morgan. So what we will do is I'm going to have a logger here, and then I'm going to have the require, and let's import the Morgan, and then here we can add the logger. So I will have the app.use, and why I write user every time, so it will be logger, and then it has different parameters. So you can have the combine, dev, short, tiny. Based on the parameter, it's going to define the logger. So what I will do first is let's have the dev, then I'm going to save it, and now let's see the application is still running, and if I go and if I test it, then you will see that we have the logger, additional logging here, which is coming from the Morgan. So this one we are using from the logger middleware, which we have created, and this is one the coming from the Morgan. Now if we change this to combine, then it's going to give some more information. So let's have the combined, and now I'm going to send a request, and this time you will see that we have a more additional information. So it's a post API, this was the route, this was the HTTP method, status code, this is the client which we have used, and all other information. Now the other third party middleware which I want to show you is the Multer. So Multer is a node package which is used to upload files to the server. So what I will do is, first let's install the Multer. So I'm going to have the npm install Multer. All right, so this is going to install it. Let's import that. So I'm going to have the constant Multer, which is equals to the require Multer, and now we are going to build a upload functionality basically. So what I will do is I'm going to create a constant here, and I'm going to have an upload. I will have the Multer, and then I'm going to define the destination of my folder where the images will get uploaded. So I'm going to have the dest, and then I'm going to define the path. So I will have my images to be uploaded in public/load. I'll save it. Now at the moment, as soon as I do it, you will see that we get a folder which is the uploads folder. Now I need to upload my images to the folder. So let's write an endpoint for that. So what I'm going to do is I will go down, and here I'm going to define the endpoint. So I will have the app.post, and then here I'm going to have the upload as an endpoint, and this is going to upload a single image. So I will have the upload dot single, so that I have only a single image, and I will have the field name as image. All right, and then I'm going to have the request response and next. This will be an arrow function. Then I'm going to have a simple console.log, and I'm going to log the request.file, and I will also log the request.body. So let's have the request.body. All right, and once we upload it, I need to send a response, and I will send the response the same file which we have uploaded. So I'm going to have the request.file, and in case of an error, then we are going to have the error, we are going to have the request, we are going to have the response, and then we are going to have the next. So this is an error middleware, and then I'm going to have the response dot status as 400. All right, and then I'm going to send the, so this will be an arrow function. All right, and then I'm going to send the errors object. So let me have the error, and this will be an error dot message. All right, this will become the error. All right, I will save it. Now let's try this. So in order to try this API or the endpoint, the upload, I actually cannot use the Thunder client, because if I go here in, if I want to upload a file, there's no option to upload a file. But what we can do is I can test it in the Postman. So let's go to the browser. All right, and then I can have the Postman here. So let me open the Postman. So I have the Postman, and now if I want to try it, what I will do is I'm going to have a workspace as test, and then let's create a new request here. So what I will do is I'm going to go here, I will have it, and then I'm going to define the local host :5001. Then I'm going to have the /API/users, and then I'm going to send the request. Then we should be able to see that get all users, but we are going to try to upload an image. So what I will do is I'm going to remove this. I will have the upload. I will just zoom in a little bit. Oops. And I will change this to upload. Let's check its uploads or upload. So I will go back to my Visual Studio Code, and then we will see the endpoint. It's an upload endpoint. So let's go back. All right, and it's an upload. And here if I go to the body, I need to send the form data as in the form of a multi-part. So Multer actually helps us to handle the multi-part request. So here what I will do is, to the key, I'm going to change this to a file, and the name of the property will be file. I'm going to select an image. So let's select an image. I will go and let's select this image, and I will open it. Now we have the image, and now let's send it. So now if we send it, then we actually see that route not found. So we made a mistake in our endpoint. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code, and in the Visual Studio Code we have the app.post, and then we have this. So if we go back here, then we see that we have route not found because we need to make this as post. All right, now if I send it, then we see that error console of is not a function. So let's go back to the code, and here we will see that okay, we have misspelled it. So I'm going to change this to log. Now let's go back, and now we are going to send the request. So now if I send the request, you see that we get a response with a field name as an image, The original name of the file is ex.png, encoding MIME type destination where it's got uploaded, file name, path, and the size of the file. And now if we go to the Visual Studio Code, then we should be able to see it in our uploads file. So if I go here and here, we see that we have the files. Since we are not able to view those files, but the file is uploaded here. And now let's go to the index.js. So this was the third-party middleware Multer, which we have used in order to handle the multi-part request. So we have covered all the examples related to the 5 different types of middleware: the application level middleware, then we covered the router level middleware, then we covered the error handling middleware, then we saw some of the built-in middlewares, and in the end we saw a third-party middleware. So we have used Morgan and we have used the Multer. Alright guys, so in this video we are going to build a contact manager application, and we are going to build the APIs of how we can manage the contacts. We are also going to introduce the authentication and authorization concepts in order to build this application. So before we go deep dive, I want to give you some overview on the RESTful API conventions, because we are going to build the REST APIs. So this is the RESTful API conventions where you will see that we have the CRUD actions, and first what we will do is we will simply going to build a CRUD API for the contacts, and contacts will be our resource. So we will have different CRUD actions like get all contacts, get a single contact, create contact, update contact, and delete contact. And for that we are going to use the HTTP methods as get, put, post, and delete. And on the extreme right you will see the endpoints. So we are having a slash API slash contacts, and for the other one we have the API contacts slash ID. So we will have to pass the ID in order to get an individual contact or update a contact or delete a contact. And to start with this application we need to install the Node.js in our machine. So I already have the Node.js installed in my machine, and if you want to install it, then you can go to the official documentation of Node.js, and then you can simply install the current version or the recommended version for the most users. Now we will also need a Visual Studio Code, so you can download the Visual Studio Code from the official documentation. Now let's jump to the Visual Studio Code, and here what we are going to do is first we are going to set up our project. So let's go to the terminal, and I'm going to open the terminal. All right, and then I'm going to go to my documents directory. So let's go to the documents, and inside the documents directory and here I'm going to create a new directory which will be, so this will reflect the backend APIs of my contact. All right, so now I will go to my contacts directory, and here first we need to initialize our project. So what I can do is I can write the npm init, and with this npm init it's going to ask us few questions so that it will generate our package.json file. So for the package name I'm going to give the name as my contacts backend API. All right, version is still 1.0.0, and here it will be this is Express project for my contacts backend API. And then the next thing is we need to define the entry point. So I'm going to define the entry point as server.js. I'm not going to add anything on the test command. I will not add the git repository, no keywords. As an author, I'm going to add the page Malvia, and for the license I'm going to have the MIT, and then I'm going to click yes. So now we have the package.json file. Now let's open this directory in our Visual Studio Code. So I'm going to do an open. I will go to the documents, and I'm going to open the Express project, and inside that my contacts. So I will just click on the trust the author, and you will see that we have the package.json. Now we haven't installed any dependencies, and there is not much inside our package.json file. Now the next thing what we will do is we are going to create a git ignore file. So I will go here and I will create the git ignore, and inside the git ignore I'm going to add the node modules. So we don't want the node modules to be part of our git repository, and I also don't want to add the .env file because that will be only for the development purpose. All right, so now we have that, and now let's create the server.js file. So I'm going to go here. I will have the server.js. So we have the server.js, and inside the server.js let's create a basic Express server. So for that first we need to install the Express. So what I will do is let's go to the terminal, and inside the terminal we will install the Express.js. So let's install the npm install express, and then I'm going to hit enter. All right, so we have the express, and along with that we will also need to install the nodemon so that it will automatically restart our server whenever we make any changes. All right, I will go to the package.json and we can verify that we have the nodemon as dev dependency, and for the dependency we have the Express.js. Now in the scripts, and I will add the scripts to start my server. So what I will do is I'm going to have the start, and for the start what I will write is I'm going to write the node server.js, and I will also add one more which will be for the development, and for the development I'm going to run with the help of a nodemon. So let's have the nodemon server.js. I will save it, and now if I go and run it, so let's run the npm run dev, and this is going to run our server.js. But right now we don't have anything in the server.js, so what I will do is I'm going to do a simply console.log and write I am in Express project. All right, I will save it, and you will see that as soon as I save this, the nodemon restarts the file automatically, and we see that I am in the Express project. So now we have the Express installed. Now let's create a Express server. So we'll have the Express, which will be equals to the require, and that will be the Express. I have misspelled the require, so let me correct. And then what I have to do is I will define a port. So I will have to define a port, and let's define the port as 5000. So once we have the Express installed, we are going to have equals to the Express. Now since we have created the app, now we can have a listen on the app on our port 5000. So what I will do is I'm going to have the app dot listen, and this will listen on the port that we have created. So we have the port, and this port is going to give us a callback, and here we can write the console.log, and let's have the server running on port, and we can pass the port here. All right, I will save it. Now you see that we have a server running on the port 5000. So this is the static server which we have given, but usually in our project we are going to have an environment variable file where we are going to define the port. So let's do that. So what I will do is I'm going to create a new file with the name .env, and here I will have the port, and I will give the port as 5001. I can make use of a .env package. So let's install the .env package. So I'm going to go here and I will have the npm install .env. So now as I have the .env, this is going to give me an access to fetch the value of the port from the environment variable file with the help of a process module, which is a core module of Node.js. So I will show you how we can do that. Let's have a constant .env, and this will be equals to the require, and I'm going to pass the .env, and then we have to use the config method. I will change this to equals to, and now we have this. It has a process.env, and I can pass the port, and my server is now running on the port 5001, which I have specified in the environment variable file. Now the next thing we need to do is, since we have created the app and we are listening on the port, now we need to test it. So if we want to test the APIs, we need an HTTP client. There are multiple HTTP clients which you can use, but for this project I'm going to use the Thunder client, which will be an extension inside the Visual Studio Code itself. You can also prefer to use the Postman, which will be a separate application, so you need to switch between your Visual Studio Code and the Postman. So that is the reason I'm going to use the Thunder client. So if you want to use the Thunder client, you can click on this icon in the extension, and then you can search for the Thunder client and you can just install it. Once you install the Thunder client, what you will see is you will see an icon of the Thunder client. So if you can click on that, and if I go and create a new request, then you will see that I'm going to remove all this. I will have the HTTP localhost, my port is 5001, and now I will just send a request. So what I will do is I'm going to click on the send, and you will see that as soon as I click on the send, we see a 404 because we haven't configured any route for this, and we see an HTML response with an error page. Now let's go and change it. So what I will do is I'm going to have the app, and then I'm going to use a get method, and I want to listen for API/contacts. So let me have the contacts, and then when I have this, it's going to give me a request and a response, and this will be an arrow function. And then what I can do is I can do a res.send, and I can can give a message here which I want. So what I will write is get all contacts. Our server is restarted, and now if I go here and for API context, and now if I click on the get all contacts, now we are not passing a response as a JSON format, but if we want to pass our response as a JSON, what we can do is we can use a res.json, and this is going to give us a JSON format. So what I will do is I'm going to have the message, and the message will be like this. And now if I send, then you will see that we get a message in the JSON format. Now what we can also do is we can also pass the status code. So what I will do is I'm going to have the res.status, and I can have the status as 200, and then I can pass the JSON response. I will save it, and if I hit it, you will still see that we have the same result. But what we are going to do is we are not going to configure all our routes in the server.js. So to make a clean implementation, we are going to create a new folder which will handle all our routes. So I'm going to go here and let's create the routes folder. And inside the routes, I'm going to create a new file which will be the contact routes.js. And now in the contact route.js, what we are going to do is let's first import require, and I'm going to have the express. Now what we need to do is now we can configure the routes on this router. So I will have the router.route, and in this router.route, what I can do is if I go here, then we can actually take this completely. So I'm going to cut this, and then I'm going to add it here. I will save it. And here what we can do is instead of using this get, what we will do is we want to make use of a use, and here we can define our contact routes. So for that, what I will do is, since for every API we are going to have this API slash contacts as a common API URL. So what I will do is I'm going to cut this, and I will have simply slash here, and here we can make use of that. So we will have this, and then we need that whenever we have the app.use. So usually this app.use are known as middleware. So we are adding the middleware in our Express project. So here we will do a require, and here we can define the path of our route. So that will be the slash route slash contact route. I will save it. And then if we go in the routes now, then here what we can do is we need to export our router. So for that, what we will do is let's go and just use the module.export. So I'm going to have the module.export, and we are going to export the router. I will save it, and you will see that as soon as we save it, now we don't see the error. And if we're going to try it in the Thunder client, we will still going to see the same results. So if I send it, so we are getting an error. That means we made a mistake. So here we are using the app.use as middleware for our API URL slash API slash contacts, and then we are passing our contact routes. Now if we go to the contact routes, we have the router.route, and then on this route we have to define our get method. So we are going to have a get which is going to give us a request response, and I will save it. Now let's go and try. So if I send it, now we see that we have the get all contacts. So this we have defined it. Now what we can do is this is one of the route. Now similarly we need to define the put, post and delete. So what I will do is I'm going to copy this, and since for this for the post also we are going to have the same endpoint which will be the slash, and here we are going to have the, instead of get all contacts, we are going to write here as create contact. Now the next one is the slash, and then we need to pass the ID here. So we will have the ID, and then we are going to have a put which is going to update our contact. So let's change the message as update contact, and whenever we have the ID, what we need to do is we are going to have a update contact. Let's have the param. So what I will do is I'm going to use the backtick, and here what I will do is I'm going to have the request.param.id. I will save it. And for the delete, I'm going to change this to delete, and for the delete also we are going to have the ID. So let's have the ID, and then here also what I will do is I'm going to copy this. Let's have the backtick, and then I'm going to have here delete contact for this particular ID. We can also make a route for the get an individual contact. So I'm going to have a get here. I will have the request response, and here I'm going to have the get contact for this. I will save it. So now we have created multiple routes. Now let's give a try in our Postman. First, we know that when we have a get request, and then whenever we have a get method, and then we have the contacts resource, and if we send it, we see get all contacts. Now let's do a post. I'm going to have a post and I will send it, and it says that we have a create contact. Now let's have a put. So what I will do is I'm going to pass an ID which is 1, and I will send it. Then you will see that the update contact for 1. Now let's go and check for the delete. It will going to give us the same delete contact for 1. And if we do a get request, then it will be a get for an individual contact, which will be a get contact for 1. All right, so now we have all our routes, and now what we are going to do is we are going to create the controllers. So that controllers is going to contain all our logic for the request response, and it is going to connect with our database. So what I will do is let's go and create the controllers folder. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to have the controllers, and inside the controllers, what I will do is I'm going to create my contact controller. So let's create a file, and I'm going to have the contact controller.js. And inside the contact controller, what we are going to do is whenever we create the API methods, we always need to give some labels to that. So how we can give the label is I'm going to write a description, and the description will be for get all contacts. And then I'm going to have the route. So my route will be, it will be a get slash API slash contacts. And then we are going to define the access to the API. So for now, the access is public. Later on, we are going to make it as a private when we are going to introduce the authentication. All right, now I'm going to create a constant here, and that constant will be the get contact. And then what I can do is I can simply remove this logic part from here, and then I'm going to cut it and I'm going to add it here. All right, I will save it. And then in the end, what I have to do is I have to do the module dot export, and I'm going to export the get contact. All right, I will save it. Now I can make use of the get contact in my contact routes. So let's import that. So I will have the constant, then I'm going to have the get contact, and this contact will be coming from the, so I will have the require dot slash dot slash controller slash contact controller. And now what I can do is I can make use of this get contact, and I can add the get contact here. I will copy and then I will add it here. Now this way we can also modify for the post, get, put, and delete. So let's go and create it. So what I will do is I'm going to copy this for the create. So in this, it's going to be create contact. So let me change this to create contact, and this will be changed to create new contact. So let's have a create new contact. All right, I will change this to contact. This will now change to post, and the access will still be the public. And then whenever we create a new contact, we actually going to give a response as 201, which is as resource created. Now this will get changed. So let's go and get it from here. So I'm going to go and take this out. I'm going to cut it, and let's add in my create contact. I'm going to change this to 201. I'll save it. Now we need to expose this. So let's have it here. Now let's go and create for the put, for delete, and I'm going to add it for get an individual contact. So this will be the get contact. This will become a get request. Here we need to pass an ID. All right, this will be a public, and here we are going to have a get contact. All right, and then we can just add it from here. So I'm going to cut this and I'm going to add it here. So let me add it here. And since we are getting an error, because this should be get contacts, and this is the create contact, which we are going to change it here anyway. All right, so we have the get individual contact, and the next thing is let's update the contact. So let's have the update contact. This will be changed to update contact. So I'm going to change it to update contact, and then we can change this. So let's go to the routes, and from the routes I'm going to copy this, cut, and then add it here. And the last one is the delete contact. So let's have the delete contact. This will now change to delete. This will change to put, this will change to delete, and then we have the delete contact API/contacts, and this will have the ID. We forgot to add ID here, so let's add the ID as well. The access will be public, and then we are going to remove it from here. Let's cut it and let's add it here. All right, so now we have created all the methods in our controller. Now we need to expose them. So I will going to have the get contact, then I'm going to have the update contact, and then there is a delete contact. Now we can use all these method in our routes file. So I'm going to copy this and let's add it here. Now we have it. Now let's add the method in our routes. So I have a create contact, so I'm going to copy and I'm going to add it here. For get contact, I'm going to add it here, and this will become get contacts. So this will get changed to get contacts. So we have to go and change here as well. This will be the get contacts. I will save it. Now let's go here. I will save it here as well. And then we have the update contact. So let's add the update contact and then the delete contact. So I'm going to add the delete contact as well. So we have defined the routes. We now also have the controller, which is going to contain the logic of all our request connection to the database. Now what we can do is here we can actually simplify more, and what we will do is since you will notice that these two routes are almost the same, so what we can do is we can actually write here dot post, cut it, and I'm going to add it here. Now we can remove this, so this way it can help us to save some lines. So for the other three routes we have a common route, so we are going to just cut and we are going to add it here. So let's add it here, and I'm going to remove this. Now we have it, and now let's give a try. We are going to test our APIs again. So if I go here and if I have the contacts, then we still see the contacts. So our APIs are still working. We have the put, I'm going to add the ID. I still see the ID. For delete, I still see the ID, and for the get individual contact, I still see the ID. So everything works fine. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to accept the body from the request. So what we will do is if we go to the Thunder client, and if we do a post request, and inside the post if we want to pass a body, so let's have a body. So what I will do is for the contact, I'm going to have the name. So let's add the name as the page. I'm going to have my email address, so let's have the page @gmail.com, and then I'm going to pass the phone number. So let's have the phone, and I'm going to add some random phone number. Now I'm going to send this request so that we can create the new contact. So if we go in our contact controller, then we will see that let's do first the console log of the request. So I'm going to have the console.log. I will have the request.body. So I need this body in order to create the new contact. So I'm going to have the console log. So the request body is, and I'm going to have the request body. Now if I see in the terminal, and if I go here and if I click on the send, then you will see that the request body is undefined, and that is because whenever you need to accept some data from the client to our server, we need to use a body parser so that we can parse the stream of the data that we are receiving from the client. And for that, what we have to do is we need to make use of a middleware. And Express provide us the middleware for the JSON object, which we can get it from the client. So what I will do is I'm going to go to my server.js, and in the server.js we are going to apply a inbuilt middleware, which is the app.use, and then here I can have the Express and I can have the JSON. And now this is going to provide a parser which will help us to parse the data stream that we receive from the client on the server side. So if we go back, and now this time if we send a request, then you will see that we get the body, which is the name, email, and the phone number, which is the contact that we want to create. Now what we will do is, now if we don't pass any body, so if we don't have any of the body and if we still send it, then we are going to see the empty body, but we don't want to accept this. So now let's see how we can do the error handling with the help of the Express framework. So if we go to our controller, and in the controller what I will do is, now we have the request body. first I'm going to destructure it. So I'm going to have the name, email, and the phone, and this will be coming from the request.body. Now I'm going to apply a condition that if we don't have a name, or we don't have an email, or if we don't have a phone, so in that case what I want is I want to throw an error. So I'm going to have the response.status. The status will be 400, and then I'm going to use the throw keyword and then throw an error. And here I'm going to write is as all fields are mandatory. All right, I will save it. And now let's see. So if I go back here, and if I send a request, then you will see that we get an error. We also see that we have an error message, all fields are mandatory. But you see that this error message is not in a JSON format. It's in the form of an HTML. So for that, if we want to change it, what we need to do is we need to create a custom middleware which is going to accept the request response, and then in between it's going to transform the response into a JSON. So what I will do is I'm going to create a new folder and I will name it as middleware. And inside the middleware, I'm going to create a file with errorhandler.js. So I'm going to go here. Let's have the error handler.js. I will just make it camel case. And now in the error handler.js, what I can do is I'm going to create a constant error handler, and this is going to have a request, response, next, and then the first parameter will be an error. All right, so we have that, and this is going to be an arrow function. And then what we can do is we can simply do the module.export. So let's have the module.export, and we can export the error handler. And now if we want to use this error handler, we need to apply this in our server.js. So if we go to the server.js, then what we can do is we can make use of the app.use. So whenever we need to use a middleware, we make use of this app.use, and we need to use the error handler. Now the error handler is auto imported. So now we have created an error handler middleware, and we have also used it in our server.js. Now let's transform this. So what I'm going to do here is that I'm going to create a constant. I will have the status code, and this status code will be in the response. So if we go in our controller, then we see that we have passed the status as 400. So if we have a status code, we are going to pass that status code. But in case if we don't have it, we are going to pass a status code of 500. All right, I will save it. And then what we can do is we can create the response.json. We are going to intercept it. And then in the response.json, I can have the message, and then I will have the error.message. And along with this, I can also pass the stack trace. So let's have the stack trace. I will change this to capital, and then I can have the error.stack. So this we get it on the error object. And now if we go and try it, then let's go to our, okay, I will close this. I will close this as well. I will close the environment file as well. And now if we go and try, and I will send it. So in this case, you will see that we get a error message in the form of a JSON. So we have the message, all fields are mandatory, and this is the stack trace. So now you can make a condition that you need to display the stack trace on the dev environment and or on the development environment, and then on the production you don't want it. So you can make this condition as well. So now we are going to use the stack trace. So you will see that it will also show us that in which file it has a problem, and it will show all the trace of our files. Now what I'm going to do is that if we go in our error handler, then in this case I need to pass some more information. So I will also need to pass the title, because I'm going to have the different kind of an error messages. It may be 400, it may be 401, 403. So we need to handle each of the error. So what I will do is I'm going to have a title, and in the title I will say that it's not found. So I will have the not found. All right, I will save it. And now what I will do is in case of a validation error, we are going to pass the 400. So for that, what I will do is I'm going to have here validation failed, and then we are going to have the error message, whatever error message we pass in our error object, and then we have the stack trace. So what I will do is I'm going to write a switch case here. So let me have a switch statement, and then in the key I will pass the status code. So let's have the status code, and now here here, if the status code is 400, then in that case, what I need to pass is I need to pass that it's a validation field. So I'm going to cut this and I'm going to add it. All right, I will save it. And now if the status code is 404 not found, then I'm going to have the case as 404, and then I'm going to pass this as my response. So I'm going to cut it and I'm going to pass it here. So what I will do is I'm going to create a constant file so that I can handle all my error codes. So I'm going to create a new file and I'm going to have the constants.js. And here what I will do is I'm going to have the exports.constant, and this will be an object, and here I will have my constants. So I will have the not found, which will be 404. Then I'm going to have the validation error, and that will be 400. Then I'm going to have the unauthorized, that will be 401. Then I'm going to have the forbidden, that will be 403, and then we are going to have the not found. So I have different HTTP error methods for the client, and now I can make use of this in our error handler. So what I will do is I'm going to import the constants first. So let's go here and I'm going to have the constant, and this constants will be coming from, let's have the require, and then I'm going to have the dot slash constants. And here instead of 400, what I will do is I'm going to have the constants dot validation error. Here I'm going to change this to constants dot not found. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to add the unauthorized as well as the forbidden. So here I'm going to have the unauthorized, here I'm going to have the forbidden, and I'm also going to add the error 500, which is the server error. So this will be the server error and this will be 500. All right, I will go back here, and for the unauthorized, what we are going to add is we are going to add the title as unauthorized. So let's change this to unauthorized, and then for forbidden, this will be forbidden, and then let's add the last one, which is the server error. And now this is going to be the server error. So let's have the server error, and I'm going to change this to server error. And in the default case, I'm simply going to have a console.log. So let's have a console log, and I'm going to write here no error, all good. All right, so now we have created our error handler middleware, and now we can throw the error in our controller whenever it is required. All right, so now the next thing we need to do is, now since we are going to use the MongoDB and the Mongos, so whenever we interact with the MongoDB, we always get a promise. So in order to resolve that promise, what we will do is we are going to make use of an async await. So let's have the async here. I'm going to add the async on all the functions. All right, we have it async. But now, since whenever we use the async and if we want to catch an error, we need to make use of a try catch block. And in order to do the try catch block, we have to add the try catch block in each of the functions. But there is a better way to do this, and that's where we can make use of a middleware, which is an Express async handler, which is going to handle our exceptions inside the async express routes, and then it's going to pass them to the Express error handler, which we have created here. So for that, let's install the Express async handler. So what I will do is I'm going to go here, and here I'm going to do an npm install Express async handler, and this is going to install our Express async handler. Now let's import that. So what I will do is I'm going to have a constant, I will have the async handler. So let's have the async handler, and this will be equals to the require, and it will be coming from the Express async handler. And now in order to use the async handler, what we have to do is we need to wrap this complete async into this async handler function. So I'm going to have the async handler, and then I'm going to wrap this. All right, I will save it. Now we don't have to write all the try catch blocks in order to catch the errors. So async handler will automatically, whenever an exception is occurred, is going to pass it to the error handler. Now what I will do is I'm going to add it in all the functions. So let's add it here. I'm going to add it here. Let's add it here, and we can do similar on the other. All right, this is for the put, and the last one is the delete. So let's add for the delete. All right, so now we have added the async handler on all the functions in our controller. The next thing we need to do is we need to have the MongoDB database setup. So now let's do the MongoDB setup, and I will go to the browser. All right, and here we can type the MongoDB. So let's have the MongoDB. So this is the homepage of the MongoDB, and then we need to create a account which is a free. So I'm going to click on the sign in. You can use your Google account or GitHub account, or you can have your email address. So I'm going to click on the Google, and I'm going to use my Google account. All right, so this is going to take a while to sign in using the Google account. All right, I'm going to click on the accept, and I'm going to click on submit. All right, now you can fill this information like what is your goal. So I'm going to simply have the learn MongoDB, or I can build a new application, or let's have the explore what I can build. Then what type of application you are building. We are building some application related to, let's have a other, and then we are going to build a my contacts. All right, and then what is the preferred language? We are going to make use of a JavaScript. Then we are going to click on finish, and then we can choose the free plan, which is a shared. So I'm going to click on create here, and then here you can choose any of the cloud provider region. So let's keep it as it is. I'm going to choose the AWS. I'm going to have the region as let's change the region to Frankfurt. All right, and then I'm going to have the cluster. So we are going to keep as it is. We are not going to change anything, and it's free forever. Then we are going to have the additional settings. We don't have to do anything here, and in the cluster name we can give the cluster. So I'm going to give the cluster as the page cluster. All right, I'm going to click on create cluster. So now we have this. Now for the security quick start, we are not going to make any use of a certificates in order to connect to our database. So we are going to use the username and the password. So for the username and the password, I'm going to provide admin. Make sure you provide the secured password. So I'm going to click on the create user. Since my user is created, and then what I will do is, where would you like to connect from? I would like to connect from my local environment. And then here you can click on the add my current IP address. That is going to whitelist your IP address to access the database. And then you can click on finish and close. So now you will see that we have the database deployments, and it's creating our cluster. So it's going to take some time to create our cluster. So let's wait for it. So now you see that our cluster is ready, and if we go and do the browse collections, then right now we will not have any collection in our cluster. So collections is kind of you can think as a database, and inside the collections you can store the records in the form of a JSON object. Now what I will do is, I'm going to click on the add my own data, and for the database I'm going to have the my contacts backend, and for the collection we are going to have the collection of our contacts. So let's have the contacts. I'm going to click on the create, and now you will see that we have the collection as contacts. All right, so now we have created the database, and we also have the contacts collection. Now if we want to connect our database, what we can do is, we can go to this, and we have a different solutions here. So we can use the Compass, Shell, or VS Code plugin. So I have a VS Code plugin. So if I click on it, and then we can download the VS Code plugin from here. And then once you have it, we can open it in your Visual Studio Code. So if I want to connect it, what I will do is, let's go to the overview, and I will go to the connect. And then here what I will do is we can click on the MongoDB Compass, and here I can copy this. All right, I will copy this. And now let's go to the Visual Studio Code. In the Visual Studio Code, if you have the plugin, then you have this icon, and then you can click on the add connection. In the add connection, you connect with a connection string. So I'm going to click here, and then we can add the connection string here. Since our database name is my contacts backend, and we have to change the password as well. So I will change the password as admin, and I will hit enter. Now you will see that the connected to the cluster, we have it. And now if I expand this, then you will see that we have a database which is a my contacts, and we have the contacts. So currently we don't have any documents in our contacts, so we don't see it here. So whenever we add the contacts in our database, we are going to see it in our MongoDB plugin as well. So now we need to connect our application to the MongoDB database. So now let's go back to our browser, and here what we will do is I'm going to click on the connect, and this time I'm going to connect with the MongoDB native driver. So this is what we are going to use. So I'm going to copy this, and then I will go to the Visual Studio Code. Let's go to the application, and then here what we will do is, I'm going to close all this error handler. I'm going to close the context, And here I'm going to create the environment variable and let's add it here. So I'm going to add this here. Now I'm going to name it as the connection string. So let me have the connection string, and my connection string is this one. I'm going to change this to admin, and then here I'm going to add my database name. So my database name was my contacts hyphen backend. So oops, I made a mistake. So this will be before the question mark. I will save it. So now what we are going to do is let's create a new folder, and I'm going to name it as the config. So I'll come here, I'm going to create the new folder. I will change this to config. So let's have the config. And now in order to connect with our MongoDB database, we will need a Mongoose, which is a object model design schema for our entities like contacts or user, and it's help us to communicate with the MongoDB database. So for that, what I will do is I'm going to create a new file and I will name it as dbconnection.js. Now let's go and install Mongoose. So I'm going to have the npm install Mongoose. So this is going to install Mongoose to our application. We can verify it with the package JSON and we see that we have the Mongoose here. I'm going to import the Mongoose. So let me have the Mongoose. This will be equals to the require. I will have the Mongoose here. And then what I will do is I'm going to create a function which will be the connect db. I'm going to have an arrow function, and then inside that what I will do is this is going to be an async function. So let's add a async, and then I'm going to have a try, and then let's have a catch block that will catch the error, and if there is an error we will log the error. So let's log the error, and then if there is an error I just want to exit, so I will have the process exit and I'm going to pass 1. I will also export this connection db. So what I will do is I'm going to have the module dot exports, and this will be equals to the connection db. And what we are going to do in a try block is we are going to create a constant connect, and that will be an await. Await. We will have the mongoose dot. We have a method which is a connect, and then we are going to pass our connection string. So that will be the process dot env dot connection string. So I'm going to copy this connection string and I will add the connection string here. I will save it, and then when we have this connection established, let's have a console log so that we know that the connection to the database is established. So I'm going to have the database connected, and then I'm going to add some parameters here. So which will be the connect dot connection dot host. So if you are going to console log this connect, then you will see that you have some properties on this connect, and then you can add those here. So I'm going to have this, and I will also have the database name. So I will have the comma, and then I'm going to change this to name. I will save it, and now you will see that if I save it, then we don't see anything because we haven't used the connect db function at the moment. So let's go to our server. So I'm going to go to my server, and inside the server what I will do is I'm going to call this connect db. So this is my connect db, and I'm going to call it. I will save it, and now you will see that as soon as I save it, you will see here that we have in the console log database connected, and this is the database that we are connecting, and this is the host actually that we are connecting, and this is my database name. So we have successfully established the connection, and the next thing we are going to do is we are going to create the schema for our contacts. So now let's create the schema model for our contacts. So what I will do is I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to name it as models, and inside the models I will create a contact model. So let's go here and create a new file, and I'm going to have the contact model.js. Now we have the contact model. Now let's import the mongoose. So we are going to have the mongoose require mongoose, and then we are going to create a constant, and we will have the contact schema. So this schema will actually have all the values that we want in our contact resource. So I will have the contact, this will have the mongoose dot schema. Now we have an object inside that, and inside that object what we will do is we are going to have the fields that we want in our contact object. So first thing will be the name, all right, and and the type will be a string. So let's have a type, and I will change this to string. Then I will also have a required. So let's have the required because we need this. And then we will change a flag as true, and we will also pass, in case of an error, please add the contact name. All right, I will save it. Now the other field we want is the email address. So let's have the email address, and I'm just going to do a copy paste, and I'm going to have the contact email address, and the other field will be the phone number. So let's have the phone here, and then it will also be a string. Please add the contact phone number. So I'm going to change this to phone number. I will save it. And then we can also have the timestamp. So what I will do is I'm going to add the timestamp here. I will have the timestamps, and then I will have it true. And now what we need to do is we just need to do an export. So I will have the modules.export. We're going to have the mongoose.model, and then we can provide the name to this model. So let's have the name as contact, and we can have the contact schema. So I'm going to copy and I'm going to add it. All right, I will save it. Okay, so now we have created the mongoose object. So now the next thing we will do is we are going to apply our CRUD operations, and let's store the data in the real database. So I'm going to go to my contacts. So now let's start with the get context. So first we have to import the model. So I will have the contact, and this will be equals to the require. I will have the quotes dot slash. I will have the models, and inside the models we will have the contact model. Now we have the contact model, and now what we will do is I'm going to have the constant contacts, and this contacts will be equals to the contact model dot, and it exposes some methods to us so that we can establish a communication with the database. So what I will do is I'm going to have the find, and then after that what we can do is we can copy this context, and then we can pass this context as the JSON. Now let's give a try. So I'm going to close this, and let's close this as well. We don't want this as well. And if we go back here, if I go to the get, and if I send a request, so we see that the request is still processing. So let's cancel this and let's go back, and we see that we have the contacts and we are using the async, but we haven't used the await here. So let's use the await. Now let's go back and let's give a try, and then you will see that we have an empty array. So right now we don't have any contacts in our database. So now let's go and create a new contact. So what I will do is here we have the async handler. We have the request body is request.body. We are going to go here and let's have a post, and let's add the body here. So I'm going to have the name as the page. Let's have the email address. So the email address will be the page@gmail.com, and then let's add the phone. So let me add the phone, and the phone will be let's add some random. And now if we go back to our controller, then in the case if we want to create a new contact, so we will see that first we will have a check. If the name, email and the phone is empty, then we throw an error. But if they are not empty, then what I will do is I'm going to create a contact object. Then I'm going to create, but if they are not empty, then I'm going to create a constant with a contact, and then I'm going to create a contact. So let's have the await, and then I'm going to have the contact model dot create, and then I'm going to pass the object. In the object I'm going to pass the name, and this name will be equals to the request.body.name. But I have already destructured it, and since in the ES6 if the key and the value are same, we can just use the key. Then we are going to have the email, and then we are going to have the phone. I will save it, and then once it is created, then in that case what we can do is we can have the response.status 201 JSON, and then we are going to pass the contact that we have created. So let's pass the contact. I will save it. Now let's go to the new request, and now let's fire a request. I will send it, and then you will see that we have created a new contact. Name is the page, email, phone number, we have the ID which is auto generated from the MongoDB, and then we have the created at and the updated at the timestamps. Now if we go here and if we want to check, then we see that we have the context, and in the context you see that we have a record, and this is the record that is stored in our collection. Now let's go back to our code. I will close this. Let's minimize this. And now let's work on the get contact. So if we want to get an individual contact, then we can just use the find by ID. So let's go here, and what I will do is I'm going to have a constant contact, and this will be equals to the await. Let's have the contact model dot find by ID, and we can pass the ID with the request dot param dot ID. If we don't find any of the contact, then we are going to throw an error that a contact is not found. So what I will do is I'm going to have if we have the contact, then in that case what we want is we want the response dot status would be 404 not found, and then we will have to throw an error. So let's throw an error with new error, and then we are going to have the contact not found. But if we find the contact, then we are going to return the contact. So let me have the contact. I will save it. All right, so now let's go and let's give a try. So if I go back here, I will fetch all the contacts, and then I want to get this individual contact. So I will get the ID. I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to pass the ID here, and then I'm going to send the request. Now you will see that I get an individual object with the ID. Now let's make a change here. I'm going to change it to 9, and then I'm going to send it. So in this case, you will see that not found, contact not found. We don't have any contact associated with this ID. So now let's do the next one, which is the update contact. So in order to update a contact, first we need to fetch a contact. So I'm going to copy this as it is, and then if we find the contact, then I'm going to have the updated contact. So I'm going to have the constant updated contact, and this updated contact will be having a await. So I can have the contact model dot, then I will have the find by ID and update. And inside this, what I have to pass is I want to pass the ID which I want to update. So I will have the request dot param dot ID. The next will be the new body which I want to update, which is the request dot body. And then I also need to pass and then I need to pass a query option which will be the new, and I'm going to have it as true. I will save it, and then once we get it, then what we are going to do is we are going to have a response dot status, and then we can actually pass the updated contact to the user. So I'm going to have the updated contact. All right, I will just copy this. So now we have the updated contact. Let's go and let's give a try. So this was my contact. So if I click, I will get the contact. Sorry, the contact is not found. So I will change back the ID, which was 8, and we have the contact. Now I want to update this contact with the new information. So I will have the page malvia, and I will also have my email as the page.malvia. Oops. So the page.malvia. I will make a put request, and let's click on send. And you will see that as soon as I send it, the record is updated with the page malware. And now let's go and let's get the record. So we will get the new updated record. And the last one is we need to do is the delete in our CRUD operation. So let's go and let's do a delete. So for delete also, first we need to fetch the contact which is available in the database. So let's go and let's copy that. All right, we have the contact. If we don't find the contact, we throw that contact not found. And if the contact is available, then in that case, we will just do a remove. So what I will do is I'm going to have the await contact dot remove. So we have the remove. All right, I will remove the contact, and then I will just pass the contact which we have removed. So I'm going to go and change this to here. I will save it. Now let's go and let's try. So I'm going to click, we get the contact. Now I'm going to delete this contact. So let's go and let's delete it. I'm going to click on delete, and you will see that it's 200. Okay, that means the contact is deleted. And now if I try to fetch this contact, then I should not be able to get it. should get that contact not found. And you will see that we have the contact not found. So now we have done the CRUD operations. We have done the read, write, delete, and update. And we have also done the connection with the database, and all the contacts are stored in the database in the form of documents under the collections. So now the next thing what we have to do is now we need to introduce the authentication. So now let's start with the authentication module. And in the authentication, what we will do is we are going to provide some endpoints which will help us a user to register themselves and then log in. And once they log in, they can use a access token. And then with the help of the access token, they can manage their contacts. So now let's start with the routing first. So what I will do is I'm going to go to my server.js, and inside the server.js, I'm going to copy this and then I'm going to add here. And this time our API URL will be the users, as we are going to register the user and then we are going to have a login user. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this to the user routes. So let's have the user routes. And now let's go and create the user routes file. So I will go to my routes, and inside the routes, I'm going to create a new file, which will be the user routes.js. So now in the user route.js, let's first import the express. So I'm going to have the constant, I will have the express, and this will be equals to the require, and I will have the express. And then I'm going to have the router. So let's have the router, and this router will be coming from the express dot router method. So I'm going to call the router method. Now let's create the route. So what I will have is I'm going to have the router dot post, and on this post I will have the register, and when we have the register, we are going to have the request response, and then we can have the response dot json, and this response can be, I will have the message, and I will have the register the user, and then we can have a login endpoint, so that will help our users to log in. So I'm going to have the login, and I will also create one more endpoint that will give the information of the current user. So let's have a slash current. All right, I'm going to change this to login user. So let me have the login user, and I will change this to current user information. So let's have the current user information. And now let's give a try. So I will go back here, and here instead of this, I'm going to have the users slash register, and I'm going to send. So I see that we get an error, so it should be a post request. So now let's send it, and we still see an error. So probably let's see that our application is running or not. So I'm going to open the terminal, and here what we see is that we have an error, and the error is express.router is not a function. All right, so we made a mistake. Now let's go to the user route, and this should be capital R. Now I will save it, and we still have an error. Now let's go and fix that. In the server.js on line number 13, we have an error. So I will go to the server.js, and on line number 13, we have an error that there is no user route. So we need to export the user route. So let's go here and let's have the module.export, and I'm going to export the router. All right, so that it is now available in my server.js. Now everything works fine. Let's go and let's check. So if I go to this URL, API users register, and if I make a send, then we see that we have registered the user. Similarly, let's go and check for the login, and I see that we have the login, and then let's have the current user. So if I click, then we see the current user. But since the current user should be a GET request and not post, so let's go and let's make this change. So it should be a GET request. All right, so now the next thing we will do is we are going to create the controller for the users. So let's go to the controller, and let's create the user controller.js. So I will go here, I will have the user controller.js, and then in the user controller.js, what we can do is we can just do simply a copy paste of this, and I'm going to have it here. And the first thing we are going to have is to register a user. So let's have a register a user, and we are going to have a post method. This will be users slash register, and this will be a public access, so anyone can access the endpoint and then register the user. We will change this to register user. Oops, so this will become register user, and inside this one we can now remove this, and we can go to the user route, and we can cut this, and we can add that in the controller. So let's go here and let's add in the controller. I will save it, and now let's go and export it. So I will have the module.export, and then we will export the registered user. So I'm going to copy and I'm going to add it here. Now we will also need to import it in the user routes. So we can import it. So let's have the register user, and you will see that it gets auto imported. So now we have to create the login user as well. So let's go to our controller back, and I'm going to copy this. I will add it here, and I will change this to login user. So this will be login user. I will have the login user. This will be a post API, and the endpoint will be the login. It will also be a public endpoint, and then we can change this. So let's go here, and I'm going to cut this, and let's add that in our controller. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to add it here, and I'm going to export the login user as well. Now the third one is the current info of the user. So what we will do is let's create one more method. All right, and this time this method will be a private method, so only a logged in user can get the current information of a user. So now this will change to the current user info. The endpoint will now change to current. It will be a private, and here I'm going to have the current user. Let's cut this. So I'm going to cut this and I will add it here. So let me add that here and I will save it. We are going to now export the current user. So let's add the current user and let's import the current user here. So I'm going to import the current user, and I will also import the login user. Now let's copy the login user and provide the login user function here. And for the current user, I'm going to provide the current user here. I will save it, and we see that we get an error. So let's go and see what the error is. So in the user controller, line number 4. So let's go to the user controller, and on the line number 4, we see that I don't see any error, but what is the error? It says async handler is not defined, and we need to import the async handler. So what we will do is I'm going to have the constant async handler, and this will be equals to the require, and I will have the express async handler. All right, I will save it. So now everything should work fine. We see that now we don't see the error, and what I will do is I'm going to close this contact controller and also close the contact model, and now let's give a try. So if I run it, then we'll still see that we get the correct response, register the user. So now we have created it. Now the next thing what we have to do is we need to make the functionality for register the user, and for that first we have to create the user model. So let's go and create the user model. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to create a new file, and let's name it as the user model.js. And in the user model.js, let's import the mongoose. This will be equals to the require, and I'm going to add the mongoose here. Then I'm going to create a constant with user schema, and this will be equals to the mongoose.schema, and this will be an object. And what values we will need in order to register a user? The first property I need is the username. So let's have the username, and this username will be of type string. So I will have the username of type string. Then I will have I misspelled the type. Then I will have the required, and yes, this fill is required, so I'm going to have it as true, and I will have a message as please add the user name. The second field is we need to have an email address of the user to register the user. So for that I will have a type as string, and then I will have the required field. So let me have the required, and the required will have the flag as true, and then the message is please add the user email address. I'm also going to add one more property, which is the unique, so that I need a unique email address every time when a user is registered. So no duplicate user with the same email ID can register themselves. So I will add a property called unique. I will have the flag as true, and then whenever someone try to register themselves with the same email address, what I will have a message that email address already taken, so that we can prevent them to register twice with the same email address. And we will also need the password. So let's have the password fill. I will have the type as string. All right, then I will have the required field. So let's have the required, and it will have a flag as true, and I will have the please add the user password. All right, I will save it, and I will just change this to small l. And then we will also need the timestamp. So let's add the timestamp. So I'm going to have the timestamps, and I will have it as true. And then what we can do is now we can use the module export and we can export the schema. So I will have the module exports, and this will be equals to the mongoose.model, and let's name the model as user. So I will have the user, and then I can have the user schema. So now we have created the model as well. The next thing what we can do is now let's write the functionality in order to register a user. So I will go to my controller, and whenever a user wants to register themselves, they need to provide the username, email address, and the password in the request body. So what we are going to do is let's destructure those information. So what I will do, I will have a constant. I will have the username, the email address, and the password of the user, and all these three fields we will get it from the request.body. And once we have it, we're going to make a check that if the username is not empty, or the email is not empty, or the password is not empty. So I will have it, and in that case what we will do is we are going to send a response status as 400. So the validation is failed, and we will throw an error actually. So I will have the throw new error. So we will have an error object, and then we will have all fields are mandatory. So before creating a user, what we will see is we are first going to check that whether with the particular email address, do we already have an existing user in our database or not. So what I will do is I'm going to have a constant user available, and then I can make use of an await keyword, and then we can use the user model in order to interact with our MongoDB database. So let's import the user model first. So I will have the constant user, and this will be equals to the require. Then I'm going to have the // models / user model, and we can now have the await. We can use the user model, and then we can do a find one, and this is going to help us to find a user which is already have in our database with the email address. So let's use this email address and check. So I'm going to add it here, and now if we have the email address, so we need to pass the email address in an object. So let me have an email address as an object, and now if we find this user available, so let's go here and let's have a check on that. So if we have a user, then in that case we are going to throw an error, which will again be a validation error, and we will have a status as 400, and this time the message will be that user already registered. And then what we will do is if we don't find any user, then in that case we are going to create a new user in our database. So before creating a new user, what we have to do is we are accepting the username, email address, and the password from the client. But since the password is a raw password and we cannot store the raw password into our database, so for that we need to hash our password. And in order to hash the password, we are going to make use of a library called bcrypt. So let's import the bcrypt library. So if we go to the package.json, we see that we don't have a bcrypt library. So I'm going to open a new terminal, and then I'm going to install the bcrypt. So let me have the npm install bcrypt, and I will hit enter. So now we have the bcrypt library, and now let's go and use that. So what I will do is I'm going to import the bcrypt. So let me have a constant bcrypt. This will be equals to require, and then I will have the bcrypt, and you will find this bcrypt documentation on the npm official documentation, but I will show you how we can use it. So it's very simple to use it, and what we have to do first is we need to create the hash password. So I will have the hash password, and how we are going to create is I'm going to create a constant with an hashed password, and this will be equals to, so bcrypt is also going to provide us a promise, so that's why we are going to use an async await, and I will have the bcrypt dot hash, and then in this we first need to pass the raw password. So our raw password is available in the password, and then we can provide the salt rounds. So this 10 is just the number of salt rounds that we want for the hashing of the password. So you can use this, and now if we do a console.log, then we will be able to see the hashed password. So let me have the hashed password. All right, and then I'm going to use the hash password. I'll save it. And then what we are going to do is let's go and check first. So if I go back here and we have the post register, and in order to register a user, what I will have is I will have the user name. Okay, and let's have the username as the Malvia. Then I will have the email address, and we don't need a phone. We will have a password, and I'm going to give the password as 12345 6. Now I'm going to click on send so we can see the logs. And when I click on send, you will see that we have the hashed password. So this is the hash password we are going to store in the database so that we can prevent, or we can have the security of the user password. So now let's go back to the user controller, and now we already have the hashed password. And what we will do is now we can create a new user. So I want to create a new user. So let's have a constant of the user. I will have the user model, and that will give me an access to create. And whenever I want to create a user, what I will have is I'm going to have the username, I will have the email, and then I'm going to have the password. So let's have the password, and the value of the password will not be password. We are going to use the hashed password. I will save it. And then what we can see is once a user is created, so I will do a console log of the user so that we know that a user is created successfully. So I will have the user created. I'm going to have the $user. And now we need to send the information to the user. So whenever we need to send the information to the user, I don't want to send the complete user because this will also contain my hash password. So what I will do is now if we have a successful user created, then in that case I want to have the response.status as 201, that is the resource is created. And then I'm going to pass the JSON data, and I want to pass the ID. So I will have the user.id, and then I will also pass the user email address. So let me have the email address, and this will be the user.email address. And if there is a problem, then in that case what we will do is I'm going to throw an error. So I will have here, and I will have the response.status as 400. All right, and then let's throw an error. So I will have the new error object, and I will say that user data is not valid. So that means the request was not valid. So that's why we were not able to create the new user. All right, so now we have done this. If we want to test it, what we can do is we can go to our new request, and here we can try to test it. So I can go and send a request, and you will see that when I send a request, I get a response back as status 201 created. So my resource, which is a particular user, is already created in the database, and in response to that I get the ID of my user, which is created, and then the email address. Now if I try to submit it once again, then in that case we are going to get an error, and that is because the user already registered, and we have made a check here. So if you will see that if we have a user, and if we find it one in with the help of the email address, we throw an error that the user is already registered. And now if we want to verify that in our database, then we can go to our MongoDB. So let me go to the MongoDB, and this is our collection, and inside the users, if we go, and then we will see that this is the user we just have created. So this is what we have now, the registered user. We now need to create an endpoint for the login, so that whenever a user is login, we get an access token. And for that, we are going to make use of a JSON Web Token. So let's go back in our Visual Studio Code. And here what we will do is, before using the JSON Web Token, I want to go to the JSON Web Token website, and I want to show you something. So I will go to the JSONWebToken.io. And then what we will do is, whenever we have a JSON Web Token, so this is sample JSON Web Token, and you will see that it contains three parts. The first part is actually the header algorithm of the token. So it's have a algo type of HS256, and it's a type of web token. Now the next piece of information, which is in the pink color, that is actually the payload, and that payload we are going to have the user information that we are going to add in our token. So, and the third part, you will see it's the signature verification. So this is how a JSON Web Token is, and it consists of three different parts. Now let's go and let's add it in our application. So what I will do is, let's go and first install the JSON Web Token. So I'm going to have the npm install JSON web token. Now, if we go to the package JSON, we should be able to see the JSON web token. All right, so now let's work on the login functionality or the login endpoint. So if we go to the user controller, and in the login endpoint, what we want is whenever a client is sending the email address and the password, in that case, we need to match the password, and then we provide the user back with a access token. So what I will do is I'm going to have a constant, and then I'm going to have the JWT, and then I will have the require, and this will have the JSON web token. And then I'm going to go to my login function. So this is the login user function. And whenever a user is trying to log in, they send in the request body the email address and the password. So let's fetch the email address and the password first. So what I will do is I'm going to have a constant. I will have the email, and then I will have the password. Then this will be equals to the request dot body. And then we will just make a check that if we don't have an email or we don't have a password, I misspelled the password, then in that case we need to the response status as 400. There is a validation failure, and then let's throw an error. So I will have the new error, and then we will have all fields are mandatory. But if we have a proper email address and the password, then in that case, first we need to find that whether there is a user in the database or not. So what I will do is I'm going to have a constant user, and then I will have the await. We are going to use the user model, and then we will use the find one. Then we are going to pass an email address, and this will help us to identify that user is already present in the database or not. Once we have the user, then we need to compare the password which is stored in our database and the password which we have received from the client. So what we will do is let's have the compare password with hashed password. And what we can do is it's very easy to compare. First, we need a user, and along with that, we will also make a check on the password. So in order to do that, we can use the bcrypt method, which is a compare. So let's use that bcrypt dot compare, and then we are comparing the password which we received from the client in the request body with the hashed password. So that will be the user dot password, and this user is the user that we have stored in our database and which we are retrieving here. We have the user. We can now compare the password with the user dot password, and if this matches, in that case what we need to do is we need to provide an access token in the response. So what we will do is we are going to have a response dot status, and the status will be 200, and then we are going to have a JSON, and in the JSON we are going to pass the access token. So let's have the access token. Now we need to know what is this access token is. Now this is where we are going to use the JSON web token. So now let's have and create this access token. So what we will do is let's create a constant with an access token, and then we can use the JWT which we have imported here, JWT, and it has a method of sign in. We need to sign a new token for our user. So what I will do is I'm going to have the JWT dot sign in, and this JWT dot sign in is going to take few parameters. So it will be an object, and we need to provide the payload. So if we go back to our browser, then you will see that we have a payload, and inside this payload we can actually pass the information which we want in our token. So let's go back, and here what I want is my payload will be the user information which I want to embed, but I don't want to embed the user password. So what I will do is I will have a user object as my payload, and then I will embed the username. So this username will be equals to the user dot username. I will also have the email address which will be equals to the user dot email, and then I'm going to have the ID which will be equals to the user dot ID. So this is my payload which I'm going to embed in my token. Now the next thing is we have to provide an access token secret. So in order to get the access token secret, what we can do is we can just define a unique access token secret in our environment variable file. So let's go to the environment variable file, and here what I will do is I can simply have the access token. So I will have the access token secret, and then you can define a unique secret key value here. So for now what I will do is I'm going to simply add the page 123 as the secret, but you should not do it when you do a production level code. So what we'll do is I'm going to go to the user controller, and here I can use the access token secret. So in order to fetch a value from the environment variable, we can make use of a process core module, and then we are going to have an env. We will have the access token secret. So I'm going to just copy this. All right, let's add it here. Okay, so now we have that, and there is one more property which we need to pass, and that is the expiration time of our token. So we are generating a token, but we need to also provide the expiration date of that token, so that after this token is expired, users should not be able to use the token in order to call the APIs. So what we will do is we are going to set the expiry time, and let's set the expiry time as 1 minute. So this is just for the testing purpose. We are going to set the expiration time as 1 minute, and once we have this, we have the access token, and let's pass the access token as a response. And if there is a error, then we will have an else, and what we will do is we will have the response dot status of 401, and that will be that email or the password is not valid. So the thing is that if this is not true, that means we don't find a user, or we don't match the user provided password with the stored password. Then in that case, there is a problem with the credentials, and we are going to pass 401, and let's throw an error. So I'm going to throw in an error. So let's have an error object, and then I will have a message as email or password. Oops, I made a mistake. Password is not valid. All right, I will save it, and now I can just remove this. So I'm going to remove this, and I will save it. Now let's give a try. So what we will do is I will go in the new request, and here instead of the register, I will have the login, and I'm just going to remove this username. And now let's send the request. So if I click on the send, then you will see that we have the access token. So now we are able to get the access token. Now what we can do is we can use this access token and can access all our private routes. If we go to the contact controller, then you see that we have all the public routes, and now we are going to make this as a private route. So the next thing what we are going to do is we are going to make all our public routes as a private routes, and we are going to enforce a validation on those public routes. So only authenticated user can access those private routes. So what we will do is first let's start with the user controller, and in the user controller we will first go with the current user info. Now to access this endpoint, the current user info, we need an access token. I mean, the client has to pass an access token so that only authenticated user will be able to access this route. So what we will do is let's go to the user routes, and in the user routes what we have to do is, but before we do anything in the user routes, we need to make a middleware which is going to help us to validate the token which a client is sending in our request as a bearer token. So what we will do is I will go here, and I'm going to change this to current, and then what a client will do, I mean the user is going to have this token, and they are going to pass the token in the bearer section, and I will send it here. And then when a user sends the request, I have to validate this token. I have to verify that the token is a correct token and it is associated with a correct user. So for that, what we will do is we are going to create a middleware, so that where we can verify the token. So I'm going to create a new file, and then I will have the validate token handler.js. And in this, what we will do is first let's import the async handler. So I will have the async handler, and this will be require. I will have the express async handler. And then the next thing is we will also need the JWT, JSON Web Token. So let's import that, and I will have the require, and then I will have the JSON Web Token. I'm going to create a constant validate token function. So I will have the async handler, and inside the async handler, what I will do is I'm going to have the async, and we are going to have the request response. and then we will have the next. So this is a middleware, and you will see that we have a very similar middleware as error handler also. And in the error handler also we have the request, response, and the next, and we also have the error. Now what I will do is I'm going to create a token variable here, and then what we will do is whenever a user is sending a request, the token is actually passed in the header section with the auth field. So either you can pass it here as a bearer token, or you can have an authorization field here. So you can also create a new value which will be an authorization, and then in the value what you can do is you can use the bearer, and then you can add the token here. So either you do this way or we pass it here. In both the cases we should be able to manage to have a check on our backend. So what I will do is let auth header, and this will be equals to the request dot headers dot authorization. So if we have this kind of an authorization, so I will copy and I will add it here. Or if a user is having an authorization like this, so I'm going to copy, and then if a user have an authorization like this, so in both the cases we will have the auth header. And now what we will do is that if we have this auth header, then in that case we will also make a check that we have an auth header that starts from, so I will have the starts with, and our authorization header always starts with a bearer. So we need to have the auth in a bearer token. So what we will do is we are going to go and check for the bearer keyword. So if we have bearer, then in those cases what we need to do is let's extract the token first. So we are going to have the token variable, and we need to extract from the auth header. So what I will do is I'm going to make use of a split, and then I will split with a space bar. So if we go here, and you will see that we have a bearer and then we have a space. So let's split it with the space bar, and then we are going to use the value of the first index. So if we go here, the 0th index will contain the bearer, and the first index will contain the token. So that's where we use the first index. We have the token, and now what we need to do is we need to verify this token. So to verify, we will use the JWT dot verify, and then we need to pass the token. We also need to pass the access key. So process dot env dot access token key. So I'm going to go here, I will copy, and I will add it here. And the third parameter will be a callback function. So this will have an error, and then we will have a decoded user or decoded information. Now if we have an error, then in that case we will have a response status as 401, and we are going to throw an error. So let's throw an error. So I'm going to have a new keyword, and then we are going to throw an error as user is not authorized. So we are trying to verify the token, but user has given a token which is not a valid token, or he is using a token from some other users. So in that case we are going to say that user is not authorized. But if a user is using a correct token, then we are going to get the user information. So what we will do is let's have a console.log, and I will log the decoded, and I will save it. Now what we can do is, in order to make use of this validate token, we can go to the user routes. So first let's export this. So I will have the module.export, and this will be equal to the validate token. So I'm going to have the validate token here. All right, I will save it. And then what we will do is let's go to the user route, and in the user route I can make use of a validate token, because since only current user was the private route, so I will have here the validate token. It's auto imported. Now let's go and let's give a try. So I will have a API slash user slash current, and when I send a request, then we see that we have a 404, and that is because the endpoint for the user current has a get method. So let's change this to get, and I will also go here and let's send the request. And since we send the request, we see the user is not authorized. That means the token is either an expired token or the token is not a valid token. So we first need to fetch a new token. So what I will do is I'm going to create a new request. So let's go to the client. I will have a new request, and I will just copy this. All right, I will add it here, and I will just do a login of the user first. So let's log in the user. All right, I need to pass the body. So whenever I need to log in, I will have the email address as the page. Oops, I don't remember the email address. And then I will have the password as 123456. So let's go and check the email address. So I will go here. I will have the email address. So I'm going to copy the email address and let's add the email address here. And this will be the email. This will be the password. So we have the request body now. Let's go and let's send it and we get the access token. Now let's copy the access token and now let's use the current, which is a protected route. So I'm going to go to my, I will just remove this. I will go to the auth and I will add my token here. And now I will send the request. And you see that when I send the request, what we see is this is the decoded user we have. So we have logged the decoded user, but we also see that cannot set the headers after they are sent to the client. So we are doing some mistake here. And what we will do is let's go to our validate token. So I'm going to go to my validate token here. And we have the decoded user here. So what we will do is in the decoded user, we can have the decoded dot user, which will give us the user information. So this is the user. So what I will do is I will append this on my request dot user, and then I will have this decoded dot user. So what I have done here is that I have verified the token and I have extracted the information which was embedded in the token. So the information which was embedded in the token was this one, the user information, the expiry and the creation of the token. And then I have taken the decoded dot user and this information, I have attached this information to my request dot user property. And then I'm going to have the next. So this is the middleware. So I'm just going to intercept the request. I'm going to decode the token and then I'm going to append the user information on the request body, not on the request body, but on the request dot user property. And now we will also make a check that if this we don't have a token, then in that case, that means the token is not provided or the token is or the user is not authorized. So let's have a response dot status as 401 and we will throw an error. So I will have the throw new error and the error will be that user is not authorized or token is missing in the request. I will save it. All right, now let's go and give a try. So I will go back here and then I'm going to send it. So I'm sending it and I see the token is expired. So let's go and have a new token. All right, I'm going to copy this. I'm going to add it here. So in the bearer token, let's add it. And now I'm going to send. And you see that the current user information, since we are not fetching the information from our database, but this is a protected route. So if you don't have an access token, you will not be able to access this route. So now we have successfully verified the JSON web token and we have also used it on a private route. Now what we need to do is whenever someone is requesting the current user information, we need to go to the database in the MongoDB and then we need to fetch the information and then provide it as a response. So let's go to our user controller back. And here what we will do is I'm going to go and I will remove this. And here I'm going to have the request dot user and that will give me the user information, because if we go to the validate token, then we extract the user information and we put it as request dot user. So when we have the request, in that case, we will just send the request dot user. So let's go and let's do. So I'm going to send the request, and since the token expired, let's have a new token. I'm going to copy this. Let's use the token in the auth and I'm going to send it. And you see that this is the information of my current user. The username is Malvia, email address, and then I have the ID. All right. So the next thing what we need to do is we need to protect all our contacts route. So only a logged in user will be able to create, delete, update, and read the contacts which they have created for themselves. So what we will do is first we need to associate, whenever you create a new contact, we need to associate that contact with the user ID who is creating it. So let's go in the contact model, and in the contact model we need to update this model. So what I will do is I'm going to add a new property, and this new property will be the user ID, and this ID will be for the user who is creating the contact. And what we will do is we are going to have a type of this, and the type of this ID will be the mongoose.schema.types dot object ID, because this ID is actually created in the MongoDB, and that's where we have the object ID. And then we are going to use is as required. So whenever you create a new contact, we need to always have an user ID. So that's how it will be associated with the particular user. So I'm going to have it as true, and I need to provide the reference of the model. So the model is user. So we have made this first change, and now what we have to do is the next thing, we need to go to our contact controller, and we need to make all the routes as private. So I will go to the contact controller, and let's change this to private. I'm going to copy, I'm going to add it here, I will also add it here, then I will also add it here, and then I will also add it here. All right, we have it. And now let's use the validate token as a middleware for all the routes which we have. So if we go to the contact routes, then in the contact routes, what we will do is we are going to make use of a validate token. So this validate token will be used for all the routes. So we are not going to use here validate token for each of the method, but what we will do is we will have the router dot use. So we are going to use a validate token on all the routes, and this get auto imported. So this is also one of the way you can do it if you have all the routes as protected route and you need to validate the token on all the routes, or if you have only some of the routes, then in that case you can make use like this. All right, so now let's go to the contact controller, and in the contact controller, now let's make use of the user ID, and then we do the CRUD operations. So the first we will start with that I need to find my contacts. So I need to find all the contacts with the user who is logged in. So we need to fetch all the contacts of a logged in user. So for that, what we will have is we are going to have the user ID, and this will be equals to the request dot user dot ID, and I will save it. And this user ID is the one we have just added in our contact model. So this is the user ID. So now if we go and try, but before trying it, what I want to do is I don't want my token to get expire every time. So I will increase the expiration time of my token. So I will go to the user controller, and in the user controller, we are set as 1 minute. So let's make it as 15 minutes. And now I will go here and I will first log in with the token. So I'm going to log in. All right, then I'm going to have my token, and then what I will do is I'm going to have my contact, and then I'm going to pass this token, and now I'm going to fetch all the contacts which are created by the username Dipesh Malviya. So I'm going to send it, and we see that we get an empty arrays because right now there is no contact being created for this user which is Dipesh. Now the user which is Dipesh is going to create some contacts. So if we want to create the contacts, we are going to have a post request, and in the post request what we will do is let's have a name, and my contact is John. So let me create a contact which is a John Day, and the email address of John Day is just john@gmail.com, and then we have a phone. So let me have a phone, and I will have 1 2 3. Oops, I will have 098 something something something. So this is the contact which the page wants to create it. So we also have a valid token, and now if we send it, we should be able to create it. So let's go to our controller first, and not in the user controller, we need to go to our let's close the package.json, let's close the environment variable file, let's close the contact model, and we now only interested in the contact controller. Now in the contact controller, whenever we want to create a new contact, what we need is we need to have the name, email, and phone number, but along with that we will also need to associate the user ID who is creating this. So what I will do is I'm going to have the user ID, and this user ID will be equals to the request.user.id. Since we are using this as a middleware, whenever we have a request, this middleware is going to decode the token, and then it's going to add the request.user property, and in the request.user property we will find the ID, and then we can now create this contact. All right, let's go and let's give a try. I will save it, and now I will go and create it. So if I send the request, now you will see that this is the user ID of the page, and the page now have created a contact for with the name as John Day. And now what we can do is we can create multiple contacts for the page. So the next contact I'm going to create is Nikesh G, and then the email address is Nix, and I'm going to change this phone number, and then I'm going to send, and you see that we have created a contact. Now if I want to see all the contacts which the page has created, then I'm going to send request, and you will see that we have 2 contacts which is created by the page. Now what I will do is I'm going to create a new user, and then I'm going to see that the new user is able to get all these contacts or not. So let's go back here and let's register a new user. So I will have a new user, so I will do the register, and I'm going to pass the user name, and the username this time will be let's have a user as Mark. So Mark is another user, so we will have the email address as mark@gmail.com, and then I'm going to send it, and we see that now a new user is created which is Mark. Now let's log in with Mark. So I'm going to log in with Mark, so I will change the URL as login, and I'm going to just remove this. All right, I will send the request, and we get an access token. So I'm going to copy the access token, and now what I'm trying to do is, so now this access token is for the user the page, and if he send the request, he has created 2 contacts. But now I want to change this for token for a Mark, and now this token belongs to Mark, and if I send a request, then you will see that we don't have any contacts because Mark doesn't created any new contacts for himself. So this is how we are preventing cross user trying to access the contacts for other users, and that's where the authentication is done. The next thing we need to do is we need to update and delete the contact for a user. So let's go to the contact controller back, and here what we will do is whenever we need to get a contact, we can get the contact with the help of a request.param.id. But if we want to update the contact, what we will do is first we are going to fetch the contact from our database with the help of the ID, and then this contact will contain the user ID of a user who has created. So what we will do is before updating the contact, we will make a check, and the check will be that if the contact which we have just fetched has .user id to string, and if this not equals to the request user id, then in that case we will know that a different user is trying to update a contact of another user. So what we will do is we are going to throw an error. So I will have the response status, and the status will be 403 because a user is not authorized to update a contact of another user. And then I will throw an error, so I will have the new error, and then I will have the error as user don't have permission to update other user contacts. So we have handled that case, and if it matches, so the contact.user id matches with the request.user id, then in that case we are going to simply update the contact. And we need to do a very similar thing for the delete also. So I'm going to copy this. In the delete also, we first fetch the contact from the database. We have the contact, we check that if the contact is found, then in that case we remove it. But before removing it, we need to check that the contact which we found has a user id, and that user id should match with the request.user.id. And then we will have we made a mistake, so user don't, and this will also user don't. So now we have protected all our CRUD operations of the contacts with the JSON web token. And now if we go and simply do a testing of it, then we see that this token is for the Mark. And if we let's go and let's get the token for the page again. So what I will do is I'm going to have page, and I will send a request. Oops, the email id and the password is wrong, so probably the email id will be the page.malvia. All right, now we have the token. Now using this token, I want to see that what all contacts this particular user has. So this user has 2 contacts. Now a user want to update this contact, so I'm going to copy this. Let's have a contact here. If I go to the body, then I will have an updated contact as Nikesh Gadekar, and I will make it updated. I will send it, and you will see that we have a contact, but we made a mistake because it's a get, and we need to make a put in order to update it. And now I will send it, and as soon as I send it, you will see that the contact is updated, Nikesh Gadekar update. Now what I will do is I'm going to remove this, then I'm going to make a get, and we get the contacts back with an updated contact. Now I want to delete this contact, so I'm going to copy this, and let's have here, and I'm going to delete. So let me have this, and I'm going to send the request, and you will see that it's 200, and hopefully this contact is deleted now. So if I go and try to do a get on it, then I should not be able to found the contact. So we see that the contact not found. Now what we will do is let's go and let's fetch all the contacts back. So we don't have any contact, so there is a problem. So what we have done is, if we go here and if we see, then what we are doing is we are doing the contact dot remove, and that is removing all the contacts from our database, but we only want to remove the contact for which the user is passing the ID. So what we will do is we will have to make a change here, and we are going to have a delete one, and which ID we need to delete is we're going to have the underscore, and then we are going to have the request dot param.id. Now let's give a try. So what I will do is, first I'm going to create some contacts. So I will go here and I will send a post. All right, a contact is created. Let's create another contact. So I will have the next contact as John Day, and then I'm going to have this as John, and then I will send it. So now if I go and fetch, then we see that we have two contacts. And now I want to delete this Nikesh Gadegar updated. So I'm going to copy this, I'm going to add it here, and then I'm going to go and do delete, and I will send it. So we see that, okay, it's 200 and the contact is deleted. So if we go and do a get, we should have contact not found. But if we want to fetch all the contacts, we still should have the John Day. So you see that we have the John Day. So now we have fixed the problem with the contact dot remove. So we should use the contact dot delete one. So we have created all the CRUD API of the contacts. So we can now make use of the contacts API, and then we can manage the contact based on the user. So we also have a register user, login user, and then once a user is logged in, he can create, update, delete, and read all the contacts which he has created. And similarly, we can now have multiple users and they can manage their own contacts. So that's all I have in this video. I hope you liked the video. A thumbs up is appreciated. You can also connect with me via Facebook or Instagram. You can follow me on Twitter for latest updates. And before you go, don't forget to subscribe the channel and press the bell icon so that you don't miss the videos like this one. Thank you. Thanks for watching.